Zodiac Academy, Ruthless Fae, Book 2, narrated by Fledgling Fables. Chapter 1, Caleb. The scent of a burning body still lingered in the air, catching in the back of my throat and making my scowl deepen. My heightened senses picked up every drop of blood which had been spilled tonight, and I wondered again how such a thing had happened in the middle of campus with teachers all around. I marched through the Wailing Woods with Max and Seth on either side of me. We traveled in silence, waiting until we could be completely sure of privacy before we discussed what happened tonight with the Vega twins. The air between the trees was thick with tension, and the darkness beneath the canopy almost complete. None of us summoned a light into existence, though. Even in the dark, we knew where we were going, and we didn't want to take any chance of anyone following us tonight. Not after what just happened. What we'd just done. I strained my ears for any sound of Darius approaching. There had been no sign of him since he'd stormed out of the Lunar Leisure building and left us all to deal with Orion's wrath by the poolside. My lip curled back as my mind landed on our cardinal magic professor. No one had dared give me so much as a verbal warning since we arrived at the school. Yet he'd just seen fit to give us 2 weeks in detention. Who the hell did he think he was? Didn't he consider the fact that we'd be kings soon? Was he really so angry with us that he'd be risking incurring our wrath? He'll realize exactly who he crossed once I've graduated this place. I'm more than an heir to him. I'm the most powerful vampire in Solaria, and his superior in every way. Especially once I leave this academy behind. My mind snagged on the way Tori had looked when he'd pulled her out of that pool, and a sliver of ice trickled down my spine. I didn't want to think about that. I didn't want to remember the way her heart had been beating so slowly when I'd strained my ears to listen for it. I didn't want to think about the way she'd kept her eyes to the floor instead of glaring right back at us. We'd needed to break them. It had to be done. So why does it still make me feel like a piece of shit? It was cold in the woods, and I drew on my fire element to warm myself through. Flames licked along my limbs from the inside, but it didn't do much to chase away the cold pit in my gut. My energy was running low, and I could feel the well of power within me straining to maintain the heat of my fire. I should have topped up on Tori's magic while we were at the dance. But I'd known that the others were planning something for her, so I just hadn't. I pushed a hand through my hair and fingers catched in the curls as I messed it up. It was her own fault, really. I'd tried to get her to leave the dance with me before anything had happened. I'd done my best. Keep telling yourself that. Seth was toying with something in his hands, and I glanced at it, spotting the coil of black and blue hair he wrapped through his fingers. He noticed my attention and smirked at me, but I looked away without giving him a response. His shoulder bumped against mine affectionately, but I shrugged him off. Werewolf and vampire natures were about as different as you could get when it came to tactile behavior. And although I'd grown used to the way he pawed at me all the time and didn't usually mind it, I found it hard to tolerate when I was tense. And with what we'd just done, the dead body that had shown up, Darius going missing, and my power running low, I was definitely tense. I could see Seth pouting at me from the corner of my eye, but I didn't care. I upped my pace and we turned off the pathway, slipping through the trees towards King's Hollow. We passed through a clearing and the light of the moon shone down on us for a moment. I glanced up, almost certain that I'd seen a shadow passing under the stars out of the corner of my eye. I looked around curiously, wondering if Darius was flying above us in his dragon form. Apart from a small patch around the moon, the sky was thick with clouds, and even my vampire eyesight couldn't pick out anything moving above us. It didn't mean he wasn't there, though. Where else would he have gone? Darius wasn't quick to anger, but when he did lose his temper, he was always drawn to release of transformation. His dragon form was the perfect outlet of rage, and as a Leo, his temper was fierce, especially when it was unleashed. The others didn't slow as I searched the sky for a sign of the fourth air, but I didn't care about leaving them behind. I needed a moment away from them to think about what I was going to say when we made it to King's Hollow. I knew what had happened tonight had been necessary in a way, but it also didn't seem right to me. The vampire code forbade me from torturing my source, so I hadn't anything to do with what they had done to Tori. I hadn't even known they had planned until it was underway. But even though I could claim to have been nothing more than a witness, I still felt kinda shitty. I sighed. There was no way to be sure if Darius was up there or not, so I gave up on my hunt for him. If he wanted to see us, then he knew where we'd be. I put on a spurt of speed and raced between towering trunks, delving into the heart of the wailing wood until I felt the brush of magic against my skin. The wards we'd placed around this place swept welcomingly across my flesh as I pushed through them, passing Max and Seth and making it into the hollow first. The ancient oak which housed King's Hollow towered above me as I made it to the entrance at its roots. Not long ago, someone had wielded powerful earth magic on this tree to create this place we called our haven. The four of us were always under so much pressure to portray the perfect image, to exude power and strength, and command the attention of every fae in the room. So this was one spot. One spot was the only place we had that we could call our own and truly be ourselves. It was a sanctuary, an oasis in the maelstrom of our lives, but for the first time that I could remember, I wasn't looking forward to entering it. The huge door before me was woven from the very fabric of the bark and roots of the colossal tree. As I reached out to touch it, welcomed the essence of my magic like it was greeting an old friend. Only the most powerful fae could gain access to this place. And as such, within its walls, we could be free. I didn't wait for Seth and Max as the door swung open to admit me. Instead, I headed past the room which we used as a gym in the base of the tree onto the staircase which was forged in the internal structure of the hollow trunk and began to ascend. Fae flies crawled across the wooden walls, glowing blue and green with their own little wells of magic and lightning, and lighting the way for me. The stairs wound up, curving around again and again as I reached another door made out of living vines. I reached out to them with my magic, and they curled away from the entrance to admit me. White flowers blooming along their lengths as they took joy in the power I fed them. My gut swirled uncomfortably as I tapped into my diminishing reserves again, and I cursed the fact that I let myself run so low. I realized I released some more power, lighting a fire in the grate as I entered the huge treehouse which dominated the towering branches at the top of the oak tree. I used the power of the flames I'd already created to aid me in making more, so that I could light the lamps around the space too. Using one flame to create another took less magic than summoning one into existence from nothing, but it irritated me that I was reduced to it. An L-shaped gray couch was revealed at the heart of the room, as the wooden walls were lit warmly by the firelight. On the far side of the den was a corridor to another staircase which led up to a higher level where beds awaited us, should we decide to stay here tonight. I was torn between the desire to do that and avoid the curiosity of the members of my house, and my desire to escape the other heirs. I couldn't remember the last time I'd wanted to avoid them, but right now I didn't feel right lingering in their company. My mother's words rang in my ears at that thought. If you can't love the other heirs like brothers, then your life will be all the easier for it. But either way, you are stuck together. Through the good and the bad, you are united. Your individual feelings do not matter when it comes to the actions of the group. You are one, and you must never show the slightest form of weakness to the outside world. The actions of each of you are the actions of all of you. You stand together. If you falter, the whole of Solaria will fall. With the nymph attacks on the rise, I knew that sentiment had never been more important than it was right now. Our kingdom was being thrown into turmoil, teetering on the edge of war. The last thing we needed at this moment in this time had been the royal Vega heirs turning up. And yet, here they were. Two girls with the potential to unhinge everything we'd come to know and trust about the world since the Savage King had died. I dropped down onto the only armchair in the room. As soon as Seth arrived, he'd been snuggling up to anyone that sat on the couch, and I wasn't in the mood for it. I used the moment of solitude to let out a long breath as I ran a hand over my face. I kept thinking about the look Tori had given me when I kissed her in that classroom. My heart had leapt with excitement when she hadn't pushed me away, and it wasn't just because I'd known I shouldn't be doing it. There was something about the twins that intrigued me to no end. They'd grown up as changelings in the mortal world with no knowledge of Fae or the way we ran our society, and yet somehow they kept on rising to challenges thrown their way. It was like their birthright ran in their blood with all the ferocity of the Savage King himself, despite the fact they'd never known they'd be expected to claim their power. If they had grown up among the Fae, I had no doubt in my mind that they already would have secured their position above all four of us, and I suppose we wouldn't have balked at it if that was the way it had been. But if no one had ever thought that they were dead in the first place, then we would have never been expected to rule without them. But now they were just a problem, two powerful girls with no knowledge of our world or the ways of our people. And they couldn't be expected to lead us. They couldn't possibly hold us together in the face of war. If they claimed their birthright, it would be disastrous for Solaria. Our parents were right to insist on us chasing them out of here. We couldn't let them graduate from the academy, but what we'd done tonight? "What are you moping about, Cal?" Max asked as he sauntered into the room. I sat back, dropping my hands from my face when I looked up at him and Seth. The werewolf crossed the room, retrieving some beers from the bucket of ice which had been created with water magic so it never thawed, and tossed one into my lap. I set the bottle down on the wooden floor without opening it. "Nothing," I muttered, eyeing the half-smirk on Max's face. He was obviously pleased with how the night had gone, and I didn't want to get into it with him. What was I even supposed to say? "Good work tonight, guys, but now I feel like an asshole, and I don't like it." Nice way to come off sounding like a pouty bitch there, Caleb. No, it was probably best I held my tongue until I got over it. "Look what I've made," Seth said, grinning, as he held out Darcy's hair, which he'd braided into a bracelet and placed around his wrist. "That's sick," Max said enthusiastically. I rolled my eyes without responding. "Maybe she'll cut off your hair in revenge," I muttered, eyeing Seth's long hazel locks. "No chance I broke her. I wouldn't be surprised to find out the two of them have dropped out come morning," Seth said cockily, spinning his new bracelet around his wrist. Max barked a laugh. "They should count themselves lucky to be able to walk out of here at all," he said, though I didn't buy it. He always fought against the image that sirens were sympathetic by nature, and he never wanted to admit that. The fear and misery of others upset him when he fed on it. But I knew it did. He couldn't hide his true self from me or the other heirs, no matter how hard he tried. For a minute there, I thought we'd killed Tori. Did you see how still she was when Orion snatched her out of the pool? "So you would have been pleased with yourself if you'd killed her, would you?" I asked, my voice low with warning. I may not have bought into all this shit all the time, but in this instance, he was acting too damn pleased with himself for what we'd done. It would have been nice. It would have made things easy for us, Max said with a cocky smirk. Before I could consider it, I shot out of my chair and threw him up against the wall. Seth cried out in surprise as the wooden structure of the treehouse rattled with the force of our collision. Max swore, aiming a punch at my side. I snarled at him, the beast beneath my skin rising to the surface as I lost my temper and my fangs grew. I lunged at his neck, and Max ducked aside, snatching my face in his hand as he forced my canines away from him. "Holy shit, Caleb, why are you so angry?" he asked, his eyes widening in surprise as his siren gifts got to work, feeding on my emotions and the remaining dregs of my power. I lost control as he sucked at the shallow pool of my magic, my muscles flaring with the strength of my kind as I threw a punch into his face and he was thrown aside. Before he could recover, I leapt at him again, my fangs sinking deep into the flesh of his neck. Max swore as he fell beneath the weight of my power, my venom immobilizing his magic while I drew it from him and into myself. I kept him pinned to the wall as I fed on him, draining much more from him than I would normally take from one of my friends. I couldn't remember the last time I'd taken power from any of them by force either. But I was too angry and too empty to pull back. Fuck, haven't you taken enough yet? Max snarled as I refused to release him. I growled low in the back of my throat, letting him know that I had zero interest of stopping. Seth laughed behind me like this was all some big joke, but he wasn't stupid enough to approach. Shit, Caleb, when was the last time you fed? A huge bang announced the arrival of a dragon landing on the roof, and the whole treehouse shuddered beneath its weight. A moment later, Darius dropped in through the hatch above us, and I shoved Max away from me as I finally released him. Darius barely even spared us a glance as he crossed the room butt naked, the stench of smoke and fire following in his wake. He opened a heavy chest and pulled out a pair of sweatpants to cover himself. "Where the hell did you go?" I asked angrily, while Darius continued to ignore the rest of us, claiming my former seat and my beer for good measure. "You've got blood around your mouth," he said, ignoring my question as he opened the bottle and drained the thing. I wiped Max's blood from my lip and sucked it away from my thumb before taking the seat closest to Darius and pinning him in my gaze. He scowled at me for several long seconds, but I didn't back off, so he finally gave me an answer. "I needed to fly," he said with a shrug. "Or I was going to bite Orion's head off, literally." He still seemed pretty damn pissed off, so I guessed that he was telling the truth about that. Everyone knew that if a dragon shifter really lost their temper with you, they were likely to transform and eat you whole. Not that I'd seen Darius lose his cool like that very often. He'd learned the hard way how to keep his temper in check, growing up with his father. "And did you happen to accidentally barbecue someone on your way out?" Seth asked Darius casually, dropping down beside me and petting my arm. I knew he could tell that I was still riled up, and he was looking to comfort me like I was one of his pack mates. But I wasn't a damn wolf, and the only thing I wanted right now was space. "Of course I didn't," Darius replied dismissively, like he thought Seth had been joking. "Well, someone did," Max said as he took a seat at the other end of the couch and healed the wound on his neck without looking at me. There was a body all crisped up right outside Lunar Leisure when we left. "Seriously?" Darius asked, looking between us like he thought we might be joking. "If I'm honest, I thought you'd done it," Seth said as he shifted even closer to me, pulling my hand into his, like that would soothe me. "It certainly looked like dragon fire to me," he added. I shoved him off of me and he whimpered before nuzzling against my neck. "Piss off, Seth," I snapped, shoving him back and eyeing that damn bracelet on his wrist as I leaned away from him. "I don't like it when you're sad," he replied, reaching towards me once more, despite the fact I was clearly in no mood for it. I got to my feet and stalked away, claiming another beer from the ice bucket just to give myself an excuse to leave. "Why are you sad?" Darius asked me, his eyes following my movements. "He's not sad, he's fucking raging," Max muttered, shooting me an irritated look. "I thought we were discussing your sudden disappearance right around the time someone was burned to death," I snapped in reply, refusing to let them turn the subject of conversation on to me. "I told you I went for a flight," Darius snarled. "Or are you doubting me now too?" "Who's doubting you?" Seth asked innocently, even though he'd just said that he thought Darius had killed someone. "He means Orion. He's pissed we got detention from his buddy," Max supplied. "He's not my buddy," Darius said. "He's a damn hypocrite." "Well, I think that detention is probably the least we should have expected after we nearly killed Tori," I muttered. I was still pissed at Orion for daring to give it to us, but I guessed I could suck it up in light of what we'd almost done. I didn't see you doing much, Max replied. In fact, if it wasn't for the code you hide behind, I'd think that maybe you weren't standing with us on this. You didn't even help with the preparation of it. Well, if this is what it takes to keep our positions, then maybe I don't like being a part of it, I countered. But as soon as the words left my lips, I wished they hadn't. The three of them were staring at me like I'd grown a second head. Darius got to his feet and stalked towards me, his eyes narrowing to golden reptilian slits as his order tried to push his way out of its skin. Do you think I enjoyed doing that? He demanded. Do you think I want to be terrorizing people, preying on their worst fears? Do you think I don't realize what that makes me? Who that makes me? I squared my shoulders, holding his eyes. I shouldn't have said it, but the words were out there now, and I wasn't going to be forced into taking them back like a fucking coward. How many times have we sat around this room, discussed all the things we don't like about the way our parents rule, I hissed, and yet, at the first real test of our claim, we bow to their way of doing things? We don't have a choice, Darius said. The nymphs are already circling closer, and the Vegas have barely been back a few weeks. They can smell weakness in the air. If those girls take the throne, then we're all doomed. I'm not saying we shouldn't get rid of them, I said angrily, but I am saying that I don't think becoming your father is the way to do it. Darius's eyes flared with rage at my words, but before he could lunge at me, I shot across the room and leapt out of the window. With my vampire speed, I was halfway through the Wailing Wood before I even considered slowing down. I didn't want to be around the others right now. Hell, I wasn't even sure if I wanted to be around myself.
Ruthless Fae, Part 2. Read to you by yours truly. If you're looking for more content like this, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Darcy, Chapter 2. I stood in the shower with my head bowed as a river of water cascaded over me, tepid, barely warm at all. I hardly felt it on my skin, as if I'd grown a thick layer overnight, a shield to the outside world, and I willed it to grow thicker still. My heart was a fish on land, jerking desperately on my chest as it searched for a haven of safety to sink into. Somewhere the pain would stop. I pushed a hand into my hair, assessing the damage. I still hadn't looked in the mirror. I walked straight past it through the ensuite, but I'd have to look soon enough. The uneven lengths were the least of my concern. Where Seth's knife had sliced too close to the scalp was a hairless patch that I wasn't sure the remaining length would cover. I turned the water off and the pipes released a shuddering groan. I'd woken early, long before dawn, the memories of the formal playing on repeat in my mind over and over again. Tori and I had headed straight back to my room and locked ourselves in here. Diego and Sophia had come to check on us, but we'd turned them away. I needed to be alone with my sister, and for once, I guessed she needed it as much as I needed her. What the heirs had done to Tori? My heart jerked again. The tears stung my eyes. I was long past letting them fall. My cheeks were red raw from them. I could still smell the chlorine on Tori's skin when Orion had pulled her from the water. I could taste the heated air that had rushed up from Astrom's charred body. I could hear the heirs laughing, taunting, jeering, and I hated them more than I'd ever realized it was possible to hate someone. There was one thing that kept playing in my mind. Whoever the shadow was, they'd won. Murdered one of the few people in Solaria who had tried to help us. And poor Astrom hadn't just been killed, he'd been obliterated. His body burned beyond recognition. If it hadn't been for the tarot card he left us, and the strange magical aura that had accompanied it, we would still be none the wiser as to who the body had belonged to. I'm so sorry. I wish I could go back and change last night. I'd do so many things differently. I stepped out of the shower. drawing off before tugging on the jeans and black sweater I'd left slung over the basin. The mirror was fogged up, and part of me wanted to leave it that way. But another, more stubborn part of me needed to see the damage. Maybe it's not so bad. Yeah, and maybe the Titanic didn't sink. I took a hand towel from the rail and quickly wiped it across the glass before I could change my mind. The mist cleared away to reveal a broken girl with hollow eyes. My face was clean of makeup, but seemed somehow shadowed, like the darkness of last night had seeped into my skin, never to be washed away again. I lifted my gaze to my hair and drew in a sharp breath. It was no longer at the front, then the back, the dampness sticking to it on either side of my face. I pushed my fingers into it, lifting up the choppy ends to feel the bald patch at the back. I pursed my lips, and anger rose like the devil in my blood. A hiccough forced its way out of my lungs, promising more than tears, but I wouldn't let them out. Not again. I hunched over, bracing myself on the rim of the basin as rage and hatred built up in my throat like bile. My fingers locked tightly on the porcelain edges, and my arms trembled with tension. I swallowed hard, forcing back the rush of emotions threatening to overwhelm me. I stared at my reflection, locked in my own gaze, refusing to let this unravel me. I don't want to let them win, but I think they already have. When I'd smothered the storm brewing inside me, I headed back to my bedroom, finding Tori standing by the tall vertical window. The shutters were open and a fierce wind battered the pane beyond it. The turbine on top of Air Tower roared and groaned under the onslaught, making it sound like the world was screaming. Tori was framed by the dreary morning light, my room still cast in darkness. I flipped the light switch and she turned to me, blinking heavily, as if I'd jolted her out of some cruel vision. Her eyes skimmed over my hair and heat blazed along the back of my neck. "It'll grow back," she said, her voice weaker than usual. I nodded, dropping down onto the edge of my bed and drawing my knees up to my chest, but my pride won't. Silence stretched on between us, and Tori turned to gazing down at the campus grounds far below. "What do we do now?" she asked eventually. "I don't know," I answered, feeling more hopeless than I ever had in my life. Nearly everyone in the academy wants us gone. Maybe we should listen to them? It broke my heart to say it. This school had felt more like a home to me than any other place I'd ever rested my head. It was innate. It was Fae. I felt that in the deepest regions of my body, but I'd also never been as unwelcome as I was here. Even our last foster dad, Pete, had put up with us being around without so much complaint. Here, we were outcasts. Even the few who did accept us, like Geraldine and her followers, they didn't want us. They wanted their royal princesses, and we never intended on rising to that role, so what good did it do us by staying? Tori sighed wearily. "I think you're right." She moved to join me on the bed, folding her legs up beneath her. The spark of resilience which always lived in her eyes had dimmed to a low burning flame that desperately needed stoking. But I didn't think I had enough left in me to do it. "We're screwed back in Chicago, though. Without money, we'll end up on the streets." Tori's brows tugged together as she thought over about her predicament. "We'll get by. We did before," I said. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't a great idea. No doubt our landlord had reclaimed the apartment we'd been renting by now, and even if we had been able to go back there, how would we even pay for the place? My atlas pinged, and I reached for it on instinct, glancing at the message on the screen. "You've been mentioned in a Fae book post, Darcy." Sucker punch. Maybe some dark part of me was a glutton for punishment because I went right ahead and clicked on the notification. I won't shy away. How much worse can it get anyway? Tori leaned forward to look at the post appeared on the page, and my gut nodded in fright as I read it. Seth Capella. "Here's a play-by-play of Darcy Vega's life being destroyed. You're welcome. Let's hope her and her sister are booking a bus home this morning. But on the off chance they decide to weather out another few weeks in hell, do not assist Darcy with regrowing her hair. Anyone found helping her, student, faculty, or otherwise, will be moved into our firing line alongside the Vega twins. And if you hadn't realized it yet, we're untouchable. So don't be our enemy. Hashtag Kings of Solaria. Hashtag Get Out of Zodiac. Hashtag Go Home, Vega losers." I cringed as the video of Kylie had taken of me in Seth's lap began to play. Tori turned it off before I could relive my hair being cut off and my dignity being stripped away with it. Tori rested her hand on mine for a moment, and I gave her a sad smile. She dropped back onto the bed with a heavy breath, and I went to toss the atlas onto the mattress when another notification sounded. "What now?" I muttered, glancing at the screen just to check I hadn't been tagged yet again. I frowned as I read the message from Principal Nova, evidently sent out to the entire academy. "All students are required to attend an assembly from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the orb, following the incident last night. Anyone who isn't present will lose their house 150 points and will be banned from all social clubs and societies for the coming week." "The incident?" I hissed. "A man was murdered." I tossed the atlas to Tori so she could read it, and her brow furrowed. "Screw house points. They can dock as many as they want," she said. "I'm not going." I nodded in agreement, not wanting to face a whole school of students pointing and laughing because of my current appearance. I wasn't quite ready for that. I wasn't sure I ever would be. It wasn't long before the students exited their rooms and moved along the corridors. Doors banged and people laughed and hollered as they headed out of the tower to the assembly. It was as if the last night hadn't happened at all. Half of them probably thought we were gone already, and if we'd had any sort of life to go back to, I had no doubt that we would have by now. The tower slowly grew silent, and the chatter of the students carried far away across campus. I picked at the knees of my jeans, mulling over what to do. I just wish we had some money. If Darius hadn't destroyed the cash we had when we came here, at least we'd have something back in the mortal world. Tori nodded sullenly. "Shame we can't magic up a big pile of..." She halted, mid-sentence, launching herself upright. "Gold!" she gasped, and her eyes alight with some idea. She turned to me with the glimmer of her usual self shining out at me. "Darius has an entire room full of gold, and there's no way he'll miss that assembly and lose himself precious house points for Ignis." My mouth parted as I realized what she was suggesting. But even if we could get into his room, how the hell are we going to get back to Chicago? We came here by Stardust before, and I haven't exactly seen any of the stuff flying around campus. "No, but I bet Orion has some in his office," Tori said keenly, and the fire in her gaze lit a flame in me too. Hope danced and skipped through my chest and gave me something to hold on to with all my might. "We've only got an hour," I breathed. Getting to my feet and hurrying to the closet, I wrenched open the door and grabbed a black baseball cap with ZA written in bright blue letters on the front of it. I put it on to cover my hair and rounded on Tori with an intense look. You get the gold, I get the stardust. We meet back here before that assembly ends. Tori's hopeful expression fell away as I moved towards her. So we're leaving? She whispered. And the words wrenched at my gut, but it didn't look as if the heirs were ever going to stop trying to force us out of Zodiac Academy. And they'd almost killed Tori. How do we stay here after that? What if they succeed next time? Yeah, Tor, I sighed, an anchor dragging my heart deep down into the depths of my body. I don't want to go, but what choice do we really have? For a moment, she looked like she was about to cry. And then she drew her shoulders back and stepped towards the door with a fierce expression. Then let's hurry. No goodbyes. I thought of Sophia, Diego, even Geraldine. And my throat tightened at the thought of never seeing them again. But Tori was right. We needed to be gone before the assembly was over, and then we'd return to Chicago as if none of this had ever happened. Tori, Chapter 3. I watched Darcy as she walked away from me outside Air Tower, heading for Jupiter Hall and Orion's office. The black baseball cap she'd pulled down over her ruined hair set a burning pit of rage blazing in my chest. She kept her head down as she walked, her shoulders a little hunched, though her stride was determined. I wished we didn't have to split up to do this. The idea of her falling prey to any of the monsters at this school again made me feel so angry I could spit. But our plan was solid. They were all in the assembly about Astrom's death. No one would want to risk their precious house points. Though I, for one, hoped they docked Ignis 1,000 points for my absence, and the shock of it gave Darius an aneurysm. Distant thunder rumbled overhead, and I glanced up at the cloud-filled sky. It was dark enough to feel like dusk instead of mid-morning, but I welcomed the lack of light. At least it would make it harder for anyone to see me from a distance. Darcy moved out of sight, and I released a long breath, psyching myself up for the part of our mad plan. I turned away from Air House and headed south, taking a roundabout route to Fire Territory, which avoided the pathways while using my atlas to stay on track. I walked along the line of the cliff which overlooked the churning sea, and I kept my distance from the edge, though the sight of that fall and the tempest water beyond it making my throat tighten. I tried to shake off the feeling of dread as memories of last night surfaced again. So much had happened that it was hard to process all of it. But it was already almost impossible to shake the rolling terror that had filled me. I had really thought that I was going to die in that pool. The kiss of the icy water, the frantic pounding of my heart every time I closed my eyes. Last night, the fear of it had crept in on me again. In the end, I hadn't slept at all. I had propped my back against the wall and waited while Darcy got some rest, trying not to flinch each time a nightmare caused her to groan in her sleep. The heirs had made it clear from the moment we met them that they wanted us broken, and they wanted us gone. I'd been a fool to think we could stand in the face of that kind of power and hatred and survive it unscathed. This was what that naive belief had gotten me. We'd been humiliated, belittled, abused, and beaten, but not broken. We were made of stronger stuff than that. My sister and I had been molded for survival since the day we'd been born. We'd escaped the nymphs who killed our parents here in Solaria. Then we survived the flames that had destroyed our mortal family too. Together, we made it through countless foster homes, neglect, uncertainty, poverty, and hunger. We'd always found our own way to endure it. We'd been born to survive. The fire that should have killed us when we were babies hadn't. It forged us into something stronger, cast our bones in steel, and gave us strength in each other's company. And if fire couldn't kill me, then water sure as hell couldn't have me either. But I wasn't an idiot. If staying in this academy meant facing off against the heirs at every turn, then I knew we weren't equipped for that. Orion and Nova had tried to trap us here by holding our inheritance hostage, but I wasn't the kind of girl to be held over a barrel. The stars might have guided us to this school, but I'd been making my own luck and guiding my own destiny for long enough to know that I could take my fate into my own hands when I had to. We needed money if we were going to get out of here, and there was one way for us to get it. I considered the insanity of what I was about to do for a moment, and let myself focus on the thrill of the challenge instead of the wrath I could incur from Darius if he caught me. There wasn't much more he could do to me at this point anyway, and the more I looked at this job, the calmer I became. This was what I'd done to survive for years. Breaking and entering was my bread and butter. And there was nothing quite like the thrill of a challenge when I had a job underway. And a trickle of adrenaline ran down my spine in anticipation of it. I checked my location on my atlas, eyeing this little star which represented me, before turning right and heading west towards fire territory. The ground sloped down sharply as I descended the cliffs, and I spotted the imposing structure of Ignis House ahead of us. Its jagged glass walls rose up towards the gray clouds in every shade of red, yellow, and orange, like a living flame. It was beautiful in a harsh kind of way, sort of like the Fae people. Thunder rumbled overhead again, and I glanced up at the sky as it grew even darker. There was still no sign of rain, but the clouds looked pregnant with it, promising a downpour of epic proportion once they broke. I upped my pace. Now that my destination was in sight, the call of the job had me in its grasp. I felt more like myself, shedding the feelings of inadequacy as I walked towards something I knew I could do. I'd spent the last few weeks trying to claim a new start here at Zodiac Academy, but this was who I'd always been. So instead of striving to be something new, someone more, I was going to embrace who I already was, and that was a damn good thief. I lifted my chin as I made it to Ignis House and summoned the flames to get in. The heat of my palms flared into a ball of fire which crashed against the triangular symbol and unlocked the door. I tried to ignore the fact that I'd released too much power with the blast yet again. My fire magic didn't want to bow to my commands, but I'd just have to keep practicing with it once we were away from here. I'd hoped that Darcy and I would be able to figure out how to control our powers without help. At least, enough to get by in the mortal world. And though we obviously wouldn't ever learn to wield them in the way that we would have by studying here, we would still be more powerful than any human who gave us trouble. That would be more than enough. Coercion alone should make life with the mortals a piece of cake. The first thing I'd be doing when we got back to Chicago was convincing some flashy hotel executives to give us a free stay in their penthouse. From there, the world would be our oyster. I hurried up the stairs, into the common room, releasing a relieved breath as I found it empty. That notification had expressed that all students were required to attend the assembly, but I hadn't been entirely sure that everyone would clear out like this. Apparently, the threat of losing house points was more than enough of a reason for them to attend. I guessed they'd face the wrath of the heirs if they cost their house 150 points, and no one wanted to be on their bad side. I knew I certainly didn't. Not that they'd ever given me a choice in the matter. I crossed the open space at a determined march, and headed into my own room first. I changed quickly, pulling on ripped jeans and a gray sweater, before tying my long black hair into a high ponytail. At the base of my wardrobe was a large sports bag emblazoned with the Zodiac Academy crest, for use in physical enhancement. We'd never even gotten around to taking that class yet. And I guess we never would now either. I tossed the sports uniform out of it and threw it over my shoulder. Next, I stepped into my ensuite and grabbed a couple of hairpins. They wouldn't be as good as the picks I owned back at my old apartment, but I was sure I could make them work just fine. I cast one last look over my room with a small flutter of disappointment whirling in my gut. For a little while, I'd begun to think of this place as somewhere we could call home, but that had been a foolish idea. We'd never even stayed anywhere long enough to make a home out of it before, and I should have realized that this would be no different. Bye-bye, room. It was nice while it lasted. I closed the door with a sharp click and then headed up for the top floor. My feet moved silently along the plush carpet, and even though I knew there was no need for it, there was no one to hear me anyway. But skills honed from years of creeping, sneaking, breaking, and entering wouldn't be forgotten out of a sloppy sense of safety. I'd stick to my own rules, and I'd get this done right. I reached Darius's door, and my heart thumped a warning tune in my chest. The last time I'd come here, he'd threatened me, and in no uncertain terms. And after that night, I had no question of how ruthless he could be. I reached out to test the handle and released a long breath to stop the trembling in my fingers. He's not here. I'll never have to see him again or any of these other assholes ever again after this. They can have their thrones and we can have our freedom, and I hope all that power makes them miserable. But if I wanted that to be true, then we needed money. And who better to take it from than the King of Dark and Dangerous himself? Unsurprisingly, the handle didn't turn when I tried it. The door was locked. He wasn't here. I smiled to myself and dropped to my knees before the door, bringing the hairpins up to the lock. I closed my eyes in concentration as I worked them into the small space, feeling the faint pressure of resistance from the metal pieces within. It took me less than 30 seconds to align the pieces, and with the right amount of pressure, click. The victory dance was unnecessary but well earned. I grinned in satisfaction as I pushed the door wide and got to my feet. Darius's room sprawled out before me, and I hesitated on the threshold. My boots skimmed the edge of his red carpet. My gaze took in the lavish decoration, the gold adornments everywhere. That asshole had tried to break me, but he failed. A broken girl would have turned and run for the hills with nothing and no one. But I was standing on the threshold of the dragon's lair, about to steal his treasure. I may have been no match for his magic, but my balls were as big as any of his any day of the week. I stepped inside and pressed the door shut behind me with a flush of triumph. I moved towards the chest at the front of his bed, and the scent of him surrounding me, smoke, cedar, and raw power filling my lungs like a warning. But I was in my element now, and I wouldn't be leaving without my prize. We needed this to start our lives away from this place, and a little bit of money was the least he owed us. Warmth washed against my skin, and I turned to see flames still burning in the grate. His bed covers were tossed aside haphazardly too, and a glance at his lavish bathroom revealed wet towels on the floor and steam lining the walls. I guess he'd been in a rush to get to the assembly, as the rest of the room was immaculately tidy. In fact, it kind of looked like he was a bit OCD. My gaze landed on a long desk beneath the red glass window beyond his bed, and curiosity had me crossing the room to it before I gave it much thought. Papers were lined up in neat piles, and 2 stacks of envelopes addressed to Darius Acroc, Celestial Heir, sat to the left of the mahogany surface. I wasn't sure why I bothered to snoop on him.
but I couldn't help it. I wanted to know what made that asshole tick. If I could understand him a bit better, then maybe I could get a bit of closure about what he'd done to me. Or maybe I was just a nosy bitch. Either way, I wanted to see what dirt he was hiding in his fancy desk. I picked up a pale pink envelope from the top of the closest pile and yanked the contents out. On the top of the wad was a letter written in elegant script and signed with a lipstick kiss. I skimmed the words, my eyebrows raising as I read over it. Dear Darius, I recently read the interview you did for the Celestial Times and couldn't help but be overwhelmed by your poise and strength in the face of the trials you have been through. Only a true leader could see the things as clearly as you do, and I can't wait for more of your progress towards the throne. The photographs attached to the article only confirmed my suspicions about the pure, powerful man you are growing into, and I will admit, I kept one of you in my pitbull uniform for my own personal collection. I find myself thinking of you in the dark, my body aching for the touch of your flesh against mine. The power you command and the strength of your nature, combined with your chiseled features and temptation-worthy body, have spurred me on to contact you this way. I know that you are duty-bound to keep your bloodline pure with marriage, but if you ever had need of a body to take pleasure in, then I would offer mine without question, anytime you wished for it. I hope, with an ache of longing, that you will accept my proposal and await your call on my flesh with eager anticipation. Forever yours, Cindy Lou Galaxia. I raised an eyebrow at the grossly suggestive letter, feeling the urge to wipe my hands clean after touching it. A handful of photographs accompanied the letter, and I glanced at them, finding a very flexible, very naked Cindy Lou posing in a lot of hard-to-reach poses, which left nothing to the imagination. Ew. I dropped the letters with a cringe, glancing at a few of the ones beneath it and finding a lot of the same stuff, from girls and guys alike. More than half of them hadn't even been opened, and I wondered if that meant Darius had no interest in them or if he was just saving them for later. The other pile of mail was a little more interesting. Letters from the Fae asking him to give certain political matters his attention or use his influence to ask his father for help with various situations, from crop growth to a werewolf territory dispute to a suggestion about a politically motivated marriage or two. I didn't have time to waste on going through all of what it was, and wasn't like it mattered anyway. I wasn't going to be living in Solaria after today, so whatever he chose to rule his kingdom had nothing to do with me. I turned my back on the desk and headed for the chest at the foot of his bed instead. At least I'd be able to laugh myself sick every time I spent his money. My heart pounded with a mixture of adrenaline, fear, and exhilaration. This was probably one of the stupidest things I'd ever done, but holy hell did it feel good. Darius's treasure called to me like a whisper of the darkest temptation and promised a hint of vengeance. I dropped the sports bag beside me and pushed the heavy chest open. Gold coins mixed with gemstones and jewelry in a hoard worthy of a pirate king. I started scooping it into the bag, a wild grin capturing my lips as I made this strike back at the asshole who had tormented me and my sister. Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum, I murmured, for my own benefit, snorting a laugh. It didn't take long to fill the bag, and I zipped it up, frowning into the chest, which was practically full. I glanced around, wondering if there was something here that I could use to carry more of it, but as I tried to move the bag I filled, I realized there was no point. I could barely lift it, so there was no way I'd be able to carry any more. With a sigh of disappointment, I heaved the bag into my arms, my muscles trembling with the effort as I dragged it over my shoulder. Shit, this stuff is heavy. I was going to enjoy every moment of pawning it
and converting it into cold, hard American cash. The kind made of paper instead of heavy ass bits of metal, which would be a lot easier to transport and spend. I wasn't even sure if I'd be able to carry it back to Darcy's room, but I refused to put any of it down. That bag was filled with our future, and I wasn't going to give a single coin back. I made it to the door and glanced back at Darius's room with a twinge of disappointment swirling in my gut. I wasn't even sure he'd notice this dent in his treasure. And even if he did, it was hardly much of a blow against him. I'd wanted to take all of it from him, but there was no way I could carry any more. Maybe I could throw it out of the window, or destroy it somehow? My gaze fell on a chair which was sitting by the fire. He tossed a pair of sweatpants over the back of it, and they hung kind of close to the flames. Dangerously close. That might not have been strictly true, but it could have been. I dropped my bag of treasure by the door with a heavy thump and stalked towards the fire. My heart started to pound faster. I wasn't really considering this. There was no way I'd actually... I pushed the chair a few inches closer to the fire. The sweatpants swung back and forth above the flames. My magic flared in response to the fire, and I tugged on it. Just a little. My wayward control over my magic meant that just a little was actually a hell of a lot, and I leapt back with a squeal of surprise as tongues of flames licked its way over the sweatpants and quickly engulfed them. The chair went up next, and then the carpet burst alight. I backed up, caught between shock and laughter at what I'd done. The heat of the flames licked against my skin, but instead of recoiling from them, I felt like their power was filling me with energy, and I wanted to join them in the destruction instead. I backed up and bumped against Darius's huge bed, steadying myself on the bedpost, which was made of solid gold. The power of my fire magic was warring within in the confines of my skin and beneath my heated fingers. The gold turned to liquid which ran down the floor by my feet. I stared at my hands in surprise. I'd done that without even a tingle of pain in my palms. The heat of my skin had been enough to melt gold, but my magic had protected me from it. I stared at the puddle of melted gold beside me in shock for a moment before a crazed laugh left my lips. That asshole had tried to drown me. Why not get some revenge before I leave? I moved to grab the next bedpost, melting it, too, as soon as my skin made contact with the metal, quickly followed by the third and the fourth. The mattress fell to the floor with nothing to support the bed frame, and the fire advanced on it for a new victim. Smoke from the flames was beginning to fill the room, and I upped my pace. Resisting the urge to cough, I dropped down to my knees before the treasure chest and shoved my hand straight into it, drawing heat to my palms in a flood of magic. Gold melted, gemstones sank into it, jewelry was destroyed, and everything was reduced to a liquid lump of nothing. I twisted my hand through it like it was gold soup, not boiling metal, and marveled at the magic I was managing. This little slice of revenge felt really fucking good. When the contents of the chest had been reduced to a molten puddle, I withdrew my hands, but something solid knocked against my knuckles. I caught it in my grip on reflex, glancing down at the silver dagger in my fist as I backed away from the melted treasure. The handle was carved with a strange symbol, and it felt unusually heavy. For a moment I fell still, the dagger in my grip almost seeming to tremble with raw energy, which wound its way through my own, like a strange kind of greeting. I ran my thumb over the sharp blade, and the urge to press down pulled at me, an ache to spill a little blood coming over me for a moment. I pressed the tip of my thumb, increasing the pressure slowly. A loud crack sounded as one of the joists supporting the door to the ensuite buckled beneath the heat of the fire. I stared around in surprise as I realized that I was standing in the only part of the room which hadn't been engulfed in the inferno. The fire hadn't come close to me, like it knew I was the one who had summoned it, and it didn't want to hurt me. But I wasn't sure how long that would last. The whole room was falling prey to the flames now, and I had to leave. I made it to the door and heaved the bag of treasure over my shoulder, looking at the room one last time as the fire raced to claim everything in it. Everything remaining, a piece of gold in the room, had been reduced to a puddle of gloop. My heart pounded with adrenaline at what I'd done, but there was no going back on it now, and I wouldn't want to even if I could. This was the least that psychotic douchebag deserved. I shoved the door open and backed out, stopping to relock it as quickly as I could. I had to drop the dagger to use the hairpins, but I needed to do it if I expected anyone to believe the fire had been an accident. Not that it mattered too much. I hoped to be long gone before anyone ever came looking for a suspect, but years of dodging the cops had made covering my tracks second nature. As soon as it was done, I snatched the dagger back into my grip. There was something about it that spoke to me, awakening a weird urge in my soul, which said it should be mine. Why the hell not? He'd taken more than enough from me. I shoved it back into my pocket before hoisting the bag of loot over my shoulder and jogging back out of Ignis' house. The scent of smoke followed me on the wind, and thunder crashed in the sky above. I kept my pace fierce, the weight of my haul driving me on as I raced out of fire territory as quickly as I could manage. I still didn't see anyone, and I was more than pleased that they'd all been distracted by the assembly for so long. As I made it up the hill towards the cliff in air territory, I looked down at the house in the distance. Flames had broken through the windows at the top floor where Darius's room had sat, confirming that every piece within it had been destroyed. I stood watching the fire for several seconds as the wind picked up around me, and a savage grin pulled at my lips. That asshole and his friends had gone way too far last night, but this might just go some way towards paying him back for it. After all, they did believe in fate and destiny, so why not a little kismet too? Everyone knows karma's a bitch, and today, her name was Tori Vega. Darcy, Chapter 4. I ran towards Jupiter Hall with the wind at my back and an electric energy humming through my veins. It felt good to be doing something useful, having a plan to hold on to, even if it did mean we were giving up. That was the worst part about all of this, knowing that the heirs had won. The second we went home, we would be giving them exactly what they wanted, and that sickened me, like I'd swallowed poison. But they were too powerful. They could destroy us, and it didn't seem that there'd been any consequences for it, just like Astrum had been destroyed. Guilt stirred inside me along with the wave of sadness. Who was to say they hadn't been behind his death? Darius had run off just before he'd shown up dead, and the burning remains were a bit of a giveaway. It had to be someone who possessed the element of fire. Hadn't Diego said something about dragonfire? My thoughts scattered, and I hurried to rein them in onto the task at hand. I'd have to accept that we'd never discover the answers to all of the mysteries that surrounded us in Solaria, but it was better than ending up in a body bag before term was out. The campus grounds were eerily quiet as I jogged along the edge of the Wailing Wood, wanting to give the orb a wide berth. The ruddy roof tiles of Jupiter Hall peeked out above the next line of trees, and I hurried through them, circling around to the entrance. I adjusted the cap on my head, hoping it might offer me some semblance of disguise, if anyone did happen to be looking out of Jupiter Hall. I crept into the expansive hallway of marble pillars, and silence pressed in on me. I waited for a moment to be certain no one was here. 1 heartbeat, 2. I darted towards the stairs as quietly as I could, hurrying up to the next level and jogging towards Orion's office. I slowed to a near-silent walk as I approached the door, just in case he wasn't attending the assembly and had decided to catch up on some work over the weekend. Our entire plan depended on him not being here, and even more so on there being stardust somewhere in his office. We deserve a bit of luck for once. Damn it, I should have read my horoscope this morning. I reached the door and gently pressed my ear to the wood, listening for any sounds beyond it. When I heard nothing, I tentatively turned the door handle. Locked, of course. I didn't have the lock-picking skills my sister had mastered, but I had another idea. I let a soft breeze coil between my fingertips, willing it into the keyhole as I tried to extend my will to the end of the wisp of air, reaching into the mechanism and praying I could somehow disable the lock. I wiggled my fingers, sensing my power building against the barrier of my skin, piling up and up. A loud bang ripped through the atmosphere and my heart leapt violently. I swore between my teeth as a fist-sized hole was punched through the door by the power of air. The door handle clattered to the floor on the other side, and the door swung inward. I glanced up and down the corridor either side of me, my blood pounding with adrenaline. Okay, I seem to have gotten away with that. I crept inside, pushing the door shut despite the fact that it was damn obvious what had happened if anyone walked past. I didn't waste a second, fearing someone would have been alerted by the noise as I rushed across Orion's office. I circled his huge crescent-shaped desk and dropped down behind it, surveying my next challenge. I pulled at the drawers, but every one of them was locked. Why are you such a security freak, Professor? My heart thundered like mad as I snatched a letter opener from his desk and jammed it into the small gap in the wood. I pried with all my might, but the golden blade only bent in my palm. I stood up, backing away with a groan of frustration. I gazed at my predicament, a few seconds longer before figuring out I had no choice but to use my magic. Sorry, Orion, I muttered, lifting my hands and directing a powerful blast of air at the top drawer. A hole smashed through it, but this time, the entire front of the drawer fell off and clattered to pieces at my feet. Oops. I knelt down, tugging out the contents. Piles of papers, letters, leaflets. I tossed all of them over my shoulder as I hunted for the silk pouch he'd had on him that day he'd come out at our apartment. Oh man, I don't want to go back to the mortal world. But the heirs are such assholes, and I've already destroyed half of Orion's office. He'd kick me out anyway after he finds this mess. My fingers began to shake as I continued to rifle through the drawer, but there was nothing useful in it. I moved to the next drawer, unleashing my magic once again and accidentally tearing a great hole in one side of the desk. The contents poured out of the jagged gap and I crawled around, wading through it as I hunted for the pouch. Where are you? Come on, come on! My heart froze into compacted ice. As my fingers brushed silk, I pulled it out from beneath the large envelope and released a small squeal of joy. I did it! I'm always late. Get over it, Washer. Orion's voice made my insides wither and die. I'll be there in 10 minutes. I have to send an email to the FIB first. Because they're breathing down my neck since last night, of course. Oh, holy shit. I looked left and right, the mess of the room unable to be concealed in such a short time frame, and the door was broken anyway. I couldn't do anything but stand up and get caught. Crap, crap, crap! The stardust! I sprang to my feet, my heart in my throat as I fumbled with the silk pouch. I poured some of the glittering black dust into my palm, the magic contained within it sending bolts of power into my veins. What the fuck? Orion bellowed. A second before the door flew open and slammed into the wall. He strode into the office, his eyes black as death itself, as they locked with mine. Horror, confusion, and pure rage poured from him in a torrent. His gaze darted from me to the stardust in my hand, and I knew I had half a second to act. I tossed it into the air, having absolutely no idea how to use the stuff, but what else could I do? I thought of Air Tower, desperate to get back to Tori so we could go back to Chicago, clutching onto that hope with all my might. A swirl of darkness curtained my vision, and Orion's office started to tumble away out of existence. He moved in a burst of speed before I knew it. Strong hands were locked around my wrists. I yelped in alarm as the full weight of him collided with me. Then, all at once, I was floating, gliding, traveling through an endless portal of stars, a million galaxies stretching out around me. A sucking sensation dragged at my stomach and my vision was restored in a wave. I hit concrete on my back, and half a second later, a solid body landed on top of me, knocking the air from my lungs. I groaned as my bones ached all over my spine, pressing into a cold, hard plate of stone, and Orion weighing me down like another slab of concrete on top. The force of the collision made my head spin, and as Orion leaned back with the wind tugging at his hair and a fierce scowl fixed on his face, I wasn't even scared. I was just horribly, horribly angry with myself for failing Tori. "What the hell are you playing at?" Orion shouted at me. But I didn't answer. I just shoved his immense shoulders to try to get him off of me. He reared up in a moment of clarity, and I saw where we were. The huge plates of the turbine on top of Air Tower reached high above us as they spun at speed in the raging wind. Orion grabbed my hand, which was still locked tightly around the bag of stardust. "No!" I cried, throwing out my other hand to stop him. My voice was lost to the howling wind, but I'd felt it leave me with all the desperation of a dying animal. I needed that stardust, and we were screwed without it. Orion nearly had it from my grip, and panic sped through me, refusing to let go. A force like a propulsion jet engine left my body, and Orion flew off of me, spiraling backward through the air. I bolted upright. A gasp escaped me as he tumbled over the edge of the tower. I screamed, rolling to my knees, lurching upright to sprint after him. Oh, holy shit! I've killed Professor Orion! Before I reached the edge, he lunged back over it, propelled by his own magic, and I cursed my idiocy for worrying about him at all. I ran hard and as fast as I could towards the stairwell, using every ounce of energy I had in me. I crashed into the door, setting it flying open as I practically stumbled down the stairs. I just have to make it to Tori, throw this damn dust, click my ruby shoes like Dorothy, and fly us back to Chicago. There's no place like home. I just wish we had one of those. Orion sent a blast of air at my back, which flipped me around and slammed me into a wall. I struggled against the onslaught, desperate to lift my own hands and fight back, but he had them firmly pinned to my sides. He kicked the door shut at the top of the stone stairs and released a puff of relief. The droning noise of the turbines lessened, and I tried to swallow the hard lump in my throat as he approached. "Well, that's one way to wake a guy up, huh?" For half a second, I thought I sensed a lightness to his tone, a glitter of amusement in his eyes, maybe even a hint of pride. But all at once, it was gone, and I was totally certain I had imagined it. Orion strode down the steps with a demonic expression, not even a hint of mirth on his face. I wriggled against the ferocious power he'd wrapped around me, but it was no good. He had me completely immobilized. "Let me go!" I demanded. Orion slowed to a halt in front of me, then casually flicked the cap from my head, so it tumbled down the stairs. My heart crumpled like paper in my chest as he gave my hair a once-over, scrutinizing me, but not belittling me like the others had. He'd seen it last night, but this felt different. Like it was proof of my weakness, of how Seth had broken me and made me want to flee. And I could tell Orion saw all of that with one single look. Him not saying anything was somehow worse than the berating I kept expecting to burst from his mouth. "Get on with it then," I insisted, my fingers curling together around the stardust. I should have hidden some in my pocket when I had the chance. "Get on with what?" he asked coolly, his eyes narrowing. He was so close, and I could only think it was an attempt to intimidate me, which, for once, wasn't working, because what the hell did I have to lose right now? I was so far at the bottom of the food chain, I wasn't even worth eating. "Whatever it is, you're going to try and punish me with, sir," I said breathlessly, but miraculously keeping my voice steady. "Detention? I don't care, because I won't be here. We're leaving." Orion stepped even nearer, and I couldn't do anything but stand there as he devoured the inches between us. "Is that what you were doing? Because it looked very much like you destroyed my office door, wrecked a custom-made desk, and then transported us to the top of Air Tower and threw me off the top of it, Miss Vega." His lips twitched, and for half a second I thought he might laugh. But it didn't seem like he was going to crack a joke like he did sometimes. "If I hadn't had a hitchhiker, maybe I would have made it back to my room," I said, sensing my lower lip quivering. I didn't know if it was with anger or just completely distraught. All I knew was that it felt like I was falling apart. Orion eased off the air pressure holding me in place and my shoulders drooped. "Hand it over." He held out his palm and I clutched onto the pouch stubbornly. "Do you have any idea how much stardust costs? Dragonfire is the only way to make it. They literally have to melt down meteors for this stuff, so unless you want to go and pay Darius A. Crux for a bag, you're out of luck," he growled. And I pressed my lips together, not answering. That fun little trip to the top of the tower just cost the school a small fortune, so I hope you're pleased with yourself. "Obviously not," I muttered, glancing away from him. Tears burned at the back of my eyes, and I refused to blink, glaring at the wall beyond Orion and begging him to just go away, because I knew I was seconds from coming apart, and I didn't want anyone to be there when it happened. Orion reached out and his hand wrapped around mine, where it contained the stardust. The warmth of his palm sent heat skittering through my body, and I didn't know what to do as his hand remained there. Like he was going to take the stardust, but he still hadn't. He shifted closer and my body physically reacted, my muscles coiling and my heart galloping into a desperate rhythm. When I finally looked at him and lifted my brows in a silent question, "What the hell are you doing, and why aren't I shoving you back?" His eyes scoured my face, then shifted to my neck, and I took a shallow breath. Is he seriously going to bite me after everything I've been through? One last snack before I'm gone? "I thought you and your sister were made of tougher stuff." He forced his fingers in between mine, and a noise of frustration escaped me as he prized the pouch from my grip. "You can go home, but you can't use this. Find another way." He released me, tucking the pouch into his pocket, and my dreams stuttered and died. He reached out again, and I stilled entirely as his fingertips skimmed up my arm and charted a path to my neck. "Say it then," he murmured, and I frowned. My senses focused entirely on the line of fire his touch had painted across my skin. I was still unable to move, and I wasn't sure if I was keeping me in place or if I just wanted to be standing there now. "Say what?" I whispered. "That you give up your place at Zodiac Academy, that you weren't strong enough to stay, that you are not Fae." "I am," I started, but his glare silenced me. He was so close, almost nose to nose. His scent skipped across me, and the intoxicating aura he emitted seemed to slide through the walls of my skin, paralyzing me. Fae fight for their place in the world, Blue. They don't ever bow out of a fight. If the heirs have beaten you, then you're not one of us, and you never were. He stepped away, and the heat of his body vanished, replaced with cold wind blowing from the howling storm beyond the door. I stared at him, his words cutting me to ribbons more than I ever thought words could. If I leave, I'm not Fae. I'm weak. I never belonged here. I clenched my jaw. A deep well spilling over my chest, full of nothing but power. It pushed into every inch of my blood and swirled inside me like a hurricane. "I am Fae," I snarled. And Orion's brows arched as I pointed at him, a furious pit opening inside me. A smile spread onto his face, and he folded his arms. "Oh yeah? Prove it." Without another word, I turned away from him and ran down the steps. I took them 2 at a time, moving faster and faster, gaining momentum as I sprinted in the direction of my room. I'm not going to be beaten. I'm not going to bow out. I can't. It is not my nature, damn it. The moment I reached the door, I yanked it open and found Tori on my bed, surrounded by a pile of gold. You did it! I gasped, and she nodded, her eyes traveling over me as she hunted for the stardust. I shook my head in answer, pulling the door firmly shut behind us. Tori, I tried to get my words out in order. How could I explain that Orion had made me see things so much clearer? That leaving didn't just feel like losing, it went entirely against who I was at my very core. And it must have gone against my sister's nature too. We were one and the same. Twins, who shared each other's blood. Changelings, sisters. Fae. I think we should stay, I blurted, and she rose from the bed with wide eyes. What? We're Fae, Tor. Fuck the heirs. A smile tugged at her mouth. What's gotten into you? Heat rolled up my spine, and I almost said Orion's gotten right under my skin and he knows how to pull my strings and to get me crazy, but instead I diverted to, Orion caught me and, well, he took the stardust back, obviously. And then he made me realize that we were running away, and we don't run away. We never have from anything. And no matter what the heirs have done, I don't want them to beat us. Not like this, at least. Not without a fight. She chewed on her lower lip, glancing down at all of the sparkling gold on the bed. You're right, Darcy. It felt so good getting back at Darius, but shit. What? I asked, sensing something was wrong. Well, I kind of set his whole room on fire. A laugh ripped from her throat and infected me too. We started giggling like kids, like our whole world hadn't been torn out from under us just a few hours ago. And I didn't ever want the feeling to stop. Please tell me you at least covered your tracks, I said at last. Tori nodded, a wicked grin gripping her features. But I did steal this. He'll probably just think it melted with everything else, though. She scooped a silver knife from my pillow and my brows arched. It was beautiful, slightly curved and shone like the moon itself. Wow, I cooed, reaching out to brush my fingers over the hilt. Magic coiled in my veins and drew right to the edges of my skin, as if it wanted to unite with the blade. Tori tugged it away and dropped it into her satchel where it clinked against a handful of coins. There's something weird about it, she breathed, taking her hand out of the bag, as if she was struggling to part with the knife. The strange tugging feeling floated away from my body and I frowned. Do you think the teachers know students are keeping weapons? Tori shrugged. The heirs got 2 weeks in detention for nearly killing me, so I'm gonna guess they do, and that they don't care. My heart grew heavier again as I thought about the heirs. What are we going to do about them? The thought of seeing Seth made my skin crawl. I reached up to brush my fingers over my hair. It would take months for it to grow out enough to cover that bald patch, and years for it to reach the length it had been before. Son of a bitch. Tori noticed me touching my hair, and her eyes darkened. We're going to get them back for what they did. The strength in her voice brought a smile to my lips. But we're not trained well enough to face them with magic yet, so we'll have to be clever about it. I like the sound of that, I said, a spark of excitement and a little fear igniting my chest. How are we going to get at them? Tori gave me a conspiratorial look. We'll have to work out their weaknesses. We'll take every opportunity we get to mess with them. Like Darius's gold, I grinned, and she nodded keenly. We hit them in ways they'll never suspect. I breathed excitedly. But we can't ever get caught, Tori said seriously. Never. My heart thumped madly at the mere idea of it. The 4 of them were the deadliest beasts in the academy. If they figured out we were targeting them, who knew what fresh hell they'd conjure up to punish us? Tori stood, yawning. I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and go back to my room, shower, change. Hopefully, Nova won't deduct points from us, considering what happened last night, but I wouldn't put it past her either. I nodded. Not much we can do about it now either way. What are we gonna do with all of that? I gestured to the gold. Tori gazed at it for a moment, and then an idea glowed in her eyes. We keep it. If we ever need to run back to Chicago, we have it as a backup plan. Plus, I quite like knowing that we've got a big-ass bag of Darius's gold smuggled away. Good plan. So, where are we going to hide it? I glanced around my room, unsure if anywhere was safe from the heirs. If they ever caught wind of Tori stealing it, we were so dead. The voices carried out from the tower, and I realized we'd run out of time to do anything about it right now. The assembly was over. We can keep it here for a while, I said quickly, gathering up a handful and kneeling down to hide it under the bed. Tori helped me, stuffing the gold chalices, coins, and jewelry back into the sports bag and shoving it beneath the bed, as far in as we could push it. When we were done, Tori got to her feet, giving me an expression which was laced with concern. I just hope I can get back to Igna's house before Darius does, because one of my biggest regrets leaving this place would have been missing the look on his face when he sees his rooms going up in smoke. A laugh escaped me as she opened the door and waved goodbye. I didn't miss the way she checked up and down the corridor as she went, and I knew it would be a while before we felt safe in these walls again. Perhaps we never really would. Not until we harnessed our powers. We'd been to the brink of hell and back with the heirs. They could take us there again if they wanted to, but we'd be ready this time. I locked my door and dropped onto my bed, releasing a slow breath as my heart rate finally settled. My atlas pinged and I picked it up, wondering if there was a way to turn off my Fae book notifications for good. You have a private email waiting for you, Darcy. I clicked on the banner with a frown and was taken to an inbox I didn't recognize. Lance. Location, Venus Library. Row, Espelon. Text, Earth, the power of growth. I read over the strange message, wondering if it had been intended for me. I didn't know anyone called Lance, but at least they weren't sending me hate mail, so I was counting it as a win. Sorry, who is this? I think you might have the wrong person. I hope this wasn't going to be another falling star situation. If only Astrum had been up front sooner, maybe... I didn't let myself finish that thought, my stomach nodding at the idea his death could have been avoided if we had acted differently. And now we'd decided to stay here. That meant we would be on campus with a murderer. I started to wonder if the mystery man would reply. Maybe he had gotten the wrong person after all. But then another message came in and my heart tripped over itself as I read. Lance. I think you know me better as the bourbon-drinking professor with a permanent scowl stamped on his face and a general air of failed dreams about him. Check out the book, Blue. You'll find it educational. P.S. Delete these messages immediately.
Tori, Chapter 5. I jogged down the spiraling staircase in Air Tower, my heart pounding with exhilaration. We were staying. Leaving had seemed like the only option for a few bleak hours, but at the moment, Darcy had said she wanted to stay. A weight had lifted from my chest. I'd never run from any challenge in my life, and deep in my soul, I'd known that I would have never forgiven myself if I'd ended up running from this. I might not have wanted the throne or to rule over other Fae in this academy, but I sure as hell didn't want to bow to the demands of a bunch of sadistic assholes either. A couple of students noticed me as I passed. A few shouts coming my way like, "Fancy a swim, Tori?" and "Did you enjoy your dip last night?" I responded by holding my head high and moving beyond them without even bothering to reply. I had bigger fish to fry. Well, especially than a few hanger-on douchebags who were only concerned with impressing the heirs. I'd made it out of Air Tower just in time to see a lightning flash within the dark sea of clouds overhead. Thunder boomed, and I glanced up at the tempest sky, expecting rain at any moment.
I jogged down the path that led to the orb, my high ponytail swinging across my back from the fast pace. The wind blew a little fiercer and my hair whipped around me, the smell of smoke assaulting my nostrils. I gritted my teeth, hoping no one else had noticed that scent on my clothes when I'd passed them. I kept my pace up as I passed the orb and turned toward Ignis' house, merging with the other fire elemental students who were among the last to head back from the assembly. I wound my way between them, wanting to get back quickly, and hurried forward as I spotted Sophia. "Hey," I said as I fell into step with her. "Tori!" She threw her arms around me and I stumbled back in surprise as I returned her embrace for a moment. "I was worried about the two of you," she said. "I've seen the footage of what the airs—" "I'm fine," I said quickly, wriggling out of her grasp as I spotted Darius prowling our way. The last thing I needed was for him to think I was moping about what he'd done to me. He was laughing with a bunch of his fan club, and I resisted the urge to gag at their display. Milton Hubert was smiling at him so widely I got the feeling that he'd lick the boots if that's what Darius wanted. Sophia followed my gaze as she released me, and I gave her a nudge to get her moving towards the house again, turning my back on Darius as his gaze moved my way. I wanted to get back before him. We walked on in silence. I encouraged Sophia to move even faster, while the crowd began to thicken. The wind blustered around us, carrying the scent of smoke on the air just as the giant crash broke through the sky, and the rain burst free of the clouds. Several students cried out as the torrent downpour crashed over us, and we started running towards the safety of the house. A lot of the older students created shields of hot air above their head to evaporate the rain before it could reach them, but I didn't even consider attempting it. I let the rain drench me, releasing a laugh at my luck. Now I didn't have to worry about anyone noticing the stench of smoke on my skin anymore. Sophia looked at me like I was crazy, and I grinned at her. "I like rain," I said, by way of an explanation, and she shook her head, clearly not agreeing. As we made it to the doors of Ignis' house, cries of alarm went up. People were screaming and calling for help, and my heart quickened at the sound of it. Inside, I took to the steps two at a time, wanting a front row seat when Darius made it upstairs and found out what had happened to his precious room. Sophia barely managed to keep up with me, and I almost lost her more than once in the crowd of shouting, panicking students. "Someone get Darius!" Marguerite screamed. "We need his water magic!" I slipped into the common room and I pressed my back against the wall where I could get a clear view of what was happening. The stench of smoke had filled the space, and more than a few students were coughing and hurrying back outside. "What the hell is going on?" Darius bellowed as he made it into the common room, and a lot of panicking voices fell quiet at his commanding tone. "Upstairs!" Marguerite called desperately, running to grasp his hand. "It's your room! It's on fire!" "What?" Darius snatched his hand out of her grip and sprinted through the common room. The other students scattered to get out of his way as he charged up the stairs. I caught Sophia's elbow and we made it into the crowd to follow him. She looked up at me with wide eyes and I shrugged like I was just as curious as her. I felt a bit shitty about not telling her the truth, but sharing what I'd done with her would only put her in danger. It was better for her if she remained totally innocent. Milton Hubert elbowed me out of the way as we reached the top floor, and I flattened myself against the wall to watch the commotion that broke out. Darius's doors had flames licking out from the top of it, and a thick layer of smoke clung to the ceiling all along the corridor. But it didn't look like the fire had progressed beyond his room. I wondered if that was to do with my magic and the fact that I'd only wanted to target him, or if it was just luck that it hadn't spread any further. With a snarl of rage, Darius kicked his door hard enough to smash the lock and break it open. The fire tried to explode towards him, hungry for the fresh oxygen supply. But Darius already had his hands raised, and he wrangled the flames under his control, forcing them back. Students were crying out, the crowd thickening in the corridor while people gave Darius the space to deal with the situation. I had to crane my neck to see over the other students' heads, and I caught a glimpse of Darius commanding a great flood of water into existence before him as he stepped into the inferno. "Who else holds the element of water?" Marguerite shrieked in panic as Darius moved out of sight. "He needs help!" Everyone looked around. Someone said, "I've got Earth," unhelpfully. And then someone else noticed me. "Help him!" the girl demanded, grabbing my arm and hauling me forward. As the rest of the students noticed me, they shoved me through their ranks, crying out in encouraging words and demanding I help the Ignis House captain with his little problem. I made it to the front of the crowd and came face to face with Marguerite. Her bright red hair a mess for once, and tears painted with mascara running down her cheeks. "What are you waiting for?" she demanded, reaching out to grab my wrist. "Help him!" I snatched my arm back out of her grasp. "No," I said simply, my voice firm and offering no room for negotiation. "What?" she yelled. "You have to! I don't have to," I said. "And after last night, I've had more than enough water to last me a lifetime. I don't feel like conjuring any more of it." The sound of something heavy breaking was followed by a startled shout from Darius, and a lot of the students behind us screamed in fear. "Help him, you bitch!" Marguerite lunged at me like she was thinking of forcing me down the corridor, and I raised my hand, shoving her back with a smack of ice-cold water, which slammed into her against the opposite wall. "Oh, looks like I can manage a bit of water after all. That's enough, though. I don't feel like summoning any more." I smirked at her, and a few gasps of surprise came from the crowd. Marguerite spluttered angrily, raising her hands to defend herself, then seeming to think better of conjuring more fire in our current situation. "Your house captain needs your help," she snarled. Well, when I needed his help, he told me I'd have to force it from him, so I think I'll be giving the same answer, I replied icily. Marguerite shrieked, shoving herself up the wall opposite me, like she intended to attack me with her bare hands. Air magic built in my palms before I had a chance to use it. A commanding voice fell over the corridor. "Move aside!" Professor Pyro's voice carried from all the others, and the crowd parted to let her and Principal Nova through. They headed straight for the end of the corridor where Darius was still battling the blaze in his room. I offered Marguerite an innocent shrug as I joined the crowd who followed them. The professors headed straight inside, and I caught a glimpse of the devastation within as I held against the wall to watch. Darius was in the center of a blackened space, panting heavily, while he looked around at the remains of his bedroom. He managed to douse the flames, but now everything was soaking wet, as well as burnt to a crisp. His jeans were singed, his shirt burned almost entirely off his body to reveal the tattoos which marked his flesh, and soot lined his face. I noticed a dark red symbol raised on his forearm, which I recognized as a sign for Libra, and wondered for a moment why he had someone else's star sign on his skin. He looked angry as hell, and maybe even a little devastated, and I couldn't deny the surge of triumph that ran through my veins. Darius looked around as the professor and Nova strode into the room, his dark hair falling forward over his eyes, which were blazing with fury. "What on earth happened here, Mr. Acrux?" Principal Nova demanded sharply, her hands on her hips. "I don't know," he snarled. "That's the first incident with poor Professor Astrom last night, and now this? What are the chances of two such major events being linked to fire magic within such a short space of time?" Professor Pyro muttered worriedly. "Perhaps we should be concerned that this was an attempt at a second attack?" "Who would try to attack a dragon shifter with fire?" Nova replied dismissively. "I'd sooner believe that this was an attempt to cover up evidence." Her voice trailed off, but her eyes narrowed on Darius. "I hope you're not making an accusation against me, Principal," Darius growled, his voice low and menacing. Everyone in the corridor had fallen silent in hopes of listening in. A tense moment passed between Darius and the principal. "I'm sure the FIB will get to the bottom of this," she replied eventually, "whatever the motivations for the blaze." Darius clearly took that as an insult, that he might have done this, and his eyes flashed with the characteristics of his dragon form as his anger grew. We will arrange another room for you while this mess is sorted out, Professor Pyro began, breaking down the growing tension in the room. It's fine, I have somewhere to sleep, Darius snapped. Okay, well, perhaps you can gather anything you can salvage here, and she trailed off as she looked around at the complete and utter devastation in the room. It certainly didn't look like anything could be salvaged. Poor little rich boy and his pretty things are gone. I had to fight the urge to smile, which was coming from my lips, but I wasn't sure I was managing it. I just need my gold, and Darius looked around at the spot where his chest of gold used to be and kicked it aside. Some charred lumps of wood revealed a puddle of molten treasure, which had now cooled enough to fuse itself to the remains of the carpet and the floorboards. His whole body seemed to tremble with rage for a moment as the two professors took a measured step away from him. "Control your form, Mr. Acrux," Nova demanded in a shrill voice. "Oh shit, he's losing control of the dragon," a guy breathed behind me. Darius rocketed forward, bracing his hands on the floor as a growl of absolute fury escaped him, which sounded way too deep for any mere man to make. "By the stars!" Pyro stumbled away, and Darius managed to force himself upright as he started running. He stumbled, half tripping, and didn't quite make it to the window before the transformation began. Wings burst from his back, scales covered his skin, and his clothes were shredded right off of him. He launched himself out of the shattered window half a second before his body exploded in size and an enormous dragon burst from the confines of his flesh. Darius released a powerful roar filled with absolute rage as he swept up into the sky, and a sliver of fear traced along my spine. If he ever found out that I'd been responsible for this, he'd kill me. Dragon fire tore through the stormy clouds, and a deathly silence fell over the students as everyone strained to get a look at him where he flew away. More than a few people had been recording the whole thing on their atlases, and I was looking forward to watching the replay of my victory multiple times. "Show's over, people," Pyro shouted as she ushered away the rest of us. "Return to your rooms." "That's minus 50 points to Ignis for an out-of-control blaze," Principal Nova called after Darius, though he clearly couldn't hear her over all the crazy roaring and fire-breathing. "And minus 20 for a student failing to control their order form." I had to bite my lip to stop myself from laughing at that one. Darius Acrux had just completely lost his shit in front of everyone because of what I'd done. And he had no idea that it was me. The principal noticed me before I could escape, and she beckoned me over. "I heard about the incidents last night," Nova said softly. "I'm glad to see you are up and about." "Oh, thanks," I said, surprised to hear the concern in her voice. She reached out to squeeze my arm reassuringly. "Minus 150 points for Ignis and Air for the two of you being missing at the assembly, though," she said before releasing me and walking away. My lips parted in surprise at the punishment. It wasn't like I gave a shit about house points, but that was cold. Maybe she wasn't so sympathetic after all. I turned away quickly and followed the crowd downstairs. When we made it to my floor, I peeled off and retreated to the safety of my bedroom. I pressed my back to the door, and a shiver of adrenaline rocked through me. Setting Darius's room on fire might have been a terrible idea. But damn, it had felt really fucking good. The next morning, I showered in my ensuite with a small smile on my lips that just wouldn't quit. While the hot water ran over my skin, I tried to make myself regret what I'd done, from a self-preservation point of view at the very least. But I was struggling to do it. It might have been reckless and impulsive, but it was also pretty damn poetic. And it was the only way that I could strike back at Darius while I was still learning to take full control of my power. I was absolutely done with just scrolling over and taking shit from the heirs. What they'd done to me and Darcy on the night of the party was beyond forgivable. If they'd wanted to make enemies of us, then they had thoroughly succeeded. Now we needed to find ways to strike back at the rest of them. I shut the water off reluctantly and headed back into my room, running a towel through my hair. I left most of Darius's treasures hidden in Darcy's room for now, but a stack of 8 fat coins sat in a tower on my desk where I'd left them last night. I took a golden coin from the top of the pile and twisted it through my fingers. Looking at it made me feel stupidly happy, like we'd won a point against them for once, and they didn't even realize it. I inspected the coin for a few moments. A dragon was engraved on one side of it and a crown on the other. I pressed my thumb down on the dragon's face, drawing a little bit of heat to the surface of my skin until my thumbprint blurred the features of the snarling beast. I withdrew my thumb, smirking at the improvement to the coin before putting it down again so that I could get dressed. I pulled on a pair of black jeans and a black tank top and did my eyeliner thicker than I usually would during the day. Today, I seriously needed to channel the inner badass chick who stole superbikes in her spare time and didn't take shit from the assholes at Joey's bar. My atlas pinged persistently from my nightstand, and I sighed as I headed over to retrieve it. As I snatched it, my fingers brushed up against the dagger I'd stolen from Darius, and that funny sensation seemed to start up again. Like its presence was responding to me, urging me to take it. I grabbed it on an impulse and quickly took a seat at the foot of my bed as I opened my atlas. Your daily horoscope is waiting for you, Tori. I pursed my lips as I tapped on my horoscope, not really wanting to read it yet. Another warning about watching my back today, but Darcy was adamant that paying attention to these predictions could help us avoid the bullies at this school. So I would at least give it a read. Good morning, Gemini. The stars have spoken about your day. A shift in the alignment of your stars may have just had a positive effect on your day. But beware of trusting in change too easily. If you want this to be a permanent situation, then it will take hard work and dedication to your cause. You could find yourself on a collision course with a Taurus today, but if you can keep a level head, the interaction may be better than expected. I drummed my fingers against my thigh as I considered the words for a moment. I sure as hell wanted to think that our stars were about to change, but the whole thing was so vague that I could hardly rely on it. The only Taurus I could think of off the top of my head was Caleb Altair, and I had zero intentions of having any kind of interaction with him if I could avoid it. So keeping a level head probably wouldn't be an issue. I dismissed the horoscope and decided to check on the Fae Book homepage. It wasn't like I enjoyed seeing embarrassing stories or comments about me and Darcy, but if I didn't know what was out there, then I wouldn't be prepared to face it. I bit my lip as I spotted all of the stories filling the newsfeed and couldn't help the breath of laughter that escaped me as a picture of Darius's livid face greeted me with a caption and plenty of comments. Milton Hubert. What a cruel world. The Fire Ear's room was burnt to a crisp while we were all out of the house. Where will he sleep now? Hashtag any offers, ladies? Hashtag worst luck. Hashtag even his clothes. Marguerite Hellbore. Poor baby. You can always come and stay with me. Hashtag company for my snuggly. D. Tyler Corbin. Pretty sure he publicly dumped you, Muff Scruff. But way to go on looking desperate. Hashtag shame on this dame. Hashtag humped and dumped. Marguerite Hellbore. We're on a break, loser. Check your facts. Hashtag stars don't lie. Hashtag meant to be. Tyler Corbin. I really hope that you have that chat with him in public again so that I can watch you get dumped twice. Hashtag bitches be crazy. Eloise Perot. There's plenty of space in my bed, Darius. Hashtag room for a bygone. Tilly Farbringer. I'm in actual tears over this tragedy, lighting a candle for Darius's loss tonight. Hashtag your pain is my pain. I opted to save myself from the need to vomit in my own mouth as I noticed the long line of sympathetic messages from half of the school, and stopped to read, but my gaze was drawn back to that picture. Darius didn't look furious. He seemed genuinely upset, and I really hope that there had been some things in his room that he truly cared about. He deserved some bad luck, and I wasn't at the least bit against the idea of giving him some. I scrolled on, but all I found was a post after post dedicated to Darius and his bedroom disaster. The post about what the heirs had done to me and Darcy had been buried by all the new school drama, and I was more than a little smug to realize we were yesterday's news already. I grinned at a short video clip which showed the flames bursting from the roof of Ignis' house, and for a moment, it felt like the pain of the heirs had caused us had been banished. A loud knock came at the door, and I flinched, almost dropping my atlas in surprise. I cursed myself for being afraid, but it wasn't that surprising. A couple of nights ago I'd almost drowned, and now I was an arsonist? I half considered pretending I wasn't here, but that felt a little like cowering in my room, so I stood and moved towards the door instead. I quickly scooped Darius's gold coins into my satchel and tossed it to the floor on my way to the door. My fingers closed around the handle. I fixed a bored expression onto my face and I tugged the door open. At the last second, I realized I hadn't hidden Darius's dagger and my heart leapt in panic, but it was too late to do anything about it. Caleb Altair stood, leaning against my doorframe, with a half smile on his handsome face, and a hand midway through messing up his blonde curls. So much for avoiding him today. Hey, sweetheart, he said, as I full-on glared at him. I didn't bother to wait for another word to pass his lips before slamming the door in his face. He jammed his foot in the doorway to stop it from closing, and I stalked away from him as the door bounced back open. My gaze snagged on the dagger lying on my bed, so I plopped down on it like I didn't have a care in the world, and one of the most vindictive men I've ever met hadn't just intruded on my personal space. "Can I come in?" Caleb asked, his voice softer than I would have expected. He hadn't set foot in the room yet, and I couldn't help the surprise that flickered over my face. "Well, we both know I can't stop you if that's what you decided to do," I said coldly. "Which is why I'm offering you the choice," he replied. "I just want to talk. I swear I won't lay a finger on you. I'm not even going to bite you. I'd just like you to hear me out." "Why?" I demanded, narrowing my eyes suspiciously. "In private, please, sweetheart. I'm drawing a bit of a crowd out here already." I glanced over his shoulder and noticed a few of the other fire elemental students lurking beyond him like he'd said. I guessed the Terror House captain didn't come to Ignis' house all that often, but he held the element of fire so he could get in easily enough. And it was probably more intriguing to see him calling on me. My magic built in my chest as I prepared to defend myself from him if necessary, but he didn't make any move towards me. He genuinely seemed to want my permission to come in, and despite myself, I was curious to hear what he had to say. "Fine," I said eventually, beckoning him in. I scooted myself upright and pressed my back to the wall beside my bed, keeping my ass on the dagger. My pulse spiked as Caleb stepped inside, and his lips twitched as if he heard it, which he probably had. Damn vampire asshole. The door clicked shut, and Caleb flicked a hand through the air. A wave of warmth slid over my skin, and the hairs on the back of my neck prickled to attention. "Silencing bubble," he explained, as he noticed my confused expression, "just to keep our conversation private." I nodded vaguely, trying not to think about the fact that also meant no one would be able to hear me scream. Caleb moved towards me like he was going to come and sit beside me on the bed, and I pointed to the chair by my desk instead. No way did I want him that close to me again. He perched on the seat and ran his hands over his jaw as he surveyed me with his navy eyes. "What do you want?" I demanded, when he didn't seem inclined to enlighten me. "It just occurred to me that you probably don't know much about the vampire code," he said slowly. "The what?" "Well, the different orders of Fae all have their own governing body to guide the actions of their members while under the influence of their order form. With so many different behaviors, natures, instincts, and ability to juggle, it's much easier just to maintain control by having individual factions. And as my source, I thought it was right that you know a bit about Caleb, I asked, interrupting him. If you're not here to bite me, then maybe you just want to piss off, because unless your latest form of torture is trying to bore me to death, I've got absolutely nothing to say to you. I don't know if you've forgotten, but if your twisted bunch of friends almost got me killed the night before last, so I have less than zero interest in spending my time in your company. Caleb met the hatred in my gaze with a flicker of a smile. Well, I'm glad they didn't crush your spirit after all, sweetheart. I bristled at the fact that he hadn't so much as flinched at my words. I didn't miss the fact that he'd said they as if he had no part in what had happened to me, which was absolute bullshit because I'd seen him standing right there beside him as a part of their group through and through. Caleb continued to watch me with interest as I fought against the desire to start screaming at him. What the hell was with this guy? He just barged in my personal space, started talking about some organization of an order I wanted nothing to do with. If you won't leave, then I will, I said firmly. I shoved myself off of the bed, flipping the duvet over as I rose to conceal the stolen dagger. I made it to the door, but Caleb shot towards me in a blur of motion, pressing his hand into beside my head and leaning in close. I was pinned in by the masculine scent of him and the hard lines of his muscular body. My only choice was to meet his gaze as he trapped me in it. I just wanted you to know that I had nothing to do with what happened at the pool, he breathed. I knew the others were planning something, but I had no idea it would be so... I frowned up at him, wondering what the hell he wanted me to say to that. If you just left with me when I asked you to, he sighed, then we could have enjoyed a very different kind of evening. Oh, so it's my fault because I didn't want to leave with you? I asked, raising an eyebrow at him. No, but I did try to get you out of there. That's got to count for something. You tried to get me out of there so that you could get into my pants, which isn't heroic in any way. Did you make any attempt to get Darcy away from Seth before he attacked her and hacked her hair off? I growled. Well, no, but she isn't my source. I have a duty to protect you from harm, and I've sworn an oath, which means I can't torture or torment you, Caleb said. Oh, how noble. I can't say I've ever felt particularly protected in the pool, though. I was half dead when Orion dragged me out of there. They wouldn't have killed you, he said, though his voice held a note of hesitation, which made me think that he wasn't entirely sure about that. Is that it, then? Have you finished your half-assed attempt at an apology? Because I've got somewhere to be, I snapped. I'm not apologizing, he said. I'm just telling you it wasn't me. You don't need to be afraid of me doing anything like that to you. As my source, you can be sure of that. Well, don't go into any special lengths on my account. I don't want to be your source. And if that's the only reason you have for not being a psychopath, then it's nothing to be proud of. So why don't you just relieve me of your so-called bond, and then you can have free reign to be as much of an asshole as the rest of your little friends. And I won't have to endure the feeling of your mouth on my skin again. I glared at him as he kept me pinned against the wall, refusing to back down. Magic tingled as it raced along my arms and pooled in the palms of my hands, ready to be unleashed. Caleb held my gaze for several long seconds, then sighed as he took his hand from the door and stepped back. I didn't come here to argue with you, Tori. I want you to know that what happened the other night didn't make me feel good about anything. They have a claim to their power and a fight for their position, but you're supposed to do it one-on-one. The way they ganged up on you... You know you broke through the ice while it was just Max controlling it? It took Darius's power combined with his to trap you beneath it. Well, you already knew I was stronger than all of you. It's our lack of training that puts us at a disadvantage. It might be worth reminding your little friends of that, because just as soon as I get a lock on how to use my magic against the four of you, I'll be doing it. And I hear payback's a real bitch. Instead of recoiling from that statement, or getting angry about it, Caleb's mouth hooked into a smirk. I looked forward to it. He took a step towards the door, but I shifted in front of it to stop him from leaving. "Just tell me why," I ground out. "Why can't you accept us saying that we don't want the throne?" "You say that now, but once you're trained and once your order emerges, you don't know how your minds could change. How you might embrace your Fae nature and long for power like everyone else in the world. We can't take that risk." He smiled ruefully, like that was just the way it was. And I guess for him, it was the truth. "Why can't we just stay here, learn to use our magic, and gain our inheritance without having to do anything with us ruling over a kingdom we know nothing about?" I pressed, refusing to give up my point. "Because that's not how Fae are. We're born with our magic, but we have to work to harness it and wield it better than others. I might have been born an heir to the Celestial Council, but that doesn't automatically mean I get to sit in my mother's seat when she retires. I have a younger brother and a sister who are heirs too, and I'll have to prove that I'm stronger than them to take my place. I'll have to fight off any outside challenges that come at me. I might even have to fight my mother for her place on the council if she doesn't release it willingly. The royal family and celestial heirs may be the most powerful in Solaria, but it doesn't give us automatic right to rule. Even here at the school, we're being watched, assessed. We're constantly flexing our magical muscles against other students and make sure that they remember exactly who we are and what we're capable of." "That sounds exhausting," I muttered. "It is, but it's also necessary for the people to have faith in the rulers. They need to see that we can hold our power without question. Unfortunately for you and your sister, that also means we're either expected to keep you in check or bow to you. You were born with more magic than us, not to mention the fact that you've been awakened with all 4 elements. There are countless press articles being published every day, calling for the Vegas to take back their throne. We have to ensure that everyone can see we're stronger than you, if we don't want to let you have it." "So what we want has nothing to do with it?" I asked. "And what about the fact that everyone called our father the Savage King? Surely no one would want his heirs taking over his reign if he was so awful. People are fickle. There will always be some things to complain about when it comes to rulers, and there are plenty of reasons for them to dislike the Celestial Council, even if it's immeasurably better than living under a tyrant. And you're not your father. Many will wonder what changes the two of you might make to our kingdom. Plus, they believe that if you're strong enough to claim the throne, then it should be yours, regardless." "That's really stupid," I said. "Power doesn't equal good leadership skills. Beating people into submission seems like a terrible way to choose your ruler. You could end up with a group of vindictive assholes for ruler who try to drown people to get in their way." Caleb smirked at me. "Well, if you ever want to take up your throne, maybe you can try to shake things up the way they are done. I don't rate your chances though, sweetheart. This is the way the Fae are, and that look in your eye says you're just the same as the rest of us." "I'm nothing like you," I protested angrily. "No? So you haven't daydreamed about giving us a taste of our own medicine? You aren't tempted to use your power to blow me across the room every time I bite you against your will?" He smiled knowingly, and I shifted uncomfortably. "I wouldn't have to think about doing any of that if you'd all just leave us alone," I protested. "That's never going to happen," Caleb said with a shrug. "So, what you have to decide is what you're going to do about it." He stepped towards the door again, and this time I let him leave. I stood in my doorway and watched Caleb as he walked down the corridor. Other students scurried out of his path as he passed them, and more than one nodded or even bowed their heads to him in deference. And it wasn't just the fear that made them act that way. It was respect. What I thought of the heirs and their asshole ways, it was clear that the rest of the Fae didn't see it the same way. And although I had no intention of becoming like them, maybe it was time I accepted the fact that Fae did things differently. If we were going to survive here, then we needed to adapt. And I was ready to do just that. Chapter 7. Darius. I circled the darkening clouds, flexing my wings as cold wind hit my left flank and sent a shudder racing across my scales. Heat blossomed through my chest, building in pressure to an undeniable crescendo, which I released in a burst of fire. It rode on the back of an ear-splitting roar, but did little to dispel the shimmering rage in my gut. I circled the sky once more before banking hard and tucking my wings close as I dove towards the roof of the parking garage at the north of the school grounds. I hit the roof at a speed, my claws scraping into the concrete with a satisfying screech of protest. I withdrew into my Fae form as a figure stepped out of the shadows, taking off the residual feeling of fire in my limbs and rolling my shoulders back as my bones realigned. "Took you long enough," Lance muttered, irritably, as he tossed me a bag of clothes. I snorted a humorous laugh as I started dressing myself. I was still pretty pissed at him over the whole detention thing, but I'd decided to let it drop. We both knew no grudge between us would last, and I didn't want to get into it with him. Well, if you're the one telling me I'm late, then I really must be. Besides, you can blame Roxy Vega. She was out running later than usual, and I followed her until she headed back to the house, I said. "Aw, did you have to fly a few more circles, did'ums?" he taunted. I zipped up my fly, and he wrinkled his nose. "By the stars, I've seen you naked way too many times." "Many Fae would pay good money to have that problem," I teased, shrugging the shirt on. Not my shirt, his. I had no star-damned clothes left, and though Lance was pretty close fit for me, I didn't enjoy having to rely on Charity to dress myself. It was a fucking travesty. I still can't believe my room burnt down. This is the last place I want to be tonight, I spat. The unexpected visit to my family's manor wasn't something I was looking forward to, but I didn't have much choice. I had already ordered myself a replacement wardrobe, but it wasn't so easy to order in the amount of gold I needed to keep my magic replenished. I was too damn powerful to be able to make do with a few trinkets and a bit of jewelry. Not that I'd ever had much reason to complain about the depth of my power before now, but this was infuriating. The only place for me to get enough replacement gold quickly was the family vault, which meant an impromptu trip home. "Well, I don't exactly relish trips back there either, but here we are," Lance said dryly. "Perhaps you can see Xavier while you're home anyway." At the mention of my brother, I perked up a little. He hadn't spoken to me in nearly 2 weeks. My messages had gone unanswered, and my parents had refused to hand the phone to him when I spoke with them. I knew something was going on with him, but I wasn't sure what. And if only one good thing came from his trip, then I would make sure it was solving the mystery of why he'd been avoiding me. "Yeah, it'll be good to see him," I agreed. I hated leaving him alone in that house. Without me there as a buffer, our father's rages would fall onto him more often, and that knowledge sent a burning path of guilt through my veins. Xavier was lucky, though. He never got it as bad as me because he wasn't the next in line. There wasn't the same pressure on him that I had to endure. And so, Father's gaze was more often turned my way, which would certainly be true tonight. I had no doubt that he'd heard about my fire in my room already. Things like that didn't stay private in our world. I'd already seen several stories in the newspaper and a few pictures, too. My classmates were always willing to sell me out for a juicy story and a wad of cash, so it was no real surprise. But what was a surprise was the silence I received on the subject since from my father. Silence with him was a highly unlikely to be a good sign. It either meant one of two things. He had bigger issues to deal with right now, or he was so mad that he couldn't bear to talk to me at all. Both scenarios ended badly for me. I had no choice but to just press on with my trip to collect more treasure as planned, though. It wasn't like this was a social call, and if my father was pissed at me, he wouldn't just get over it. I'd have to face his wrath sooner or later, regardless. "You want to take the highway and race there?" Lance asked, changing the subject and pulling me out of my tail-spinning thoughts. We both knew what we were likely to be heading into, but there wasn't anything that we could change about the fact. "You want to lose again so soon?" I taunted. "You cheated last time." "Overtaking you isn't cheating," I countered. "It is when you cut me up and you aren't wearing a helmet." You know I can't put your life in danger, he said, rolling his eyes at me as he pressed his thumb into the brand on his arm which linked us to each other. Well, it's not my fault you're so obsessed with me, I joked. Yeah, maybe tonight's the night I'll finally pluck up the nerve to act on my undying love for you, he mocked, leading the way towards the door, which led down to the parking lot. I sure hope so, I replied. All the other girls will be jealous if I'm the one who finally bags hot Professor Ryan. Lance barked a laugh and punched me in the bicep. I smirked at him in the dark stairwell. It sucked that we couldn't spend as much time together openly as we used to growing up. But since I arrived at Zodiac Academy, we had to downplay our friendship for more than one reason. The amount of secret meetings we had together would likely make people believe we were having an affair if they ever caught wind of it. Actually, we should travel over there tonight, he said slowly, glancing around like he thought someone might be listening to us. There are things we should discuss. You're probably right, I agreed with him, a sigh of disappointment. I'd been looking forward to getting out on my bike and racing down the highway with the wind in my hair. I seriously needed some downtime to help me work through this bit of rage that was eating me up, but really, we needed to talk. I hear you broke up with the Sphinx, Lance said, opening the door to the parking lot and leading the way towards his car. The top level of the lot was reserved for the heir's vehicles, and I pulled some strings so that I could park his Ferrari up here, too. Marguerite, I was never really officially dating her anyway, and she got dull? I shrugged dismissively. There wasn't much point in dating anymore, so I'd never even attempted to have anything serious with any of the girls I was seeing. It was almost certain I'd end up marrying my pig-ugly second cousin if my father got his way anyway. Not that I intended to let that happen without a fight. Either way, I'd need to find a pure-blooded dragon shifter as an alternative if I wanted to marry someone else, and there were very few of those available in this generation. Lance unlocked his red sports car and motioned for me to climb in. I dropped into the passenger seat and settled into the back of the luxurious chair with a sigh. Lance started the engine, and I cast a silencing bubble around us to make sure there were absolutely no one could be listening in on our conversation. Did the FIB figure out how your room caught alight? He asked, dropping the subject of my love life quickly in favor of what we really needed to discuss. They said it looks like an accident at the moment, but they're going to carry out a full investigation before they come back with the final conclusion. I did manage to get back in there, though, and I confirmed what I'd suspected about the training dagger. About the draining dagger. And I confirmed what I'd suspected about the draining dagger, I muttered. It's gone? Lance asked worriedly as we took the spiraling ramp down through the center of the parking garage to the exit. Yeah, I melted all of the gold again and sifted through it. The dagger isn't there. And if you're sure the fire couldn't have damaged it, it would have to take a lot more than a house fire to destroy something that dark, Lance replied. I don't even think Dragonfire would do it. Well then, it appears we have a thief in our midst. Concern pooled in my gut. We can't risk anyone finding out what we've been up to, Lance said, his usual calm facade cracking just a little and letting me know exactly how much shit we were in. If someone has broken into my room and found that dagger, then we could end up in serious trouble. But whoever it was clearly wasn't handing it over to the FIB or any of the professors. I'd already be in a jail cell if that were the case. So they either took it to blackmail me or use it themselves. Either way, we need to get it back. Francesca told me the FIB are going to be carrying out room-to-room searches of all the students' dorms. They think someone's got to be helping the nymphs get on campus and are hoping to turn out some evidence. That's some pretty boring pillow talk, Lance. Maybe you need to work on your game, I teased. I haven't had any complaints, he replied, and I don't need advice on that from a kid. I smiled widely. I'll look forward to the wedding invite then. He scoffed dismissively. She's a Capricorn. We clash more often than we agree on anything. She's too stuck in her ways to work with me long term. We both know that's how it is, and it's not an issue. Sounds like all of my relationships, whether we're compatible or not, I muttered. Anyway, if the FIB conducts a search, that's not a good thing, is it? If they find the dagger, they'll trace it back to me. They need a teacher to assist them because the students are technically under the guardianship of the academy while in attendance. I could volunteer to help. I'd be able to sense the dagger if I got close enough to it. I grinned at the less enthusiastic tone to his voice. What would I do without you? I asked. Take more of your own beatings from your father for a start, he replied. The smile fell from my face at that comment, and I turned away to look out the window instead of responding. The silence stretched between us. Lance sighed dramatically. Forget I said it. You know that I don't blame you for it. It doesn't make it any less true, though, does it? I asked. I felt guilty enough that I had to drag him away from his life every time I had to go home, and knowing that I was putting him closer to my father's rage only compounded my guilt. But if I showed up at home without Lance in tow, Father would punish both of us mercilessly for it. His job was to protect me from any possible threats, and Father seemed to think that he'd have trouble doing that if we weren't within at least a mile of each other at all times. Not that we stuck to that rule when he wasn't around to check up on us, but the damn Bond certainly wanted us to. I'd gone into northern Terrania for a long weekend with a girl I'd been seeing at the time, and he'd spent the whole vacation pining for him because of the distance between us. I'd ended up flying back to him in my dragon form in the middle of the third night, leaving the girl there and effectively ending that relationship. I found him blind drunk in his apartment after he'd tried to drink away his longing for me, and I ended up staying there for 2 nights in his bed. The bond was twisted and humiliating sometimes. Thankfully, we'd managed to resist the temptation to spoon each other, and we hadn't spoken about it since. We hadn't risked going too far from each other after that, though, either. The only exception to that weird rule seemed to be when Lance had traveled to the mortal realm to collect the Vega twins. It was like the bond couldn't sense that distance at all, and for once I hadn't been aware of the link connecting us. But as neither of us had the slightest desire to spend any extended time with the mortals, it didn't exactly help us. Perhaps the next time we try to break the bond it'll work, Lance suggested half-heartedly. It hadn't worked any of the other times we tried, though. The fact was that my father's magic was too strong, and we weren't powerful enough to sever it. We kept hoping that would change and that I'd be able to free him from his bond to me, but it never worked. As far as I could tell, Lance would be stuck protecting me for the rest of our lives, and there was nothing we'd be able to do to free us from our connection. I ran a thumb over the mark of a star sign on my forearm, and for a moment, as I considered everything he'd lost for my father's desires. It wasn't like I would have wanted anyone else to be in his position. Lance was practically a brother to me. I more than trusted him with my life. But I would never have stolen his life from him like this, to bind him to mine. Eventually we made it to the outskirts of my family's property, and Lance guided the car off the road and onto a long drive. I nodded at the guards at the gate, and they opened it for us. It took another 10 minutes for us to make up the drive to the sprawling manor. Lance guided his car into the underground garage and parked it at the end of the line with my family's vehicles. We exited the echoing space and walked past the gleaming sports cars, immaculate four-wheel drives, and my own collection of motorbikes. Silence fell between us at the weight of this place that crashed over us. Most people enjoyed going home. I preferred being pretty much anywhere else. We headed up the stairs into the main house and found my mother waiting for us in the atrium, which was heavily decorated with golden ornaments. I could already feel my power replenishing itself just by standing in this house. How lovely of both of you to visit, Mother cooed, not mentioning the reason for us coming here. She obviously knew, but she didn't like to waste time discussing anything too interesting. She was a vapid creature, happy to amuse herself with pretty petty things and leave the conniving to my father. Her dark hair was perfectly styled as usual, swept up into a neat bun at the base of her neck. She wore a deep purple dress, which was too low cut, and I squirmed uncomfortably as she pulled Lance into a hug, pressing her chest against him. He threw me a bemused expression over her shoulder, and I grimaced in return. She descended on me next, enveloping me in a cloud of floral perfume as she air-kissed me to avoid smudging her lipstick. "I've missed you, Mother," I said, which was true in a sense. I missed the idea of having a mother who could be more than just a walking mannequin, but I'd long since stopped worrying myself over it. "Darius, darling, the house is so quiet with you gone," she said, and I got the feeling that she meant that as a good thing. "Your father is just on a business call, but he'll find you before dinner." "Perfect," I said, my heart sinking. For the tiniest moment, I'd hoped that his absence might have meant that he was stuck in the city at a meeting or something, and I could avoid seeing him tonight. I was never that lucky, though. "Is Xavier around?" For a moment, I could have sworn my mother's gaze darkened at the mention of my younger brother's name, but she painted on a smile quickly enough that I couldn't be sure. "He's been a little under the weather. Perhaps it would be best if you left him in peace tonight," she said smoothly. I frowned. Xavier was the only member of this household who I actually wanted to see. There was no way I'd miss the chance to visit him while I was home, especially since he'd been weirdly silent in response to my calls and messages in the last few weeks. "I'll check with them while we're here," I said firmly. Mother opened her mouth like she might object, then she shrugged dismissively. "I'm sure you'll do exactly as you please, no matter what I have to say on the subject. Lance, won't you join me for a glass of wine before dinner? I've hardly seen you recently." "I'd be delighted to, Aunt," Lance replied, letting her lead him towards the lounge. She wasn't really his aunt, but our families insisted on us addressing each other like we were related. It was an age-old tradition. The Orions and Acruxes were bound by more than the stars. We were bound by power and greed. Our families' gifts used for each other's benefit. I turned away from them and hurried up the stairs. If something was going on with Xavier, then my best chance of getting to the bottom of it would be by talking to him alone before our father finished his call. I strode down the second-floor hallway into the east wing and past my father's office. His voice carried to me, and I hesitated a moment, trying to gauge how long he might be occupied with the call. "Told you what my decision is on this. I believe that they could be of use in something very delicate, so I want you to divert your attention from them for now. I'll make my move on the front when the timing is right." I wondered vaguely who he had in his sights now, but I wasn't foolish enough to hang around outside of his office eavesdropping. If he caught me doing that, he'd whip me bloody. I passed further down the corridor, skirting the library before heading up towards the rear stairs to the east tower where Xavier's rooms kept company with mine. I reached his bedroom door and rapped my knuckles against it loudly. I waited 3 seconds for a response before opening the door anyway. My hand slipped on the door handle, and I frowned down at my fingers as something gritty clung to them. Glitter caught the light, shining like a rainbow of colors across my skin, and I looked at it in confusion. "I'm surprised they've let you come see me," Xavier's voice came from the depths of his room, and I moved inside, kicking the door shut behind me. The room was dark, and I could hardly even see him in the wing-back chair by the window. "I'm a celestial heir. No one lets me do anything," I joked, because we both knew that I was still firmly crushed beneath Father's thumb. At least, as far as he knew, I'd been doing whatever I could to undermine his authority in secret for years now, but I still wasn't even close to challenging him publicly. Xavier scoffed dismissively. "How's school?" "Fine. What's going on with you?" I asked, refusing to be diverted. "Gotten rid of the Vega girls yet?" he asked, ignoring me. "Not yet. Why is it so dark in here? You look like a damn Bond villain lurking in that chair by the shadows." I threw a few orbs of light burning into existence overhead and moved to stand next to him. "It got dark, and I didn't see the point of turning on the lights," he shrugged. I frowned at him. Xavier was normally perky to the point of being damned irritating. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen him without a smile on his face, let alone a morose expression he was sporting now. He looked downright depressed, and his dark curly hair was dirty, his clothes disheveled, like he hadn't even showered. "Tell me what the hell is going on," I demanded. Xavier looked up at me, his lips parting, his eyes filling with tears. Acrex men didn't cry. Father had beaten that impulse out of us years and years ago. I dropped down to my knees in front of him, catching his hand between mine. "You can tell me anything, Xavier," I said seriously. He gripped me tightly, looking into my eyes like he was afraid to find a lie there. "My order emerged," he breathed, and the terror in his voice told me all that I needed to about what had happened. "You're not a dragon?" I asked, my own voice cracking with fear for him. Father would have been more than furious to discover his son was anything other than a full-blooded dragon shifter. It was a matter of pride and respect. He ridiculed families with mixed blood. He believed wholeheartedly in the superiority of our kind. One of his sons being anything other than that was totally unthinkable. Xavier shook his head, slowly trying to withdraw his hand from mine as footsteps sounded on the stairs behind me, but I refused to release him. "It doesn't change anything for me," I growled. "You're still my brother. I don't care if you're a werewolf or a vampire or a—" "So he told you, did he?" Father's cold voice came from the doorway behind me, and the hairs along the back of my neck stood at attention in warning. Xavier snatched his hand out of mine, blinking away the evidence of tears which hadn't fallen. I stood before him, placing myself between him and Father. "It doesn't matter," I said firmly. Through the simmering rage, my father's eyes told a very different story. "I'm the oldest. I'm the first in line anyway. Xavier never wanted to challenge me for that role. So, yes, I still have my heir. But I've lost the spare. Did he tell you exactly what order he is?" Father snarled, and his eyes changed to their dragon form, and a tail of smoke left his nostrils. He was so angry about this that he was battling against the urge to shift. I didn't think I'd ever seen him so close to the edge before. "Not yet, but surely it's not the end of the world if—" "Shift!" Father commanded, his gaze passing me to land on my brother. Xavier got out of his chair and backed up, shaking his head in panic. His skin looked odd, though, like there was a light shining within it, trying to break free. "I told you, I'll get control of it. I won't shift ever," he said anxiously. "No one will ever find out that I'm—" "Shift!" his father bellowed, using fear to force the change on him. Xavier cried out in panic as the life beneath his skin grew to a powerful glow, and he bucked forward as his order form took over. I backed up as his form changed, giving him room to become— "Fucking hell," I breathed, my eyes widening in panic. "My thoughts precisely," his father hissed venomously. Xavier had transformed into a lilac Pegasus, complete with a golden horn and rainbow-patterned wings. His coat shone with glitter in the light of my magical orbs, and his wide, horsey eyes looked back at us fearfully. I stared at him with my mouth hanging open, scrambling for something, anything to say. "I didn't know we had any recessive Pegasus genes in the bloodline. Maybe he's linked to the constellation," I muttered, unsure what else I could say. Father hated the weaker, more common orders. He was a dragon through and through. He loved power, invoking fear and breathing fire. A Pegasus was about as far as you could get to the opposite end of the order spectrum. There were flying horses who pooped glitter, granted wishes, and were cute. Xavier hadn't even been lucky enough to have a dark-colored coat. It was lilac. Lilac. "I still think we should kill him to cover this up," Father growled, and I flinched at the casual way he said it, like murdering his son was a genuine option. "But your mother has finally grown a backbone and won't allow it. She even came up with a backup plan in case I killed her too, so that the information about this disaster would be leaked to the press the moment she died. So, for now, we've contained him here. This is a star-damned disaster. Can you imagine what the other celestial families would say if they found out about this?" I wanted to protest on Xavier's behalf, but I couldn't think of a damn word to say. We can hide it," I said finally, feeling a rush of love towards my mother for finally standing against my father in something. She might have been a poor excuse for a woman, But deep down inside, she loved her children, and this was better proof of that than I ever could have imagined. Hide it? If he ever expects to be able to wield his magic, he will need to fly in the clouds to replenish it. Even if we gave him stacks of gold and claimed he didn't like to transform for some reason, someone would see him prancing about at some point. And there's no way we can send him to the academy next year. I doubt he will ever be able to be safe to leave this house again. I shook my head in denial, but I was so shocked that I couldn't even think of a thing to say, to try and help my brother. Father's hand closed on my shoulder. I need to talk to you about your actions, Darius, he said, turning me away from Xavier. This problem will have to wait, and I can't bear to be in a room with this abomination for a moment longer. To think the shame he could bring to our family. Father steered me out of the room, and I cast a look back at my brother before the door could close between us again. He shuddered back into his Fae form and crumpled down to the floor, burying his face in his hands. The door clicked shut, and Father dragged me away, leaving that heartbreaking image seared into the backs of my eyelids. I didn't pay much attention to where we were going until Father ended up in his office. He closed the door, and the sound of the lock turning drew me back to the moment as my heart leapt at the seemingly innocent sound. I made sure my features betrayed nothing of the inner turmoil of my feelings over the discovery of Xavier's order, though. My face was a flat mask, expressionless, patiently waiting whatever Father had in store for me. So, he reached across the desk and swung the monitor around to face me. Pictures filled the screen. My room on fire, the devastation following the blaze. My face filled with rage. Me halfway through losing control of my order form and leaping out the window as my clothes were shredded off of me. I silently thanked the assholes of Ignis House for leaking these shots to the press and made a vow to track each of them down and punish them for it. I glanced back at my father and spotted the simmering rage in his eyes. I'm told the FIB think the blaze was likely an accident. I don't give a damn how it started, he hissed. Sometimes I'd have preferred if he'd just yell at me. What I care about is my heir looking like a little fire just ruined his fucking life. Like he can't even control his order form when things go wrong. I dropped my gaze from his and inspected the carpet at my feet. You're right. I should have kept my emotions in check. I just found out that our efforts on the night of the dance still hadn't been enough to drive the Vegas out of the academy, and then all my stuff. Those girls are clearly tougher than we expected them to be after being raised in the mortal realm. That approach isn't working as effectively as we hoped. Maybe we need other ideas about the best way to deal with them. My mouth fell open in surprise. He'd been hounding me into tormenting the twins. I'd been taking call after call from him to check on our progress with forcing them out. He'd pushed me to go greater and greater lengths to chase them off. He'd made it clear that the Celestial Council saw this as a test of our strength. And now they just wanted us to back off? Are you telling me to stop tormenting them? I asked with a frown. Of course not. But it seems like you haven't gotten a clear read on them. I want to meet them to figure out exactly what we're dealing with. I gritted my teeth at the implication that I couldn't manage this on my own. I don't understand what you want me to do, I began. You don't need to understand, he replied darkly. You're my heir, not my equal. If I wanted you to do something, then you will. I'm not interested in your questions on my method. I bit my tongue against answering back, knowing it wouldn't earn me anything good. Father released an irritated breath, looking at the photographs on his monitor again, his jaw clenching as he scrutinized them. How many times have I taught you the importance of containing your emotions? He asked quietly, and my muscles tensed in anticipation of his next move. I knew what was coming. The back of his hand collided with my face, and I was knocked back a step as my lips split and blood coated my tongue. I flinched for a moment before the next blow landed, and he snarled with a rage at the minor failure. He closed his fist for the third strike, and the force of his punch knocked me back into the bookshelf, which stood against the wall before stumbling down to one knee. The door crashed open, and Lance ran in, shouting in anger as my pain called to him to my aid through our bond. Father snarled at him, throwing out a hand as he cast magic to hold him back. Lance hurled his own magic in action. A powerful wind blasting into the room aimed directly at my father. Before it could do what he'd intended, Father summoned his own air magic, catching Lance's power in a net of his own and turning it back against him. The maelstrom grew, flaming talons as it whipped around my friend, slamming his arms down to his sides to immobilize him and halt his magic in its tracks. The flames grew into cords which tightened around Lance, burning through his clothes, searing his flesh where it held him in place. Lance cried out in pain as he fell to the floor, and my father's magic continued to burn him. "Stop it!" I yelled from my position, crouched on the floor, flames bursting to life in my right hand, while a dagger formed out of ice in my left. I got to my feet and took a step forward towards the man who was responsible for everything bad in my life. Father turned his steely gaze to me. "Are you sure you're ready to challenge me, boy?" he spat dismissively. "Because I'd think long and hard about your next move if I were you." I glared at him, my gaze flicking to Lance and back again as I struggled with the fire which ached to be set free in my veins, and the knowledge that I couldn't win this fight. I wasn't strong enough to face him. Not yet. I shook my head slightly, lowering my eyes as I extinguished the flames in my palm, and the icy dagger spilled through my fingers as nothing more than a puddle of warm water. It took less than half a second for my father's power to slam into me. I was thrown backwards, tumbling across the floor. "You motherfucker!" Lance bellowed at my father's back. "Sometimes this bond I put on the two of you is such a nuisance," my father snarled in irritation at his continued insults. His boots collided with my ribs and the air was forced out of my lungs. I clenched my fists and bit down on the cries of pain, which wanted to tear their way through my throat. I knew each noise I allowed free would only earn me another kick, another punch. Lance continued to swear at him as his punishment progressed. When he was finally done with me, he stepped back and straightened his tie, then healed the wounds on his knuckles. I laid panting on the floor before him, agony searing through my body and the dragon warring within beneath my flesh, desperate to escape. I held it in check, though. If I transformed, he would too, and I'd be no better off. "Clean yourself up before you join us for dinner," Father said coldly as he strode from the room. He was halfway down the corridor before he released Lance from the hold of his magic, and my friend cursed as he scrambled towards me. I dragged myself upright, using the edge of the desk, and he caught my arm to steady me. I spat a wad of blood from my mouth, and Lance started healing my wounds without bothering to ask for my permission. I knew they hurt him, almost as they hurt me anyway, and he wouldn't take no for an answer. I didn't look at him while he worked, fixing my gaze on the photographs on my father's computer instead. There was something about the fire that didn't add up. Someone had taken that dagger, which meant it was almost certainly set on purpose. They'd come at one of the most powerful Fae in the Academy, hell, in the country. But why? Who would be that stupid? Who would risk my wrath when I caught them? The only people I could even think of who hated me enough to want to come at me like that were the Vegas. But the idea of them striking back at me was ridiculous. Whoever it was had already marked themselves with the full force of my vengeance, and I was sure as shit going to catch them. When I found out who the fuck had done it, I'd make them pay for the issues they'd caused me in blood and misery. My fist clenched with determination, and my anger burned deep in my chest. "Did I miss any?" Lance asked as he finished healing me. I shook my head. Every injury was gone, as if they'd never been there at all. They only ever scarred me in ways that weren't visible. I glanced at Lance. Although I didn't thank him, he didn't want me to. It made things more awkward when I tried. The bond forced him to help me when I needed him, whether he chose to or not. Though I'd like to think he wanted to help regardless. But the fact that his choice in the matter was taken away meant I could never be sure of that. There were bags beneath his eyes, and I could tell his magic was running dangerously low after his altercation with my father and his efforts in healing me. "Here," I muttered, offering him my wrist. He hesitated. We'd both agreed not to do this too often. Whenever he fed for me, it felt like the bond between us sharpened, grew to something more tangible and harder to resist. But he needed blood, and I had power to spare in this gold-infested house. Even the door handles were solid gold. Lance's teeth slid into my flesh, and I waited patiently as he took what he needed from me. An ache grew in my chest as he drew my power into him, and I had to fight the urge to pull him closer, run my hands over his hair. I clenched my teeth. This bond is fucked up in so many ways. "He's getting worse," I muttered. "Something will have to be done soon." Lance groaned as he forced himself to release me, and took a measured step back, even though I could tell it was a struggle for him to do so. "Maybe we should escalate our plans," he said, holding my gaze. "Yes," I agreed. "Maybe we should." "If you're ready to push back harder, I can double my efforts in training you and take it to the next level." His gaze was wary as he suggested it. We both knew what he was offering was dangerous, possibly even deadly. But if I wanted any chance of facing my father and winning, then I needed every advantage I could get. I squashed the flicker of doubt that rose in me and completely ignored the sliver of fear that trickled through my blood. "I'm ready," I said firmly, even if we both knew that it might not be the truth. Neither of us mentioned the fact. It was time we started pushing back harder. "We need to be particularly cautious with the FIB on campus," Lance warned. "If we're caught, then we both knew that even my family's name might not be enough to protect us from the consequences." I nodded firmly, but didn't back down. "I know, but it's time we did this." Lance offered me a dark smile. "Then, as soon as we get back, we'll begin." Tori, Chapter 8. I stood in the locker rooms outside our water elemental class with my bathing suit clenched in my fist as I tried to stop my limbs from trembling. Darcy was watching me from the corner of her eyes as she got herself changed into the skimpy outfit required for the class. But she didn't say anything. She knew I was trying to work through this on my own. But I wasn't totally sure if I could. I kept hearing the sound of water rushing in my ears, imagining a ceiling of ice forming above my head. My lungs were burning for air, but my next breath would be the end of me. Darius and Max had prowled into class ahead of us, and I knew the two of them would be waiting out there once I left this room. I wanted to believe I was strong enough to face them, but in all honesty, I wasn't sure if I could. The last time I'd been near a large body of water with the heirs close by, it had almost been the end of me. And while Orion's reaction and punishment had reassured me they weren't allowed to murder me, I wasn't sure what else was off the cards. The locker room emptied out until only my sister and I were left. "I could tell Washer you're not feeling well," Darcy said softly. "And you can just go back to your room while run away?" I asked hopelessly. "And what about the next lesson? Or the next? Do I stop running at some point, or just give up any hope of learning water magic at all?" "Maybe there's a class you could take without the heirs?" I shook my head fiercely. I couldn't do it. If one thing terrified me more than heading out into that class, then it was running away from it. Because if I backed down now, then I might as well admit they'd won. And if I was beaten, then I'd never come back from it. "I'm going to walk out there with my head held high and show those assholes that you can't break a Vega," I said, determination lacing my tone. "Hell yeah, you are," Darcy said with a grin. I stripped out of my uniform before my nerves got the chance to change my mind again and pulled on the bathing suit. I took a deep breath and gave Darcy a nod before we walked towards the door. If she could face the school with her hair hacked to bits, then I could take part in a lesson by a pool with a couple of douchebags. I stepped out into the beautiful, hidden lagoon where our lessons were held, and kept my chin high as I strode towards the students gathered around Washer. My throat tightened as the warm water lapped over my feet, but I ignored it, refusing so much as to slow my pace. "Cutting it fine, little Vegas," Max Raggle called as soon as he spotted us. His dark skin was mostly concealed by the navy scales of a siren form, and it gave him a kind of unearthly beauty, but it also highlighted the fact that he was a beast for all the world to see. I was beginning to think that you weren't going to show for some reason. A few girls tittered. Now, Professor Washer chided. No need to start teasing the lovely ladies the moment they show up. He grinned at us before slapping Max on the ass in the weirdest display of teacher discipline I'd ever seen. Max flinched away from him, and Darius barked a laugh at his expense. I couldn't help but release a laugh too, but it quickly died as Washer strode toward us in a pair of green Speedos so tight I could see every detail of his anatomy clearer than if he'd been nude. 10 points to Ignis for being willing to get wet with me after your little incident the other night, Miss Vega. Washer purred, throwing me a wink. I tried to smile gratefully, but in all honesty, I was having trouble stopping myself from throwing up over my bare feet. Darius was eyeing me with way too much interest for my liking, his inked arms folded over his muscular chest. He looks like an angry bouncer who's seen way too many fake IDs, Darcy whispered in my ear, and I couldn't help but snort a laugh. I wanted to glare right back at Darius, but I settled for keeping my chin high and ignoring his existence. Washer moved around the class, giving instructions to different students on what he wanted them to work on today. My heart sank as he headed away from us and the airs approached. The water lapping around my knees started to grow colder as they closed in on us, and I took half a step back as the surface began to freeze over. Fire magic flared in my veins as panic threatened to come for me, and the water closest to me hissed and sizzled as it boiled. It's getting chilly around here, Max purred, stalking closer, the ice thickening. I looked up at them, drawing a little closer to Darcy but refusing to back away. I exchanged a look with my sister, which said we were in this together, even if that may not be enough to save our asses. But before Darius and Max could make it to us, Geraldine approached, striding through the water, her face set with determination. At her side was a pretty dark-haired girl with a fierce look in her eyes, and her fingers curling into fists. The two of them had ass badges fixed to their skimpy bathing suits, which was quite impressive considering the lack of room in these things. I was surprised they hadn't speared a nipple when pinning them on. Your Majesties, Geraldine called as if she hadn't even noticed the two heirs closing in on their prey. Good golly, I just realized the darndest thing. Neither of you have seen my order form. What? Darcy asked with a frown. I wasn't sure if it was safe to turn my back on Max and Darius, so I only spared Geraldine a glance, which was enough to give me a view of her large breasts as she yanked her bathing suit down over her curvaceous body. This is Angelica, the latest member of the Almighty Sovereign Society, Geraldine said, just as Angelica started to strip too. I offered Angelica a smile, but Geraldine plowed on before we could exchange words, and her order form is equally as impressive in the water. Professor Washer agreed that it would be educational for you to spend this lesson with us so that you can see how some of the most powerful orders adapt their powers to water. I'm not actually sure what your order form is, Geraldine, I admitted. She's a great big guard dog, Max said dismissively, but I noticed that he'd stopped his advance on us. His eyes were glued to Geraldine, who was now fully nude. A guard dog with poisonous teeth which can kill even the strongest fae in less than 15 minutes, Geraldine said in a matter-of-fact tone which couldn't really be counted as a threat, but still made Max's frown deepen. And my bastard cousin is a smaller version of the king's beasts, Darius added, throwing Angelica a dismissive look. My mother might have been foolish enough to engage in an affair with your uncle, Angelica replied coolly, but I don't think I've ever heard you call me cousin before, Darius. And I see no need for you to start recognizing my existence now. Well, if you'd rather throw your lot in with the Vegas than my family, we're obviously right to ignore your relationship to us, he replied. Angelica smiled, and I gasped at her teeth lengthening, sharpening. She dropped her bathing suit at her feet and lunged forward, transforming into a glittering red dragon before releasing a roar which made the water shudder around my feet. She was much smaller than Darius's dragon form, but about the size of a large horse. The delicate beauty of her reptilian body still took my breath away. It will be my unwavering pleasure to guard you in my order form. For this lesson, Majesties. Geraldine bowed to us, pointing her bare ass at the airs before transformation ripped through her body. I lurched back a step as her body expanded, and 2 more heads grew from her shoulders, complete with white fangs, which no doubt held that poison she'd mentioned. Holy crap on a cornflake. The 3-headed dog, which was Geraldine, was almost as big as a goddamned elephant. I craned my neck back to look up at her in astonishment. 3 huge pairs of jaws bared 3 sets of fangs, and she growled low in the back of her 3 throats. I looked beyond her to the airs and found that the 2 of them were striding away. They didn't seem to be in a particular hurry, but they'd obviously decided that it wasn't worth facing off with a Cerberus and a dragon to get to us. Holy shit, Geraldine, I muttered as I looked over her brindle coat in astonishment. Who knew you were a straight-up badass under all the sweet raisin bran exterior? Cerberus Geraldine tilted her 3 huge heads like a happy puppy and wagged her tail at my words, before striding out into the deeper water with the dragon Angelica at her side. Wow, Darcy breathed, as we moved after them and I found my panic over this lesson had been driven away. I couldn't say we'd ever really done anything to earn such unwavering loyalty from the ass, but in that moment, I swore never to take them for granted ever again. I woke in the middle of the night to the sound of music flowing through the walls and winding its way into my skull. I shook my head to clear it as the eerie tune continued on. It was hauntingly beautiful and yet achingly sad at the same time. Something about it set my heart racing. It was unlike anything I'd ever heard before, and I couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of instrument could play such a tune. No, it wasn't an instrument. It was a voice. But instead of a voice which would give words to the world, this felt like a voice of a soul. As soon as the idea entered my mind, I tried to dismiss it. The voice of a soul? That was insane. And how could I have the faintest idea of what that would sound like anyway? I shook my head, trying to clear it as the strange thought and the endless music continued. I lay back down again, closing my eyes with every intention to go back to sleep, but before I knew it, I found myself on my feet. I walked for the door and paused with my fingertips on the handle. What's going on? Why am I trying to head out in the middle of the night? The song wound around me again, and my heartbeat seeming to find a rhythm within it. I placed my hands over my ears to block it out, but somehow it sounded even louder than before. A small piece of me was aware that I should be terrified of whatever new magic this was. Someone was casting a spell on me. But I didn't feel afraid. I felt eager to follow the music and find out where it led. I was only wearing a pair of dark green silk shorts and a matching cami. But it had been a fairly warm day, so I hoped it wouldn't be too cold outside even though it was the middle of the night. I caught a gray hoodie from the hook by the door just in case and pushed my feet into my sneakers. It was all I could manage before the song nudged me out of the door. A smile was tugging at my lips, but I wasn't sure why. I headed along the corridor outside of my room and down the stairs into Ignis' house common room. As I pushed my arms into the hoodie, I zipped it open. One senior had fallen asleep studying at the desk in the corner, but no one else was up at this hour. The fire still burned, of course, lighting the room with enough to see by, and I crossed the space quickly. My heart continued to pound to the rhythm of the song, and as I stepped out into the night, it grew even louder. Why is no one else awake? Surely they can hear it too. I picked up my pace, following the music into the dark. It was pitch black out here, and cold, too. But I knew exactly where I was going, even though I didn't actually have a clue. My feet kept moving to the lulling rhythm of the music, and I was powerless to resist following it wherever it led. I still wasn't afraid. Was that a part of this magic? To keep me quiet and subdued while the song led me where exactly? I didn't know. But I was going to follow this trail until I found out. I passed the orb, which glimmered a little in the starlight, and turned west into water territory. I'd never been out here at night, and the sound of water running all around me in brooks and streams stirred up memories of my fears, of drowning in that car, of drowning in the pool while the heirs all watched. Even though those memories surfaced at the sound of the water around me, I still didn't react in any way. My heart kept thumping to the rhythm of the music. My feet kept treading the path as it led me down. I was afraid, but I wasn't. I was trapped, but willing. Suddenly, my feet veered off the path, and I pushed my way through a veiling swath of mossy vines. I found myself in a clearing surrounded by a curtain of creepers, filled with white flowers which were open in full bloom despite it being night. In the center of the clearing, moonlight shone down on a large rock, highlighting a figure sitting on top of it. He had his back to me, but I could pick out shimmering scales which lined his flesh. A prickle of recognition flooded me, and I inhaled sharply, sensing a noose closing around my neck. I'd just walked straight into a trap, and the hairs along my arm rose as I felt a cage of magic springing to life around me. The song stopped abruptly, and the siren on the rock turned to look down at me. Max's dark features fell from relieved into a scowl the second his gaze landed on me in my open hoodie and silk pajamas. "Oh, for the love of everything that's destined," he growled. "Why the hell did it have to be you?" "Why the hell did what have to be me?" I demanded, folding my arms and holding his eyes, despite fear looking down my spine. "And why the fuck am I here?" Max growled at me for a moment, and that stretched on so long I shifted my weight onto my other foot. When he continued to uphold the silence, I decided to make a break for it. I turned my back on him and made a push out of my way out of the clearing. But my hand met with a solid force instead of sinking into the curtain vines. Max sighed loudly, and I spun back to face him. "Let me go," I demanded, as coolly as I could manage. The last time he'd had me at his mercy, he'd tried to drown me, and the dark blue scales which lined his exposed body only reminded me of his affinity to water. "It's like I've summoned a star-damned mortal," he cursed. "What?" "You can't go." "Not until you've kissed me," Max said, using a tone which suggested I was stupid. "What the hell are you even talking about? I would sooner kiss a horse's ass. Let me out of here," I snapped. "That's not up to me. You were drawn here by my siren song, so you have to kiss me if you want to go. I don't control it. It picks someone who the magic thinks needs to feel my power, and for some unknown reason, it picked you." "Why would I believe anything you said?" I demanded. "Well, you can't leave, can you? And neither can I. And no offense, little Vega, but I can find girls who want to kiss me easily enough without resorting to something this elaborate. This was a part of what my order does. When the stars align right, we're compelled to release our song and wait for the arrival of the person destined to hear it. I don't get any say in who that is, obviously, and neither of us can leave until we get this over with." "Why would your power require me to kiss you?" I demanded. "Because when you hear the call of a siren, you have no choice but to answer it. Your song spelled. And when you follow the song, you have to kiss me. For the duration of that kiss, my power will be reversed, so that instead of me feeding on your emotions, you'll feed on mine. And believe me, I wouldn't think of anyone I'd less like to give a peek into my mind, but here we are." Max raised his eyebrows at me expectingly. I couldn't help but believe him. There wasn't any other explanation for the song that had led me here, and as far as I could tell, there was no trap waiting to be sprung. I pursed my lips, trying to think of some way out of this. I pushed my hand against the barrier beside me, but hopefully it was just as solid as before. No such luck there, then. "This is ridiculous," I muttered, taking a step towards him.
A few weeks ago, I was hiking around a biker bar and trying to figure out how to keep me and Darcy fed this winter. Now I'm in a freaking magic school, looking at a siren on a rock who lured me out of bed in the middle of the night with a pretty song like a goddamn Pied Piper for sleeping women.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, sitting on a rock isn't all it's cracked up to be either, Max replied dryly. My ass is cold and numb. You took your damn time getting here. I rolled my eyes. I was the one who'd been song spelled out of my bed in the middle of the night and had traipsed halfway across school grounds in the dark.
Well, I'm not forcing you to sit on a rock, I replied.
That's kind of how it goes, though, isn't it? Siren sits on a rock and lures unwitting people to them.
I think you mean victims, I said, remembering the stories from Sinbad the Sailor, where the sirens lured men to them and drowned them.
They outlawed sirens killing the song spelled over a century ago, Max said in a tone that suggested he thought I was stupid. But I can imagine why so many sirens killed those they kissed. They didn't want their victims, as you call them, running off with all their little secrets.
So, I'm going to learn your secrets, am I? I asked, wondering what the hell kind of depraved things Max Ragel kept locked up in his mind.
I'm too powerful for that, he assured me. But a less powerful siren might lose control of the flow of their thoughts and feelings if they kiss someone stronger than them. They might feel compelled to murder to protect themselves if that happened.
Lovely, I said, my tone flat.
I hadn't thought that I would be able to dislike the siren order any more than I already did. But it had happened.
Shall we do this then?
Max asked, standing up and hopping down from the rock to land before me. He was only covered by a small pair of swimming trunks, and his navy blue scales concealed the flesh from his ankles to wrists and neck, leaving only his face and hands and feet clear of them. He stepped towards me, and I held up a hand to halt him.
You seriously expect me to kiss you?
I asked. After all the horrendous things he'd done to me and my sister since we'd arrived at this academy, I couldn't think of many things I'd like to do less.
Unless staying trapped here, alone, with me for the rest of time is preferable, he asked, seemingly unimpressed.
With how reluctant I was, anyway. I glared at him as I weighed my options. Both choices seemed equally awful. But if he was telling the truth, then I'd have to kiss him eventually either way. I couldn't stay here forever. On the lips? I checked, hoping for a way out.
No, on my ass, he joked. Want me to bend over?
That might be preferable to your face, I deadpanned.
Come on, he said, moving closer again, clearly wanting this over with.
Just wait, I insisted, raising my hand a bit higher. He was almost close enough to touch, and I could feel the warmth of his body radiating half an inch from my outstretched palm. What for?
Can you not talk for a few minutes? I asked.
Why?
Because if you shut up, then I can focus on your looks and forget about the personality that goes along with them, I said.
It didn't matter that I was admitting I found him attractive. It wasn't like I desired him, no matter how gorgeous he was. The beast inside was easily enough to repulse me. And he knew what he looked like anyway. Max scowled at me, but did as I requested and stayed silent. My gaze swept over his handsome features, strong brow, deep eyes. He was captivating and all masculine. The scent of the sea washed toward me from his skin, and his scales hugged every contour of his toned abdomen. Yeah, if I could forget the asshole that lived within this flesh, then I could summon up the motivation to kiss him without puking. I dropped my hand, releasing a breath, and stepped forward. Max moved too, until the space dividing us was almost gone.
If this is some trick, I'm gonna kick you in your scaly balls, I warned.
For half a heartbeat, Max actually smirked at me, like he found that funny, and then his mouth was on mine. I froze, meaning to pull back the moment that our lips had brushed against each other's, but something wound its way around me, and I found myself caught in that moment. The power of the siren song drew me closer, and instead of wanting to pull back, I found myself leaning in. Max's mouth moved against mine slowly, and I gasped as I felt a sliver of lust trickling beneath my skin, which didn't feel like my own. It was quickly followed by an image of me from a few minutes ago when Max had first seen me in the clearing.
He'd looked over my silky pajamas, noticing the curves of my body and the way my flesh was exposed. The moonlight shone on my dark hair, making it look like a spill of ink, and he was filled with irritation and a little anger, countered by the strange desire to take this kiss from me. I flinched internally at the tide of his emotions as they danced across my mind. It disoriented me, and for a moment I felt like I was falling. I reached out, my hand landing on the firm line of his hip as I tried to steady myself. My touch ignited a flare of lust in him, which washed into me again and lit a fire of excitement in my veins. This was wrong. I should have been pulling away from him, but his hand caught my waist and he dragged me against him instead, cementing the connection between us. A soft moan escaped me as his kiss deepened and his lust fed into mine, creating a whirlwind of it, which I couldn't escape. He pressed his tongue into my mouth and I tasted salt water as I devoured his kiss. A small voice in the back of my head was shouting at me to remember what he was, and as I focused on it, I drew on the well of the power within me to help resist him. But instead of doing what I wanted, it flung me further into his psyche, beyond the lust he'd been allowing me to see, and into the untold corners of his mind. He kissed me harder, his grip on me tightening as my hands traveled up his broad chest, the scaly, silky smooth beneath my palms. I was vaguely aware of him trying to push things away from me, but it was like I'd been handed the key to his mind, and everywhere I looked, there were open doors. I wondered if this is what it felt like when he was feeding on my power and emotions. Had he been looking straight into my mind when he'd drawn from my greatest fear? The moment that thought crossed my mind, Max gripped me harder. He was kissing me like he would die if he didn't, and while one part of me was caught in the heat of his arms and the feeling of his lips against mine, another started to notice flashes of memory. I could hear a man's voice, and I knew it was his father. His tone was kind and understanding, while Max was swamped with fear and loss. There was nothing anyone could do for her. By the time anyone realized she was sick, it was too late. I don't know why she did hide the symptoms from me. I could have done something. Max looked up through tear-blurred eyes as the loss of his mother overwhelmed him, and I saw another woman looking into the room. The corner of her mouth lifted into a sly smile, and for half a heartbeat, he knew that she'd been responsible for causing his mother's death. His stepmother had wanted her gone for as long as he could remember. His mother was a dirty little secret. What secret? At my direction, the answer came to me between the taste of his lips and a groan of longing that escaped him. No one outside of the family had ever known it, but Max was a bastard. His father had married his wife through an arrangement to keep his bloodline pure, but he'd been in love with another woman. He'd kept seeing her in secret and had gotten her pregnant before his wife. To cover it up, they'd hidden her, and his wife had pretended to be pregnant rather than face the scandal. Max was still an heir because his power came from his father's side, but if anyone ever found out that he was illegitimate, they could push for his half-siblings to take his place. His father had always stood firmly beside him, but his stepmother was devious and wanted her own child on his throne. I could feel the tension in Max's body, but he didn't seem to be able to pull away from me. Instead, the heat of his kiss was increasing, his hands moving beneath the hoodie I wore and skimming the flesh at the base of my spine. I almost drew back, not liking this insight into his mind, despite the fact that my body was begging for more of him, and my hands had moved behind his neck. But before I could withdraw, I felt a flicker of his fear again. The sensation of his emotion skewing my own sent a shiver down my spine, and I couldn't help but wonder why the hell he liked the taste of other people's fear. Because I know that taking their fear from them makes them happier. I jolted in surprise at that revelation. But I knew it was true. I could feel what he felt. I could see memories of him absorbing fear from others. It wasn't the fear he enjoyed. It was the sense of peace and calm he left them with as he removed it. He only claimed to like fear itself as a driving way to seem more intimidating and to cover up the fact that he preferred using his power on softer emotions. I was given a flicker of more memories, as he took joy and hope from people too, and how that lit him up from the inside. But if he took too much joy from someone and left them sad, he hated that. My gut squirmed. I was looking into the soul of a monster, and I didn't like the fact that I was finding out so many opinion-altering things about him. He was an asshole through and through, and I did not want to feel bad about his mother's murder, or sympathetic to the way he fed from other people's emotions. With a wrench of determination, I drew back and broke our kiss. My lips felt bruised, and there was a tingling from the intensity of it. His eyes burned with desire for a fleeting moment, and all I could do was stare at him in utter shock. What the hell just happened? He'd been pushing at my clothes, trying to get closer to me, as he was lost to the passion of our connection, and I could feel the heat of his palm as it splayed across my lower back and beneath my cami. My hoodie had been knocked back off my shoulders, and his other hand cupped my cheek. My own fingers were fisted in his mohawk, and our bodies were pressed together so that I could feel the hard contours of his muscles against my flesh. We were both breathing heavily, like we'd done a lot more than kissing, and I fought to shake off the lust that had grown beneath his touch. With a shake of my head, I moved my hands to his chest and shoved him back a step as I broke away from him. "What the hell was that?" I demanded. Max's hands felt limp at his sides, and he looked almost panicked for a moment. The spell holding me here had shattered, and I could feel the air moving around us in a cool breeze. But I didn't leave. I wanted answers. "You just..." Max scowled at me as he was sifting through what had just happened, and a dark accusation flashed in his eyes. "Fuck!" He advanced on me suddenly, and I couldn't help but back up a few steps, even though I wanted to hold my ground. "Who the hell do you think you are, going around poking in my head?" he demanded. In the blink of an eye, his rage turned to panic, and he rolled away from me again. "You're the one who drew me out here in the middle of the night," I reminded him angrily. "So whatever the hell that was, it's on you." He turned back to look at me again, his hands shifting beside him and drawing a stronger wind to rustle through the clearing at his call. I braced for some kind of attack, summoning my own power, even though I knew I was outmatched. "My song has never called anyone more powerful than me before," he muttered, almost to himself. "Hell, there never was anyone more powerful than me before. Normally I can control what the song spelled get to see of me, but you took control." "I used your powers on you?" I asked, putting the pieces together. "What's it going to take for you to keep your mouth shut?" he snarled. "What's the big deal?" I asked. "Where I come from, every other person has a step-parent or a single parent, half-siblings or a foster family. Why would anyone give a shit about your daddy fooling around?" "Because the celestial families don't just marry any old street trash when they take a liking to them," he growled. "We keep our bloodlines pure and our power intact. Half of our marriages are arranged for us, and my stepmother's family just so happens to be some of the most powerful people in Solaria outside of the council. Offending them would have massive consequences, not to mention the fact that my real mother had a minotaur for a grandfather." "A minotaur?" I frowned at him. "What does it have to do with—" "Because that means there's a chance that I'm carrying a fucking minotaur gene, which would make it a whole lot harder for me to find a wife. Who wants to risk muddying their blood like that? The Siren Order is much more powerful than—" "So you're telling me that if you fell in love with a Medusa or a Pegasus, you wouldn't marry them?" I asked with a frown. Max's lips parted. He stared at me for a second, then released a breath of laughter. "A fucking Pegasus? Even if I found out I was in Elysian mates with a Pegasus, I doubt I'd be allowed to consider marrying them. Can you imagine?" He ran his hand over his face in exasperation. "What's an Elysian mate?" I asked with a frown. "Oh, God, you're so ignorant it kills me. It's like your one true love. Point is, I couldn't marry them even if they weren't a siren." "Well, that seems pretty damn stupid," I replied. "What's the point of having all your power if you can't even be happy with it?" Max shook his head. If you want to go and marry a Cyclops, then please be my guest. I would love to see you weaken your claim like that. It would make things so much easier for us. No one will even be having a say in who I marry, I replied scathingly. If I fall in love with a Cyclops or a Pegasus or even a damn mortal, then I'll be with them regardless. You're an idiot, he said, looking up at the sky. But I couldn't give two shits about what you do with your love life anyway. Go back to the mortal realm, marry a big bird for all I care. It'll make things a lot easier for us anyway. I'd sooner choose happiness over worrying about a stupid scandal. I bit back. And Big Bird sounded like a much better option than a lot of these assholes in this school anyway. If anyone finds out about my parentage, it will cause a hell of a lot more than just some stupid scandal, Max replied. It could cause a divide amongst our supporters. It could tear a hole in the foundation of our government and leave us vulnerable right as the nymphs are gaining power. Why do you think my stepmother has never told anyone? In public, she acts like a doting mother so she could be all, but behind closed doors, she plots my downfall. If something were to happen to me, then my half-sister Ellis would be the heir. That's what she's hoping for. But my father stands in her way. He said those words so matter-of-factly that I almost felt a hint of pity for him. But then I remembered what a dickwad he was and quickly washed away that thought. Fine, whatever, I said. I couldn't care less about your mommy issues anyway. No one knows about this, he said. No one. Not even the other heirs? I asked in surprise. Max clenched his jaw, which was confirmation enough. This really must have been a big secret if he had even kept it from them. Fine, I said, taking a step back. I'll keep your dirty little secret. Just like that? He asked disbelievingly. Unlike you, I don't take pleasure in causing other people pain, I replied. Just don't go serenading me out of my bed anytime soon. I gathered the hoodie closer to me and headed out of the clearing. Max didn't follow, and relief flooded me as I made my way back to Ignis' house as quickly as I could. That encounter had been weird as fuck, and I was just glad it was over. Thank you for listening to part 7 of Ruthless Fae. If you love stories, check out the Library of Dreams, my personal short story series right here on YouTube. I write, animate, and create everything myself, and it would mean the world to me if you would stick around. I'm playing a quick clip right after this. As we near the central hall, a voice slides against my ear, smooth, melodic, and strangely intimate.
Don't be afraid. I'm on your side.
First turn. The man beside me has skin like sun-warmed bronze and hair the color of deep sea kelp, but it's his eyes that steal the breath from my lungs. One amber, one silver gray, both luminous, both ancient. He is devastatingly beautiful. The air shifts around him like it's in love. You're the Siren Temple leader, I breathe. He inclines his head.
High-voiced Narius.
I swallow hard. He leans in, voice barely above a whisper.
A new priestess has awakened. Her song reached me last moon. Powerful, raw. I believe she is tied to you, and I suspect similar awakenings in the other temples. You're not just a cadet bonded to a myth. You're part of something older, something returning.
Hi friends, I know it's been a minute, but I am back. I'm still a little bit under the weather, so just bear with me as we continue reading Ruthless Fae. Chapter 9, Darcy. Tori's run-in with Max last night was all we could talk about over breakfast. He might have been a total asshole, but that siren song thing was kinda screwed up. And though we may have had his deepest fear in our grip now, we weren't gonna stoop to his level and exploit it. Besides, that knowledge that Tori knew his darkest secret was probably enough to torture him psychologically. When the bell rang, I headed to Tara with Tori, Sophia, and Diego, my gut nodding over revisiting Astrom's classroom. The stark reminder of his violent death made my neck prickle as we passed by the patch of ground where he'd been found. It now had been covered with wildflowers by someone with the element of earth, and I suppose that meant the FIB had taken whatever evidence they needed from the area. We soon arrived in Mercury Chambers as we filed down the gloomy staircases to the classroom. Kylie's voice carried to me from behind.
You'd think she'd just shave it off. Every time I see that ugly bald patch, I'm tempted to just do it for her.
I clenched my jaw, determinedly ignoring her and giving Tori a shake of the head. When she flexed her fingers anyway, I gave her a look that said she's not worth it.
Do you think she knows it's even there?
Julian Whisper giggled.
Maybe not, Kylie said loudly. Hey, Darcy, she called, her voice sugary sweet.
I still didn't turn around.
Do you know you're missing a chunk of hair on the back of your head?
Now, settle down. My blood chilled at the sound of Professor Washer's voice, and, as the crowd parted ahead of me, I spotted him in Astrom's place at the center of the tarot room. The large, circular table ringed around him, and though he was thankfully not half-naked like he usually was in our water elemental class, he still made my skin crawl, fully clothed in a white shirt and floral tie. He swept his brown locks out of his eyes, shooting me a lopsided grin as I dropped into my seat. Washer spread his hands on the table before me, lowering his head to speak just to me. Don't worry about your hair. There's still plenty left to run your fingers through. I shuddered as he walked away. Maybe you should shave it off, Tori whispered. I released a laugh and Washer looked back over his shoulder, glancing between us hopefully, as if we'd been checking him out. Unlikely, Professor Pervert. Washer clapped his hands to get everyone's attention. Now, although we are all deeply saddened by losing our exceptional tarot professor, I have taken the role temporarily until the Academy hires a replacement. I am not quite as adept at reading the cards as he was, but I assure you, I know how to use my hands. So, today's lesson we will focus on palmistry. A low current of groans sounded from the few girls who were gifted with the element of water, and I shared the sentiment. Kylie sat up straighter, seemingly unaware of Washer's overly tactile behavior with his students as she tossed him a bright smile. He swept a hand over his hair again, making his shirt right up to reveal the tanned skin beneath. Heave, Tori said under her breath, faking a vomit beside me. I covered my mouth as she continued the act, and Washer's eyes slid onto her. Is everything all right, Miss Vega? He moved towards her, and the brush of his siren gifts tickled me like feathers against my skin. Tori drew away, quickly nodding. I'm fine. Good, he purred deeply, but he didn't leave as he reached out to take her hand. I'll start with a few palmistry demonstrations. Tori grimaced as she let Washer take her hand, and he started painting his fingers across the lines of her skin. Her eyes unfocused a little, and a dreamy smile pulled at her mouth as she stared at him. I wanted to slap the guy for forcing emotions onto my sister. What the hell was wrong with this creep? You have quite the exciting taste in lovers, don't you, Miss Vega? He purred seductively, and a faint frown pulled at Tori's features. Sophia had explained that the most powerful sirens could actually look at your memories, and apparently Washer was strong enough to peek inside Tori's head. I grimaced at him, prodding Tori in the ribs to try to help her snap out of his hold. When he drew away, his eyes fell on me, and I hurriedly dropped down to rummage in my bag, pretending to search for a pen. Your hand, Darcy, Washer encouraged with a devilish note to his tone. Ugh, no. His influence rushed into me, and I felt him stealing away my resistance, replacing it with perfect willing. I stared up at him and I held up my hand, and lust dripped through my body, tugging at everything inside me. How could I have thought he was so disgusting just a moment ago? His face was so rugged, his hands so smooth, and his skin such a perfect golden hue. Your love line tells me there's a forbidden romance in your future, he whispered, his finger circling on a small break in the line of my palm. A stormy sea's coming, Miss Vega, but will you ride it well? I sighed softly, but something tickled in the back of my mind. He's a siren,
and a lecherous pig. I shoved back against his influence with all my might, channeling power into my veins, and the strength of his hold started to recede. He chuckled, stepping away. "Who's next?" Diego folded his arms, glaring at Washer with a stay-away expression, but it didn't matter. Washer only had eyes for the muscular guy beside him, leaning in with a predatory grin. "God," I whispered to Tori, "how does he get away with it?" "I heard he gets a lot of sway because of his order," Sophia breathed, leaning around Tori to speak to all of us. "He's allowed to use his powers on us because he needs emotion to regenerate." "I guess so. As he doesn't actually fuck a student, then, I guess it's alright then," Tori said, sardonically pursing her lips. "I'd rather cut off a nose than lay a hand on him, or any other teacher at this school for that matter." "Even Orion?" I blurted out before I could stop myself. Tori looked at me, her eyes widening in surprise. "Yeah, especially Ryan, Darcy. Are you serious?" "He's just got that, brooding thing going on." "You mean the holier-than-thou assholelessness factor?" she asked. "That's the one. I wouldn't actually go there, obviously." I blew out a laugh, turning to look at the notes on my atlas to try to hide the blush. "Teachers wouldn't dare lay a hand on students, really," Sophia said quietly. "I read the rulebook when I arrived here." "Of course you did," Diego chided, and she threw him a mischievous grin before going on. "Any teacher who crossed that line wouldn't just be fired. They'd be power-shamed by the Celestial Council, stripped of their rank in front of the whole of Solaria. Can you imagine?" She shuddered, and genuine goosebumps raised on her arms. "Maybe I can. I don't think we could sink much lower," I said with half a shrug. Sophia shook her head seriously. "No, Darcy, it's worse than you think. The whole Fae world would turn their back on you." "I'm kind of with Darcy here," Tori piped up. "That sounds very familiar already." Sophia shook her head again. "Trust me. If you were power-shamed, you wouldn't have a place in the school. You would have to work your way up from the very bottom to try to earn respect from even the weakest of Fae. "So," Washer called out to the room, stepping back to the center of the round desk, "I want you all to pair up, use the notes on your atlas to do a palm reading of each other's lifelines. If you discover you are doomed to die tomorrow, please take your wailing to the hallway where I will come and comfort you." I turned to Tori, finding the same disgusted expression on her face. "I would rather die tomorrow than be comforted by Washer in the hallway," I whispered to Tori, releasing a bark of laughter that made Washer look our way hopefully again. We pointedly ignored him. Tori took my hand, starting to follow the line curving to the top of my palm. While she worked, my eyes drifted across the room to the large mural on the opposite wall. The zodiac constellations were painted beautifully in splashes of silver with swirling names marking each one. Pisces, Aries, Libra, Leo, Capricorn, Taurus. Straight lines linking each star highlighted the shapes as they created between them. Whoever had done the mural was incredibly skilled, and I wondered vaguely if Aestrom had painted it himself. At that thought, my heart weighed heavier in my chest, and I looked to Tori with a frown. "Do you think we'll ever work out what Aestrom wanted us to know?" She kept her eyes on my palm, but her brow furrowed deeply as she considered my words. Probably not." "Tori," I said, and she looked up with a teasing grin. "Maybe I should show the card to Orion. He might know what it means." Tori considered that a moment, then nodded. "I don't trust him exactly, but after he saved my ass from the heirs, I've warmed up to him by 1%. Okay, I'll do it." We studied the lifelines a while longer, and it seemed like Tori and I didn't have much to worry about in that department. Although we had a worrying amount of potential deaths, which Washer pointed out could occur at any moment in time. Good to know. "Now, let's mix things up," Washer said keenly. "You will repair and then interpret your love lines." He started directing people towards different seats, and my heart sank dramatically when he paired me with Kylie. Perfect. I grabbed my things, moving over to sit in Julian's vacated chair as she headed over to take mine next to Tori. Kylie leaned away from me like I carried rabies. Her upper lip curling back. Her hand shot into the air as she turned to Washer. Sir, I'd like to repair with someone who isn't trying to steal my boyfriend's throne. No, do be civil, my dear. He looked between us. You make a lovely pair. My insides churned as he surveyed us too long, and I sensed Kylie recoiling from him. Total creep, I whispered when he moved away, hoping to at least make it through the class without this becoming completely unbearable. She stared at me for a moment, and with a tight pout in place, she finally nodded. Yeah, you got that right. She snatched my hand, turning it over, and studied the love line, her nails pinching my skin. The silence between us became so uncomfortable, I simply had to break it. So, you're a Medusa? And? She went on the defense, and I sighed, giving up on this already. And I've never seen a girl sprout snakes out of her head, that's all. Well, I bet you wish you could, so that you could cover up that ghastly bald spot, she said promptly, and I scowled darkly, pulling my hand out of her claws. Why do you hate me so much? I shouted, furious that she continued to treat me this way. Wasn't it enough that I had had my hair sheared off by her heartless boyfriend, and she damn well filmed the whole thing? You're a threat to Sethi's throne, she said, her eyes flashing and her shoulders squaring. I don't want his throne, I said for what felt like the 1,000th time since I arrived in Solaria. Swap hands, Washer called out, and I took Kylie's hand. She reluctantly uncurled her fingers to let me see her palm, but I couldn't concentrate to try and do a reading. I thought Fae fought their own fights, I said, staring determinedly at her hand as angry energy burned through my veins. I am fighting my own fight. I'm fighting to keep his eyes off of you, she blurted, then froze as if she hadn't meant to say it. I looked up at her, shocked she would still think Seth gave a damn about me, or that he ever had. He pretended to like me. He cut my hair off and you recorded it. How can you possibly think that I'm a threat to you? She blinked heavily for a moment. I thought she was going to cry. Because you're beautiful, and every time you're in a room he stares at you, and when you're not there, he can't stop looking at that disgusting bracelet of hair he made. He wants you to bow to him, but given half the chance, he'd have it both ways and have you under his arm too, she said, nearly all of it through her teeth, and turned bright red as she did so. Tears splashed down her cheeks, and I was left in complete and utter shock as she sprang up from her seat and ran from the room. I suddenly noticed how close Washer was standing and felt his power radiating through the air. He'd fed on her pain, her sadness, and drawn it all out for me to hear and him to feast on. Was everyone in the school just hunting for their next goddamn piece of meat? He hounded after her toward the door, and it only took half a second longer for Julian to sprint after them, calling her name. My mind reeled from what she'd said, and what I had to conclude that she was completely deluded. Ha! Posted. Kelly's gonna flip. Tyler started laughing as he finished posting something on Facebook. A telltale ping told me I'd been tagged. And I took a deep breath in to ready myself for an impending earthquake as I tapped on the notification on my screen. Tyler Corbin. Just witnessed a major meltdown after Washer sucked out 2 truths and a lie from Kylie Major's mouth. Truth, Darcy Vega makes Seth Capella drool. Truth, we've seen him sniff the bracelet. No one blames you, bro. Lie, he wouldn't actually have a Vega twin under his arm, but he might take one under his sheets once or twice. Hashtag major fail. Hashtag sucked by a siren. Hashtag major envy. Asshole, I breathed as laughter rang out around the classroom. I looked up to find Tyler smirking at me while pretending to casually massage out a kink in his shoulder. Fury crashed through my chest in a wave. Seth Capella does not... Ding! I glanced down at my screen, discovering that Seth had replied to Tyler's post. And that was saying something, as the heirs rarely replied to anyone's posts. Seth Capella. Fun game. Let's flip it around and play 2 lies and 1 truth. At Tyler Corbin, your mom was the best lay of my life. Your dad was a second. Your face is going through a brick wall the next time I see you. Hint, both of your parents suck in bed. My heart pounded out of tune as I sensed anger behind his words. Tyler turned white as a sheet as he placed his atlas down on the desk and stared at it without blinking. When class was finally dismissed, I was more than glad to make my escape from the room and head back to Air Tower. The day was finally over, and I fully intended on doing nothing but lazing around in my room all evening with my friends and practicing some elemental magic. As we walked along the circular path around the orb, a notification pinged on my atlas. I was half tempted to ignore it. Sure, it would be nothing but another Fae book post designed to ruin my day. But curiosity got the better of me, and I took it out, finding an official message waiting for me. Your liaison has been rescheduled for 7 p.m. tonight with Professor Orion. A small smile crept onto my face, and I hid it quickly before the others could see, rearranging my features into disappointment. Looks like I can't hang out after all tonight. Orion's rescheduled my liaison. You can show him the card, Tori reminded me. Maybe he'll know something. Are you sure that's a good idea? Diego asked uncertainly. He's helped them before, Sophia said. Besides, the worst he could do is dismiss it, and then you're in the same position anyway. I suppose that's true, Diego said with a shrug, shifting toward Sophia and wrapping his arm around her shoulders. She leaned into him, turning a pastel shade of pink as he ruffled her hair. The two of them hadn't officially defined things since the formal, and I wondered if Diego was ever going to pluck up the courage to officially ask her out. Tori looped around them to my side, rolling her eyes at their backs. The sun was already low on the horizon and bathing the campus in a dim amber hue. My horoscope had said today was going to be the start of a deep, undying love, and I had the feeling it meant my love for the academy. It might have been filled with cutthroat fae and had danger lurking around every corner, but it also had the most wonderful, spellbinding place I'd ever been, and it was starting to feel like home. 7 p.m., and Orion was predictably late. I'd even dragged my heels on the way to his office to account for it, but he still hadn't arrived. I sighed, on the verge of giving up another few minutes as another few minutes ticked by. The hole I'd cut through his door was now fixed, and I wondered if the desk was intact too. I wasn't looking forward to my Saturday detention this weekend. Whatever way Orion disciplined his students, I imagined it was no fun at all. Didn't he once say corporeal punishment is totally legal here? Holy shit, I hope it's not that. It was almost 7:30 when I gave up, heading back through the corridors of Jupiter Hall with a frown etched into my features. Astrom's card was burning a hole in my pocket, and I so longed to ask Orion about it, among other things. And okay, I'd been 0.5% eager to see him. I didn't know what it was that drew me to him. He was, obviously good looking, like a slap you in the face hot. He was also a major, mega asshole most of the time. But those two things tended to be a dangerous combination, and I was definitely a sucker for it. I headed out of the building, following the curving pathway around the orb, the fresh night air brushing against my skin. I wandered along, soaking in the quiet as I wondered whether the others would still be hanging out in Diego's room like they had been when I left. Look who it isn't. Seth's voice hit my ears. My blood ran cold as I spotted him with Kylie and a group of his wolf pack, standing under the light of a lantern. On the floor between them was Tyler Corbin with a bloody face, his nose skewed to one side and his hand raised as he tried to hold off the junior who was cupping flames in his hand. I halted in my tracks, feeling like a deer in headlights as they spread out across the pathway to stop me from advancing. Seth moved to the front of the group with a smirk wrapped around his beautiful features. It isn't the Queen of Solaria. It isn't the object of my affections. And it isn't the girl with blue hair. Kylie puffed up her chest at his words, and I scowled, my eyes falling on Tyler. He might have brought this on himself, but I still pitied him. He was a warthog about to be ripped apart in a pack of lions. Leave him alone, I told Seth, my hands beginning to shake as fear took a violent hold of me. He got what he asked for, Seth snarled. Just like you did, Vega. His eyes were two frozen lakes, and I fought the urge to back up as he took another step towards me. Hey, wolves, he called to his pack, jerking his head to beckon them. Kylie stepped aside to let them pass, and the group closed in around Seth, nuzzling his arms, his neck. He smiled hungrily at me, pawing at the back of his friends. Who wants to go hunting? Fear raced through me as the wolves started howling to the sky, cupping their hands around their mouths. Seth stalked forward in an act of fury. I raised my hands and drew magic into my palms. Fire flickered, and I threw all of my energy into it, casting it out of me in a ferocious wave. It tumbled out of control, a huge flame bursting towards them as if it was fueled by gasoline. Seth threw up his arms, and a glimmering air shield arched around him and his friends, dissolving the fire as it touched it. I lost sight of them all behind a sheet of smoke, my pounding heart crashing against my rib cage. A piercing howl tore through the air, and Seth's huge white form burst out of the haze, making me scream in alarm. I fled. It was the only logical thing to do. I wasn't trained. I couldn't fight so many at once. But could I outpace a damn werewolf? No chance. I veered sharply right, and the snap of jaws sounding dangerously close to my ear. I sprinted towards the nearest building, half falling into Venus Library and running down the first aisle. The doors banged open behind me, and I cursed as a sound of heavy paws bounded through the cavernous room. Mr. Capella, the librarian shrieked, take your games outside. There are ancient texts in here that do not need your drool all over them. If you're looking for the Vega girl, she went that way, but please continue your hunt in Fae form. I mentally called the librarian a million names under the sun as I hurried to the back of the library. Continue your hunt? You bitch. An emergency exit glowed up ahead, and hope beamed inside me as I ran towards it, pushing the bar. An alarm bell rang out, and panic tore through me as howls cut into the air, shredding it. In Fae form, the librarian begged, but the rush of paws was all I needed to hear to know that they weren't obeying. I ran onto the grass, turning left, tearing down along into the shadows, half blind as I raced for cover of the next building. I trailed my hands along the back wall of Mars Laboratories, desperately searching for a way in. Ooh, get her, Sethi! Kylie's voice sailed after me, followed by her laughter, and I had the feeling she was riding one of the wolves. My hands scraped nothing but stone, and I picked up my pace again, though every second I wasted brought me closer to being caught. Come on, there must be a way in, please, please. I wasn't fast enough, and there was no way in, nowhere to run. A hand shot out of nowhere and dragged me through a door just up ahead of me. I was plunged into absolute darkness, and a scream bit at my throat just before a palm slammed down over my mouth, and I was dragged against a hard body as the door clicked quietly closed, my back to their front. The scent of cinnamon stoked a fire in my soul as I stiffened as I realized who had come to my aid. Absolutely silent, he breathed in my ear, and I nodded against his hand. Look over there. Kylie's voice was muffled beyond the door, and my mouth dried up. I recoiled against Orion, barely breathing as I waited for that door to be found. for the wolves to tear me from his arms and rip me apart. Professor or not, he surely couldn't take on a whole wolf pack if they were determined to sink their teeth into me. The sound of heavy paws padded loudly beyond the building, and my pulse quickened. It thrashed so loudly, I feared they'd hear it. Orion probably could with his enhanced senses, but the wolves hadn't found me yet, so that had to be a good thing. My skin prickled with heat where the press of his chest and his stomach met my back. I shut my eyes, willing my thoughts into what I was hiding and nothing else. "She's not here," Kylie sighed in frustration. "Try down near Jupiter Hall." The sound of the pack headed away, and my breath fell out of my lungs in a shuddering wave as Orion removed his palm from my mouth. The muscles in my legs twitched as I prepared to move, but Orion's hand suddenly sailed around my waist and stopped me from leaving. My heart beat to a forbidden tune, and I stilled entirely, frozen in place. We were flush to each other, and I only realized how intimate this was now that I was no longer in fear for my life. Yet, I didn't try to move again. And he didn't either. I wasn't sure if I was holding the breath, or if the air was simply stuck in my lungs and refusing to come out. The most rational reason for him holding on to me was that he was about to bite me. He'd saved me from facing an air, so I guess I owed him. The other reason, though... Oh, holy shit, the other reason? His fingers found the skin between my shirt and waistband, and heat weaved a frantic whirlpool through my stomach, pushing lower into the deepest regions of my body. So against the rules. Must move, but I want to stay. I felt his breath in my hair, the heat, the desire. My instincts told me he wanted me, but that was pure insanity. I just couldn't come up with any better reasoning, though. He made my thoughts hazy and my morals fray. He was my teacher. And I knew he'd lose his job if anyone saw us like this. Maybe more. Maybe I would lose my place at Zodiac Academy too. Move, Darcy, move! I turned around, finding my resolve, but his arm remained in place. So it lay on my back instead. His fingers curled into a ball, keeping me close but not letting me escape. It was dark, but a slit of light was cast from a door further down the hall just to our left. Just enough to see by. If I look up at him, I think I'll burst apart into a million heated fragments. But if I don't, I'll never see the answer to the question in his eyes. I forced my gaze up to his and felt the spell break, dashed into pieces on the hard look in his eyes. His face morphed into something stony, distant. His throat bobbed, and he pushed me firmly back. "They're gone, so move," he growled, sending a jolt through me at the sudden loudness. I backed up, staring at him as my anger began to grow. I hadn't done anything. He was the one who wrapped his damn arms around me. "You definitely ground your ass against him." "All right, maybe for 1 single second, but that was it." "Sir, don't you dare talk back to me," he snarled, shoving the door open. "Move!" I scampered out onto the grass, furious with myself and with him. With this stupid academy, with Seth for driving me in here like a fox chased by hounds. Tears burnt my throat, my eyes, but there was no way they were going to fall. Not until I was locked up in my room without even the chance of anyone seeing them. And even then, I knew it would be better if I just swallowed them down, never letting another tear fall out until one day I choked on them all. A siren would have a field day with me now if they found me, sucking up all this emotion coursing through me. "Where the hell do you think you're going?" Orion snapped, and my spine straightened as I glanced over my shoulder at him, where he stood in the doorway. He wore a shirt and smart trousers, but his hair was suspiciously damp, speaking of a recent shower. I raised my hands, giving him a stumped expression, completely baffled by his question.
We have a liaison session to complete. Which you didn't show up for, I pointed out, incredulous that he was suddenly acting like I was a misbehaving student. He definitely initiated that ass-to-crotch hug. What a jerk. Pitball practice ran over. Besides, I'm here now, aren't I? That counts as showing up. He turned his back on me, heading across the grass in the direction of Jupiter Hall, as if he expected me to follow. That doesn't count. And what were you doing lurking around the back of Mars Laboratories anyway? He glanced back over his shoulder, cocking an eyebrow at my tone. My heart stuttered, but the berating I was expecting didn't come. I wasn't lurking, Miss Vega. I came to check out the commotion. Now, if you're done questioning me, let's move. I remained in place, both furious and flustered by his crazy mood swings. I'm not coming, I hissed, knowing he'd hear me no matter how quietly I said it. I turned in the opposite direction, folding my arms as I marched towards the path, wanting to go back to my room before Seth showed up again. A blur in my periphery alerted me 1 second too late before Orion swept me off my feet and tossed me over his shoulder. I yelled in alarm, smashing my hands into his back on instinct. Let me down! Are you insane? I kinda hoped another teacher would hear, but as he marched me onto the pathway under the full light of the lamps, I sensed he didn't have any worries about being seen. But surely this was against the rules. Professor Orion, put me down the second, I demanded, my cheeks flaming. At least I'd had the foresight to put some damn jeans on in place of my school skirt, or this would have been 100 times more embarrassing right now. Good evening, Professor. Having little trouble with a student? Principal Nova's voice carried from up ahead, and my mouth fell open in disbelief. Nothing to worry about, just Miss Vega skipping liaison. Well, I'm glad to see you rounded her up, Nova tutted, passing us without even a second glance. I gasped in horror, and Orion released a low laugh. I'll walk, all right? Just put me down, I ordered. He didn't say another word until we stepped into his office a couple of minutes later and dropped me onto the seat in front of his desk. I flattened the choppy ends of my hair, which were now sticking up all over the place, shaken to my core. Orion yawned, lowering into his winged back chair on the other side of the desk and casually taking out his bourbon and pouring himself a glass. I laced my fingers together, staring at him with a mixture of rage, frustration, and absolute embarrassment. I wanted to demand he tell me what the hell he was playing at by running his hands all over me 5 minutes ago, then turning on me like an enemy soldier. But my lips simply wouldn't part. My vocal cords were on lockdown, so I just stared, waiting for an explanation that I probably wasn't going to get. Orion sighed contentedly as he drank most of the measure he'd poured, then planted the glass down on his desk. I think it's best we talk about the nymph situation in Solaria. You were pulled out of class before the end of my lesson the other day, so I'll catch you up. I narrowed my eyes, wondering if maybe he had some sort of personality disorder he wasn't aware of. He'd gone from volcanic hot to glacial cold in the space of 5 seconds, and apparently he had forgotten all about it. Sir, I started, unsure how to phrase this in a way that was actually going to get a response. Miss Vega, he asked, his expression totally innocent, as if he had no idea what I was going to say. I changed the tact at last second, realizing I had another way to approach this. I thought Fae weren't supposed to intervene in other people's fights. He scratched his beard, then shrugged. That was a wolf pack. It's different. Is it? I narrowed my eyes. At least he answered. It's my duty to protect you as your professor, he said, professor, extra loudly, like that was supposed to make a point. He pushed up his sleeve and his brow wrinkled as he scratched the red tattoo of the Leo sign there. So nymphs, he said firmly, and I sensed that was the end of my line of inquiries. I sighed, resigning as I sat back in my seat.
Maybe there had been some unbidden connection between us for a moment. But rules were rules, and apparently now he was abiding by them. Everyone needs to be vigilant on campus. You shouldn't travel around alone. If a nymph were to absorb the magic of a powerful fae like you, it could be disastrous for all of Solaria. Dread inched into my gut. Surely there's something you can do? Can't you stop them from getting on campus? Obviously, we have protection spells in place. But how the nymphs got in is still a mystery to the FIB, which means we can't be sure it won't strike again. A beat of fear rolled down my spine, and I nodded. So, you and your sister will have to walk around campus with at least one other student from now on, especially after dark. Understand?
Sure, I agreed, more than happy to comply. I didn't want to be caught off guard by a nymph showing up. The idea was terrifying. He drained the last of his bourbon and checked his watch.
Well, that's the end of this session.
Are you kidding me? I breathed.
It's 8 o'clock, he said with a shrug, rising to his feet.
No, wait! I got up too, reaching into my pocket and pulling out Astrom's tarot card. He frowned as I placed it down on his desk, and my heart thundered as I pushed it towards him. Astrom gave this to me, and Tori, and I wondered maybe if you might know what it means. He said you never really saw eye to eye, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong? Orion's lips pressed into sharp lines as he fished the card from the desk, examining it.
Astrom never really thought of much of me and my family, he muttered, mostly to himself.
Why was that? I asked gently, as his eyes remained fixed on the message inscribed on the card.
He taught me when I was at Zodiac. He was a royalist, and I was outwardly against them, and he hated me because of my own beliefs, among other things.
Oh, I whispered, nodding. Orion looked up from the card, seemingly dragged out of a daze. He frowned in a way that told me some deep hurt was concealed beneath all of those hard layers he hid behind. He stepped around the desk, holding the card out to me. I don't know what this means, and I highly doubt I'm the man he would have wanted you to seek answers from. He remained close to me as I reached for the card and pulled it from his fingers. What aren't you saying? I asked, sure he was holding back on something. A tightness grew in my chest, like his mere presence was capable of sucking the air from my lungs. He leaned in close, his breath a delicious cocktail of bourbon and danger.
There are many things I'm not saying, and for good reason. But I'll tell you this. I've spent most of my life hating the Savage King and anyone associated with him too, including you and your sister, when you first came here.
His eyes flickered with shadows that threatened to tear me apart.
But I learned a long time ago that blood doesn't define a person, so I shouldn't have judged you so quickly. You're unlucky to bear the title that you do, and I would never bow to either of you for many reasons, but you aren't bad people. That being said...
His eyes traveled down me, the sensation of a zip opening along the line he cast with his eyes.
I will do whatever it takes to ensure Darius and the other heirs sit on the throne of Solaria, and I urge you to never underestimate that vow.
Chapter 10. Tori. I sat in the Ignis common room with Sophia on Thursday evening, practicing my defense against coercion with varying degrees of effectiveness. I'd basically mastered the art of maintaining a mental shield against attacks while I was concentrating on it, but if I wasn't distracted, she was able to slip commands past my defenses. At least she was kind to me, only demanding I draw a line on my arm each time she coerced me. So far, I had 9 lines marking my forearm, 1 for each time she'd gotten past my guard. I was trying to keep her commands out while creating ice cubes with water magic at the same time, and concentrating on the 2 tasks was frustratingly difficult. I swirled the ice around the glass I was using to contain them, releasing a breath as I tried to focus again. Sophia was trying not to smirk at me, and failing. I knew she got a kick out of it every time she got past my defenses, but I wouldn't begrudge her
of her fun. Besides, I needed the help, and at least she wasn't making me dance on the table to strip for everyone. The doors opened, and I looked around as a group of 6 FIB agents dressed in black filed into the room alongside Professor Orion. "Everyone shut up!" he yelled, bringing the room into silence. "As a part of the investigation into Professor Astrom's murder and the fire in Darius A. Crux's room, the FIB will be carrying out searches of everyone's dorms. This is not optional. I do not want to hear any whining. You will be docked 10 house points for every complaint that reaches my ears, and I have exceptional hearing. None of you are to return to your rooms from this point on until they have been searched. You will remain here in the common room until further notice. Questions?" Marguerite got to her feet. "Sir, I don't understand. Why am I being treated like a..." Orion cast a gust of wind at her that sent her flying over the back of a couch she'd risen from and crashing onto her ass on the far side of it. A smattering of laughter broke out as she shrieked in surprise. "Good, no questions then. The agents need to conduct a final check of Mr. A. Crux's room, and then the searches will begin." Orion motioned for the agents to head for the stairs, and my mind began to whirl with panic. My heart was thundering an unsteady rhythm in my chest. My palms were slick, and a little voice in the back of my head was very unhelpfully screaming, "No, no, 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 no." If they searched my room, they'd definitely find those coins and the dagger. There was no way I could explain having either of which didn't involve me getting called out for getting Darius's room set on fire. And death by supremely pissed off dragon asshole was not what I envisioned for my evening. Hell no. I needed a plan and fast. "I think we need to try something a bit more motivating," I announced to Sophia, looking away from Orion and the 2 agents who were standing in the room as if they didn't interest me in the slightest. "Oh? Yeah, why don't you coerce me to drench myself with freezing cold water and I'll see if I can fight it off." "Are you sure?" she asked hesitantly, but I could tell she was a little tempted to try. "Why not?" I said with bravado-filled grin, which probably covered my panic. Hopefully. "What harm can a little water do anyway?" Sophia frowned, clearly thinking of what the airs had done to me the other night, but I smiled encouragingly until she relented. "Okay then. Drench yourself with freezing cold water." Her command slid over me, and I made no attempt to shield myself from it. My arms instantly lifted into the air, and I conjured a torrent of water to slam down over my head. I leapt up with a shriek as the icy kiss of water, and my teeth began to chatter at once. Every head in the room turned my way, and I stumbled away from the table we'd been working at as Sophia started babbling apologies. I waved her off, muttering that it was my own fault. Now for some Class A acting skills. "Holy shit, that's so cold!" I exclaimed. "Miss Vega, what the hell is going on over there?" Orion demanded. I headed straight toward him without hesitation, shivering as the icy water plastered my uniform to my body. The white shirt had turned transparent, and a puddle was forming beneath me. "Sir, can I please go and get changed?" I asked, giving him an imploring look. "You command the element of fire. I'm sure you can dry yourself out," he said flatly. Damn. I nodded slowly. This was about to get a lot more embarrassing, but needs must. I called on my fire at magic and let it heat my skin until the water began to steam out of my uniform. Orion offered me a hard smile that seemed to say, "See?" as I smiled back before ramping up the power I was exerting. My shirt burst alight first, and I shrieked as my long socks followed suit. I held up enough control over the flames to stop them from burning me, but I screamed like I didn't. "Oh, for the love of the moon!" Orion exclaimed before dousing me in water again with his own magic. I gasped, and my heart lurched with terror for a moment as I found myself at the mercy of someone else's water magic again. But Orion stopped the torrent as quickly as it had begun. A hole had burned right through the front of my shirt, and at the hem of my skirt was a kind of blackened glob of synthetic goo. "Maybe you should just let her get changed," muttered the agent closest to me. He offered me a friendly smile, and I returned it, simpering just a little. Damn, I was a good actress when I had to be. "Fine," Orion snapped, clearly not falling for my damsel in distress act quite so keenly as the agent. "Lead the way, Miss Vega." He motioned for me to go ahead, and I scurried in front of him, leading to my room. I pretended to fumble with the key as we arrived, dropping it to the floor and apologizing as Orion sighed impatiently. "I need to assist with the search. Get a move on now." "Right, sorry." I managed to unlock the door and headed in, unhooking my remaining shirt buttons as I went. Orion moved to follow me inside, and I raised an eyebrow at him. "Are you coming in here while I get changed, sir?" I asked. My shirt was already unbuttoned, and I'm guessing him seeing any more of me would be a pretty bad look for a teacher. He narrowed his eyes at me as he stepped back out of my personal space. "Hurry up," he demanded before closing the door between us. I ran across the room and lifted my mattress to reveal the coins and dagger I'd taken from Darius's room. I quickly snagged a black sock out of the drawer beside my bed and shoved them all inside it before moving to the window and throwing it open. I took a deep breath, focused all of my attention onto my magic as I pulled it to the surface of my skin. I called on the power of air and tossed the sock out of the window, catching it on a breeze and guiding it down to the ground outside of Ignis' house. Next, I drew on the power of earth, aiming all of my attention into the ground around the black sock as I begged everything and anything around it to grow. The brown grass which grew throughout the fire territory thickened and grew taller to hide my stash, and my thundering heart quieted a little as the sock and its contents were hidden. As quickly as I could, I wrenched my ruined uniform off of me and changed into a pair of yoga pants and a gray sweater. "What's taking so long?" Orion demanded from outside, and I jammed my feet in my sneakers. "Just coming," I called back. My gaze caught on the black jacket, which still hung on the back of my door from the other night, and I grinned as I snatched it into my grasp. The door opened, and I came face to face with a rather angry-looking Orion. "I was just getting this," I explained, holding his jacket out for him. He frowned at it for a moment, clearly remembering draping it around me as he pulled me from the pool the other night. "So, thanks, I guess," I added, stepping into the corridor and closing my door again. Orion took the jacket from me, raising an eyebrow at my tone. "You guess?" "Well, you dragged me out of the water and all, so I'm grateful for that. But you did only give those assholes a few weeks of detention for attempted murder, so I'm not exactly falling over myself with gratitude for you." "It's kind of obvious where your loyalties lie." I shrugged as I turned away from him, but he moved with his vampire speed and caught my wrist to stop me. "You and your sister don't have a lot of friends around here. Maybe you should think a little about your attitude if you're wondering why that might be," he warned. I stepped closer to him, smiling sweetly. "Thanks for the advice, Professor. But we've never needed anyone else to look out for us before, so I'm not going to start expecting it now." I pulled out of his grip and then turned away. He let me go, but I could tell he was half tempted to say something else. I kept going until I made it back to the common room, concentrating on breathing normally and slowing my heart rate. The last thing I needed was Professor Grouchy Vampire catching on to me before I could retrieve that stash. The other agents returned from their latest inspection of Darius's destroyed room, and the whole group of them, including Orion, headed upstairs to start searching dorms. Sophia began working on a cardinal magic assignment, and I feigned interest in it as I let the seconds tick by. I scrolled through my Facebook feed, smirking as I noticed a few posts mentioning Caleb Alter's secret Pegasus fetish. Our other plans against him were starting to take shape. Sophia had spread that little rumor among the Pegasus herd, and we'd all been stoking the flames of it through the ass whenever the opportunity arose. Once 15 minutes had passed, I got to my feet. "I just realized I have a parcel waiting for me in Pluto's office," I said casually. "I might as well go grab it while I think of it." "You want me to walk with you?" Sophia offered, and I could tell she was a little worried about me wandering around the campus alone after what the heirs had done to me the other night. "I'll be fine," I said, waving her back down to her seat. What's the worst they can do to me anyway? Sophia looked at me like she was about to start listing, and I shrugged as I headed for the exit. As soon as I was out of sight, I practically sprinted for the door that led out of the fire territory, forcing myself to slow my pace once I was outside again. I skirted Ignis' house as casually as I could, wandering off the path to the area of land around the back of the building that my window overlooked. I hesitated, leaning my back against the cool glass wall of Ignis' house as I looked towards the spot where my stolen goods were hidden. Every nerve in my body was begging for me to race and snatch it, but I refused to obey. I'd been in too many tight situations to let my nerves get the better of me. I needed to be sure I hadn't been followed. I needed to know no one was watching me. I pulled my atlas out of my satchel and started scrolling through Fae book posts like I didn't have a care in the world. I gave it a few minutes and was about to give up and move to retrieve my loot when a prickle traveled down my spine. Suddenly, I had the very real belief that someone was watching me. I resisted the urge to look around for the source of my discomfort and continued to scroll through the Fae book feed. There wasn't much to catch my interest today. A few bits of gossip about an Earth student who'd been cheating on her girlfriend. Some conspiracy theories about Astrom's death. I noticed a group dedicated to finding a way to cheer up Darius after the fire in his room. It looked like they were going to throw him a party, and quite possibly offer him an orgy too by the looks of it. I scoffed in disgust. I guessed I couldn't have expected to have ruined his fun for long, but at least I could look back at that photo of him literally bursting with anger anytime I wanted to. A harsh wind gusted down on me, and I flinched in surprise as my hair was blown back and the light of the moon was blotted out for a moment. My heart leapt in panic as I spotted the golden dragon diving from the sky towards me, and I pressed my back against the wall of Ignis' house, almost dropping my atlas in fright. I fought to keep my features as neutral as possible as Darius landed in front of me, the ground juddering beneath his weight. A deep growl emanated from his throat, and he swiveled his reptilian head so that one huge golden eye could survey me. I swallowed thickly, looking over his enormous body in awe. He towered over me, forcing me to tilt my head right back up to look at him. I couldn't help but appreciate the beauty of this beast, the way the moonlight glimmered on his scales, and his eyes flashed with untamed power. He spat something from his mouth, and I glanced at the wad of material as his body retreated back into Fae form. Oh, for the love of crap. I swore as he stood before me butt naked. Again. You could have at least, landed anywhere you liked. Why did you have to flash your goods at me? Darius smirked at me as he prowled closer, apparently not the least bit embarrassed by his body being on show. Not that he should have been. He had sculpted muscles and broad shoulders that just screamed, "Touch me." His skin was tanned and kissed by his tattoos, and just looking at him had heat rising across my body. Bad Tori. Don't look at the jackass like that. He might look good enough to eat, but he'd sure as shit give you indigestion. Why are you hanging out around here? He asked as he stooped to gather the clothes he dropped. He stepped into his sweatpants while keeping his gaze fixed on me. Well, I was enjoying some time away from the assholes, but we can officially count that being over. Darius shrugged his t-shirt on, covering up that beautiful body and allowing me the clarity of mind to look away from him. It kind of looks like you were reading about me, he countered, pointing at my atlas, which was hanging loosely in my hand. I glanced at the screen and spotted a picture of him, which had been posted by the girls organizing his party. It looked like a posed shot for a photo shoot. He was gazing wistfully off a bridge without a shirt on. Oh yeah, you caught me. Secret fangirl right here. I just love to stand about staring at photos of you, daydreaming about your oh-so-dreamy body. And I'm just imagining what it would be like if you had a halfway decent personality. Zero truth to any of those comments. Darius actually quirked a smile at that, and my bottom jaw practically hit my sneakers, or at least it would have, if I hadn't perfected the art of resting bitch face and struck it into place with a super glue at the start of his interaction. He glanced up at the sky and held a hand out like he was checking for rain. "Well, don't hang around out here too long, Roxy," he said, using that irritating as hell nickname for me. "We wouldn't want you to come close to drowning again." I scowled at him as he strode away towards the house, my heart skipping a beat as he moved past the clump of scraggly grass which concealed the stalk of stolen goods from his bedroom. Darius didn't so much as hesitate as he passed right by it, and I waited for him to disappear inside before finally moving to claim it. I shoved the lot deep into the bottom of my satchel and took off across the campus towards Air House. It was getting late, but that was all right. We needed the cover of night to move the stolen stash of goods from Darcy's room. As I hiked up the hill, that prickling sensation ran across my spine again, and I paused, certain that someone was behind me. I dropped down, pretending to retie my sneakers as I looked through a curtain of my hair back towards Igna's house. It didn't take me long to spot Darius lurking on the track. He was vaguely trying to blend in with the shadows, but beneath the light of the full moon, his broad frame was pretty impossible to hide in the open, rocky landscape of fire territory. My heart started pounding a little as I wondered what the hell he was doing. He'd only just arrived at Igna's house, and he seemed intent on heading inside a few moments ago. It was like he waited for me to walk away, and was now following me. A shiver of unease ran down my spine at that thought. I was confident he hadn't seen me reclaim the treasure outside, because he would have confronted me already if he'd figured out I'd stolen from him. So, he must have had some other reason to follow me, while I walked alone, in the dark, at night. I'm not going to let him spring another goddamn attack on me. Just ahead of me, the path split into two directions, one towards the orb and the other to Air House. I wasn't going to lead him in my real destination, and the open meadows of air territory weren't going to help me lose him. So, as I straightened, I turned towards the orb. I pulled my headphones out of my satchel and placed them over my ears, but I didn't actually turn on any music before I started jogging. I was tempted to sprint, wondering if the dragon asshole could keep up with my top speed, but I decided that would look suspicious. I didn't look back again as I ran, but I could feel him following me, his gaze on my body feeling almost like a physical sensation. The orb loomed ahead, and I darted straight inside. It was fairly empty, but several students were around having a late dinner or having a coffee and a slice of cake with friends. I snagged a bottle of water from the frozen ice cooler as I passed it so that I had an excuse for coming here, then crossed to the exit on the far side of the room. I glanced over my shoulder before I stepped outside and saw Darius striding through the room. I caught his gaze for a fleeting moment, then slipped out into the dark again. I sprinted to the right of the exit and into the shadow surrounding Mars Laboratories, pressing my back into the wall as soon as I reached it and ducking behind an arch in the brickwork. I looked back at the orb just as Darius stepped out and fell still. He looked around with a frown, and I smirked to myself as I waited silently in the shadows. I'd given the cops and several security guards the slip more than once, and I was sure Darius Acrex wouldn't be much of a challenge. He looked left and right, swearing beneath his breath as he tried to figure out where I'd gone. "Have you seen Roxy Vega?" he snapped at a group of girls as they appeared from the direction of Jupiter Hall. "No," they replied, lingering in case he wanted anything else from them. Darius snarled irritably and headed the other way, moving closer to me as he searched the shadows. As he stalked past me and on towards the Earth Observatory, I slipped along the wall and kept going until I reached the far end of the building. The Wailing Woods spread out beyond me, but I'd have to make it across another patch and a long stretch of grass before I would reach the trees. I glanced around to see if Darius or anyone else was close enough to see me, then made a run for it, my heart pounding as I sprinted for the trees. And I passed between two huge trunks before making it into the darkness beneath them. There wasn't an official path here, but I kept running until I came to one deeper into the trees. I pulled up short on the dirt and caught my breath. I listened for the sound of pursuit. Silence greeted me, and I grinned to myself as I turned in the direction of Air House. Whatever Darius had planned for me, he was going to be disappointed. I started running again and didn't slow until I reached Air Tower. I threw a gust of air magic at the lock to let me in and jogged up the curving stairwell to Darcy's room. I hammered down the door and she opened it with wide eyes. I stepped inside without waiting for her to ask why I was here. "Has something happened?" she asked nervously, looking over me like she expected to find something had been done to me. "Not yet," I said, but Orion just turned up in Ignis' house with a bunch of FIB agents and started searching every room for evidence to do with Astrom's death. They're bound to start on the rest of the houses, and once they're done there, they'll come here. So we need to move Darius's gold like yesterday." "Oh shit, okay," Darius agreed. "But what the hell are we going to do with it?" "Bury it, I guess," I offered, having no other ideas. I dropped down onto my knees and started dragging the gold out from under her bed, checking the inside of the huge sports bag and making doubly sure that I hadn't missed so much as a single coin. Darcy checked it all too, and once we were certain we had every piece, we moved towards the door again. "I'll go ahead and check that no one's lurking outside," she said. "I'll send a message to your atlas if there is. If not, then follow 2 minutes behind me." "Okay." I heaved the heavy bag over my shoulders and waited as she disappeared into the hall. I counted 2 minutes and no message came through, so I slipped out after her. I tiptoed down the stairwell, careful not to jostle the bag and make a sound. When I finally reached the bottom, I found Darcy waiting for me in the shadows by the door. We headed outside and moved north towards the Wailing Wood. The trees were thick and ominous around us, their branches whispering in soft breezes overhead that sent my skin crawling with anxiety. "I vote we bury it here," I said. "We can set some kind of marker to find it again if we need to, but at least this way no one will be able to prove it had anything to do with us if it's found." "Good plan," Darcy agreed. "Look, there's a few animal tracks that lead through the trees from this path. If we follow them, they'll probably lead us to the heart of the forest." She led the way further into the trees and took the route off of the path. When she was sure we'd gone far enough, she stopped, and I dropped the heavy bag of treasure between us. "Now what?" I breathed. Our earth elemental lessons had been all about the power of growth so far. We'd created flowers and vines and even encouraged trees to grow new limbs. But we'd done nothing with the actual earth yet. I imagined we had the power to dig a hole in the soil by our feet with magic, but I wasn't really sure where to begin. "Let's just try to create a hole and see what happens," Darcy suggested. I didn't have any better ideas, so I followed her lead and aimed my hands towards the soil at her feet. I imagined a hole in my mind, the soil parting to create the perfect hiding place for our treasure. Nothing. Darcy was clenching her teeth so hard in concentration it looked like she might burst a blood vessel. I dropped to my knees and pressed my palms flat on the ground to see if that might work better instead. A faint tremor marked the path of magic flowing into the dirt around me, but no hole appeared, and without a shovel, we were really going to struggle to get this done. "Shit," Darcy cursed. "We could just throw it in the lake?" I balked at the idea of all this pretty treasure sinking to the bottom of the lake. "The sirens might find it," I reasoned, though part of me was refusing just because I couldn't bear to part with this hard-won prize so easily. "Well, I guess we'd better start digging then," Darcy said, sounding resigned. I nodded in my agreement and began to claw the dirt around me. Darcy joined in and I continued to try and throw my earth magic at the task. Sometimes it seemed like the clumps of soil I broke away was bigger than I expected, and I wondered if my magic was aiding me a little, even though it was clearly not doing everything I wanted. Darcy was breathing heavily beside me, and sweat was lining my brow along the side, and the smears of mud from the ground continued. Heaven only knew what the hell I'd look like when we were done here, but I'd have to worry about that once our job was complete. The hole was still only halfway dug, and we needed to get the treasure into it. I was so engrossed with our task that I hadn't even noticed the footsteps approaching until it was too late to hide what we were doing. "Holy guacamole, your majesties!" Geraldine exclaimed, and Darcy squealed in fright. "Shit, Geraldine, don't sneak up on people like that!" I barked as my heartbeat thundered over her sudden arrival. "What in the name of Santa sunbathing in a thong are you up to?" she asked, her eyes wide and wild. I couldn't help but laugh at that. She'd caught us red-handed. We had no choice but to come clean and hope for the best. "Well, I didn't want to drag you into this, Geraldine," I said slowly, "but I think I'm going to have to trust you with our secret." Darcy shot a look at me to say, "Are you sure about this?" But I could only shrug hopefully. "The honor of keeping your secrets would be the single greatest accolade I have ever achieved," Geraldine gushed. "I will take it to the grave, and I will hold your confidence even if I was tortured on a rack, fed alive to starving rats, boiled in a vat of weak old gravy, beaten by the fists of—" "We get it, Geraldine. We can trust you," Darcy said to stop her. "What are you doing out here in the middle of the night anyway?" "Oh, I was just replenishing my magic," she explained, brandishing a basket of purple flowers at us while peering at our half-dug hole curiously. "I'm of the Cerberus order, so we have to eat aconite, which you can imagine is better as wolfsbane, to replenish our magic. I was just gathering fresh supplies of it, which is easier to do at night. It's a deadly poison to most other orders, though, so no snacking. What are you doing?" "I'm guessing you heard about the little fire in Darius A. Crux's room?" I asked quietly, glancing around in case of more late-night wanderers were in the woods. "Well, that was kind of me." "Well, put my tail and call me Miss Whiskers," she exclaimed. "So this is his gold." "Yeah, and we need to bury it before the FIB or the teachers find out," Darcy added. "Look no further. Geraldine Bruce is a firm friend and trustworthy protector of the true heirs to the throne of Solaria. Your scandal is my scandal, your war is my war, and your enemy is my enemy. Darius A. Crux should burn in the fiery pits of the afterlife for what he did to you. And if he was on fire, if I was in my Cerberus form, I wouldn't even extinguish the flames with my urine. Please allow me to assist you with my earth magic, Your Highness." "Please do," I begged. Geraldine raised her hands, commanding her magic to do her bidding. And a deep hole sunk into the ground. She grabbed the bag of loot and threw it into the hole like it weighed less than nothing. "Wow, Geraldine, you're ripped," I commented. "Thank you," she said, flushing red in the moonlight. "I do like to dally in the pitball arena in my spare time. It would be my absolute pleasure to introduce you to the sport someday." "I'd love that," Darcy said enthusiastically. "Well, that would just be the toad's pajamas," Geraldine squealed excitedly. "Would you perhaps like to come and watch me play the next match this Sunday? Just so I know I'd knock your diamond-encrusted socks off if you did." "It's a date," I agreed. Anything to pay her back for saving our asses here. I snatched the sock from my satchel and took the coins from it before tossing them into the hole too. As I held the dagger out over the hole again, that weird presence it seemed to hold begged me not to release it, and I paused. "What are you waiting for?" Darcy hissed. My grip tightened on the blade instead of loosening. "Why should I have to toss it away? I like it. It's mine now. I want to keep it." I exhaled slowly, all of my instincts warring against the insane idea of holding the dagger. I'd been in enough scrapes to know that wandering around with a stolen dagger while investigations into the whole who stole it was taking place. And that was an absolutely terrible idea. I shook my head fiercely, shrugging off the desire to keep the blade and flinging it down on top of the bag. That thing was really weird. Geraldine raised her hand before her with a huge surge of movement. The soil covered the stolen treasure, and the ground flattened out above it. She encouraged a patch of pink and gold flowers to bloom over the spot, and I dropped a pin on the map of my atlas at our location, so that I could find it again if necessary. X marks the spot, I joked, feeling like we were a bunch of pirates. Darcy released a breath of laughter. We all grinned at each other as we moved away from the scene of the crime, and Geraldine reached out with her magic to remove every speck of dirt from our clothes and bodies. She even managed to drag the dirt out from under my fingernails, and I marveled at her power. We kept quiet as we made it back to the path and paused within a clearing where the moonlight spilled over us. We keep this secret among the three of us, I reiterated, just in case Geraldine got any ideas about telling the rest of the Ass Club about what we'd done. I swear on the sanctity of our friendships that I'll never breathe a word of this to another soul, she agreed surreptitiously. I couldn't help but smile at the strange girl who had offered us her loyalty so completely. I'd found her disturbing and downright annoying at times, but I couldn't help but feel the truth in those words as she spoke them. We were friends. The kind who met up and buried secrets in the depths of the woods in the middle of the night and never told another soul about them. The kind who trusted each other's motivations and forgave their worst behaviors no matter what. Here's to a long and beautiful friendship, I swore, holding my hand out between us. To friendship, Darcy agreed, placing her hand on top of mine. Friendship, Geraldine agreed, completing the pile with a sniff that announced the arrival of her tears. We smiled conspiratorially at each other one last time before parting ways and heading back to our individual houses. I hadn't expected to spend my evening bearing evidence in the middle of a forest, but it wasn't the worst way to spend a night either. I hope you guys have been enjoying my readings of Ruthless Fae. I will continue uploading those here on YouTube, but I wanted to let you know that if you're looking for a little extra romance in between these episodes, I do have a series of short stories here on YouTube called The Library of Dreams, written by moi, if you're interested. I just uploaded a romance one. It's called The Claimed, part of the Library of Dreams series. Be sure to check it out. And I will play a clip of The Claimed here shortly.
I swallowed hard, trying to hold on to my anger. It was slipping. So what? I forced out. You watched me work and decided to make a political statement out of me. You claimed me in front of the entire Vampire Council. You painted a target on my back with a smile. He smiled again, slow and devastating, like he knew exactly how dangerous that grin was.
Yes,
He said.
I did.
He set his glass down on a carved obsidian table and leaned closer, voice low now, nearly a whisper.
But not just to make a point.
I stared at him, trying to read between the lines. He was a politician now, a damn good one. But this didn't feel like strategy anymore. Not fully. Moreau looked down at me, not with pity or ownership, but with a kind of ancient reverence.
I did it because I wanted to.
He said.
Because I chose you. Not as a symbol, as a person. Because I know what's coming.
Hi friends, if you want to support me and more of this type of content, please don't forget to like and subscribe. It really helps promote my channel. Thanks. Chapter 11, Darcy. The FIB had been searching Air Tower for the past 2 hours, and I sensed from the banging and clattering around from the floor beneath mine that it wouldn't be long until they checked this corridor. Even though Tori and I had hidden the gold in the woods last night, I kept looking under my bed in case we missed a piece. It would be just our luck to decide to stay at the academy and then be kicked out from stealing from an heir. I was dog tired, but at least my corridor hadn't been the first on their list to search this morning. They must have been here since before dawn. Room searches! Get your doors open and stand in the corridor. I recognized Francesca's voice out in the tower, and my heart turned over. I tried to go back to sleep for a while, but it was impossible knowing the FIB were on their way here. I moved to my door, drawing my shoulders back and schooling my expression into indifference as I stepped out of my room in my PJs that were a pair of black shorts and a tank top. I'm not guilty, so why do I feel like a criminal? I let my door swing wide and placed my back against the wall beside it. Francesca and a team of FIB marched along the hallway led by Orion. He had a savage look on his face that made my heart pound a little harder. The closest room to him wasn't open, and he immediately marched up to it and bashed his fist against the wood. I didn't know much about the girl whose room it was, only that I'd seen her hanging out with Kylie a few times. "Out!" he demanded, and then produced a strange-looking key from his pocket, a slim silver thing with multiple prongs on the end. He slid it into the lock, and a girl squealed the second he threw the door open. A guy darted out of the room, tugging up his pants and laughing his head off as he veered around the FIB and out of sight. The girl emerged a second later, hugging a sheet to her chest. "I need 5 minutes!" she yelled at Orion. But he released a blast of air from his palm that shoved her out of his way before he marched into her room. A member of the FIB headed after him while Francesca directed units to the other rooms. Diego exited his room down the hall, looking at me with a frown. "You good?" he mouthed, and I nodded, offering him a playful eye roll. He took out his atlas, tapping something on it, and a second later, mine pinged. I leaned back into my room, plucking it off of my nightstand and reading the private message Diego had sent me on Facebook. Diego, FML, want to grab breakfast from the Orb after this? I tapped out a reply with a smile. Sure, I need to stop at Mars Labs on the way though. I looked up as I sent the message and Diego gave me a questioning look. I'd done a little digging and discovered that the items I needed for my hair regrowth were kept in stockrooms at the labs. I pointed at my hair and then tapped out another response and explanation. Darcy, Operation Hair Repair. Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is watching out for teachers while I borrow some ingredients. Diego snorted a laugh as he wrote a reply. Borrow? Darcy, winky face. Someone yanked my atlas from my hands and I jolted, glancing up to find Orion thoroughly in my personal space. Something funny, Miss Vega? He asked lightly. I couldn't seem to wipe the smile from my face, so I bit down on my lip to try and hide it. I shook my head in answer to his question. He cast an eye down at my messages, and that was enough to stifle my amusement. Hey! I grabbed it back from him, and his eyes flickered with dark shadows. Why was he always nosing into my private life? Have you got any contraband in your room? He asked. No, sir, I said honestly, while a member of the FIB barreled inside and started rifling through my things. Not yet, anyway, he murmured so only I could hear, and then walked away towards the next room. I fought a grin as I watched him in my periphery. Well, you put me up to it, Professor. I locked my fingers around my atlas, watching Orion as he weaved in and out of the rooms, his brow furrowed in concentration. What's he thinking? Ah, give me that! Diego's voice caught my attention, and I spotted him wrestling a wooden box out of the arms of an FIB agent. He hugged it to his chest, and Orion came at him with the speed of a charging rhino. I gasped as he raised a hand, casting a force of air that slammed Diego back into the wall, lifting him off of his feet. The box clattered to the floor, and laughter broke out around me as the other students grouped together to watch. I hurried to help, horrified that he'd attacked Diego like that. Let him go! I caught Orion's arm, yanking him backwards, but he cast a gust of air at me that swept me off my feet and sent me flying down the corridor. I crashed into the legs of several students who only laughed harder. None of them offered me a hand up to help. I ground my teeth, pushing myself upright and marching back towards them. Orion scooped the box up from the floor while Diego kicked against the wall trying to get free. Don't touch that, you asshole! It belonged to mi abuela. Diego roared, but Orion ignored him, smashing the box against the wall full force, making my stomach lurch in shock. It cascaded into 100 broken shards, and among the debris was a bunch of photographs of Diego tucked under the arm of an elderly woman. Between it all was a red journal, which Orion promptly snatched off the floor.
Let me down, tú eres un pedazo de mierda, vampiro escoria.
Diego bellowed, making the walls shake. I'd never seen him so mad, and whatever the hell he just said, I sensed that it was not, "Please, can I get down, sir?"
Anyone care to translate that?
Orion asked the corridor, flipping the first page of the book open.
Although your tone is enough to land you in detention already, Mr. Polaris.
Diego's eyes flared with hellfire as he stared at Orion with more hatred than I'd ever seen in someone's eyes.
You want a translation? I called you a piece of shit vampire scum because that's exactly what you are.
Diego, I gasped, begging him to stop with my expression, but when he met my gaze, his fury melted away and desperation took its place as he turned back to Orion.
Don't read it,
he begged, as Orion cleared his throat loudly.
Sir,
I said firmly, walking towards him a little more warily this time.
Oh good, it's in English.
Orion smiled cruelly.
I just write journal entries to practice the language is all, Diego growled. You don't need to read it.
September 1st, Orion said loudly. I found the awakening to be even better than expected. I think I may have made my first friend. He paused for effect, and laughter carried from the other students. Even a few of the FIB joined in. My stomach churned and anger burned in my chest at him humiliating Diego like this. Francesca leaned against the doorway, watching Orion with an expression that suggested he was telling a lovely bedtime story. Orion flicked over a few more pages, grinning darkly. September 3rd. He was getting cold. Hard revenge on Diego for insulting him. But wasn't pinning him up against the wall and breaking his prized possession enough? I think I'm becoming attracted to someone of the Pegasus Order. Is it the way she glides through the sky, leaving trails of glitter in her wake? Or maybe it's the way the glitter remains on those alluring eyes of hers, even in her Fae form. Sophia Cygnus gets more than my heart throbbing. Lance, Francesca chuckled in the gentlest of warnings. And I imagined that mainly was because she wanted to get on with her job. We're just getting to the good bit, Orion said with a smirk as he looked to Diego. Or are you going to stop me? There was a challenge in his tone, and I had the feeling he genuinely wanted him to fight back. Diego struggled harder, casting air into his hands, but it wasn't nearly enough to force off Orion's binds. No. Then I'll continue. He gazed down at the page, his brows jumping up as he silently read the next line. I stalked forward before he could read it out loud, furious at Orion, at everyone in this academy for being such cruel, unforgiving bullies. Stop it! I yelled as he opened his mouth. Magic twisted through my veins and tangled together in a way I hadn't experienced before. Vines flooded from my hands, and fire of the deepest blue swept down them in a blazing line of fury. Orion immediately whipped a hand out, tugging the oxygen from the air and dousing the flames. I gritted my teeth, willing the vines to wrap around him as he wielded the air with expert skill to keep them away. Through sheer determination, I managed to lock one around his throat, gripping him backward so he slammed to the floor. The vines slithered away in an instant as shock jarred my heart and made my magic die in a wave. Diego kneeled down with a groan, gathering up the pieces of his broken box and stuffing the photos into his pocket. Orion was still clutching onto the journal as he sat upright, rubbing the back of his head. I tentatively moved closer and crouched down before him. A heated lump burned in my throat as I reached out and prized the book from his hand, passing it wordlessly behind me to Diego. I couldn't drag my gaze away from Orion as he stared at me unblinkingly. The FIB were moving again, ordering the students out of their way while they continued their search. Orion's mouth tugged up one corner and his dimple punctured his cheek. I was hoping you'd do that, he said in a low voice. I frowned in confusion, unsure what to say to that. I just attacked you, I said in disbelief. I'm waiting for my punishment here. I moved to stand and he caught my wrist, using my momentum to help himself up. I glanced at Diego to see if he was all right, and I could tell his pride was injured more than his body. Orion suddenly fisted his hand in the short ends of my hair, and I yelped in alarm as he dragged me to him and dug his fangs into my throat. I was too slow to react, and my magic was immediately immobilized. He released a feral noise as I went slack in his arms, and a deep shiver gripped my bones. People barely even glanced our way, as if this was a completely normal occurrence. And I thought I was starting to get used to seeing Caleb bite Tori's neck instead of her wrists. Nothing quite compared to being in the jaws of a beast myself. Diego was muttering to himself in Spanish as he marched into his room and kicked his door closed. "Oh, thanks, buddy." Orion's arm slid tightly around my waist, and my eyes drifted closed as the pain ebbed away, replaced by something much more delicious. And definitely forbidden. I clutched onto his arm and his muscles flexed beneath my fingers, eliciting a soft, barely perceptible moan from my lips. His bite deepened, and though I knew he must have heard me, I prayed he'd mistake it for a whimper of pain. I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. I kept telling myself that it would absolutely stop my veins from sparkling and my head from spinning. He finally extracted his fangs, but his mouth lingered on my neck a second longer than was appropriate. His lips pressed against the bite for what could only have been a millisecond, but I felt every corner of my being, like the ground had just dropped away beneath my feet. He stepped back, and I tried to process the mad power play that had just passed between us. He wiped the corner of his mouth with his thumb, and I sensed that he was hiding a smile. "Don't forget you have detention with me on Saturday." He strode off, just like that, and I didn't move for several long seconds. I finally turned around and found the corridor emptying out. The last of the FIB were walking away empty-handed, but I spotted Francesca lingering by the exit as she waited for Orion. He joined her, and as they walked away, I didn't miss the way she rubbed her shoulder against his, or how she slid her hand possessively onto his arm. Some deep animal instinct inside me made my upper lip curl back, as if I was about to snarl like a beast. A door banging beside me tore me out of that strange sensation, and I found that Diego had returned, tugging on a dark green coat. "So are we still going to the Mars Labs?" He grunted, adjusting his beanie hat with a heavy grimace. I felt a pang of annoyance towards him for abandoning me to Orion's teeth after I'd stuck my neck out for him. "I can manage," I muttered. He sighed heavily. "Sorry, chica," he said gently, stepping closer. "I flip out sometimes. I knew it was best just to put some distance between me and Orion for a moment. I didn't mean to run off on you. Thanks for what you did." He nudged me, and I broke a small smile at the weight of my chest lifting. "Come on, let me make this up to you by helping you sort this out." He rubbed my head, messing with my hair, which didn't mean much considering the current state of it, but my mood brightened by a mile as I realized that might be about to change. "Let's go then," I beamed. "Put on something warm, it's raining out there," Diego said, pointing at my PJs. "Sure, give me 2 minutes." He laughed. "You'll be longer than that when you see what they've done. Knock for me when you're ready." He headed back into his room, and I hurried away in a panic, speeding through my door. My mouth fell open as I found the place completely torn apart. The contents of my drawers were all turned out, my clothes had been pulled out haphazardly, and the mattress was flipped up. I scowled, hauling it back into place and shoving things back into my drawers. I kneeled down and pulled out my nightstand drawer, which was remarkably in order, except I sucked in air, rummaging through the few items I kept in it, but it wasn't there. Astrom's card was gone. My heart thumped heavily in my ears, as if I was hearing underwater. Francesca knew about it already. Why would she or her agents take it? Maybe they just needed to double check it? But then why didn't they tell me? Surely I would have been questions if they thought it was suspicious. Death. a voice rolled over me, which made my spine turn into a pillar of ice. I looked up from where I was kneeling on the floor, finding Seth in the doorway, twirling Astrom's card between his fingers. "Do you know what this card means?" he asked slowly, as if he was playing with his food. After I'd unleashed my power on Orion and he'd drunk from my source, I wasn't in a position to even attempt to fight Seth off. Crying out for help was pointless and humiliating. So I rose to my feet and faced him, trying not to let my hands shake. I didn't answer his question, but he went on anyway. "Finality," he purred. "The end." He stepped into my room, his aura filling the air with poison. "Do you think it's about us?" He flipped the card over, pretending to find Astrom's inscription for the first time. But if he'd stolen it from my room while the commotion went on in the hallway, he sure as hell had time to read it. "I made a mistake, and now my time's up. The shadow has discovered me, and there's no hope for me to escape their wrath. The answers you seek are hidden between Leo and Libra. Don't trust the flames. Claim your throne." He spoke the final words like they were a curse on the world. "Tell me who wrote this." His coercion was powerful, and I was completely unprepared to block it. The name tumbled from my lips before I could even attempt to hold it back. "Professor Astrom." Seth mulled over for a moment. "So this shadow killed a teacher. They must be someone very bad." He stalked closer, and I fought the burning instinct to recoil, refusing to let him see me intimidated. "But no one's badder than me," he said in a wolfish growl that made my heart jolt. "What do you want?" I asked in an even voice, reaching for the card, but he lifted it above my head out of reach. "Asshole." He puckered up his lips. "A kiss. That's the price for getting it back." "I'd rather bite off my own tongue," I spat. He laughed darkly. "That would be a shame. I was looking forward to feeling it wrapped around mine again." "You're deluded," I said, swiping the card once more, but he was so tall that he just flipped his hand up to keep it away from me. My hands balled into fists, and I tried to figure out a way to get him out of my room and take the card in the process. "Come on, one little kiss. I'll even give you back your hair." He twisted his wrist to taunt me with the blue braid latched around it. Anger burned through me like acid. "What's your problem?" I snapped. "Why the hell do you want me to kiss you?" The hard wall in his eyes lowered a fraction, and he dropped his hand, flipping the card between his fingers with expert skill. "Maybe makeup sex is what we need to dispel all of this tension," he said, conjuring a lustful smile. I eyed the card, knowing lunging for it again was pointless, so I really only had one choice. "Get out!" I turned my back on him, and it was one of the biggest insults you could offer in Solaria. He growled deeply in his throat. Pure wolf. Fear gripped me. I shut my eyes, willing myself not to move, not to run, not to do anything, even though I just offered myself up as an open target. "You live in my house, babe. That makes you a part of my pack, and I'm your alpha." "I'm not part of any pack, so go alpha fuck yourself," I hissed, my voice shaking a fraction as I pushed the words out that surprised even me. He snatched my arm, forcing me to face him. His eyes glowed with anger, and my throat tightened with fear as he glared down at me. "You don't choose the pack chooses you. And as long as you're in these walls, and I say you're in my pack, you adhere to my wolf hierarchy, which, if you hadn't realized, you're at the bottom of, babe. So if your alpha says howl, you ask how loud." I yanked my hand free, and in the same movement I snatched the card from his grip. I tugged it straight down the back of my skirt, and his eyebrows cocked. "Is that an invitation?" He smirked, and I raised my hands warily. If you touch me, I'll blast every ounce of energy I have at you, I whispered, my voice lost to fear. Please don't touch me. I don't have much power left. His brows knitted sharply together. I'm only joking, Darcy. He surveyed my expression and took a step back, his features skewing. I don't know what you and your vile friends are capable of. I pointed at the door. Get out. He backed up again. What does the riddle refer to? What answers are you looking for? That's none of your business. I could just coerce you again, he said, though it didn't sound like he was keen on the idea. I ground my teeth, not wanting to be forced, but volunteering the information would equate to the same thing. We have 1,000 questions since we arrived in Solaria, I said, my tone accusing, because he knew we were clueless in this world, and he and his friends had still tried to destroy us over a throne we didn't want. Aestrom could have been referring to anything. Leo and Libra, he murmured, running a hand through his hair. Well, if Aestrom was referring to Darius and Orion, you're gonna be in the dark forever. The day they answer your questions is the day hell freezes over. I frowned, momentarily distracted from the fact that there was a hungry wolf in my room. Orion is my liaison. He has to tell me about my past. He laughed coldly. Do you actually think he tells you everything? He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Even I don't know what shit he and Darius get up to. Their lies run so deep, even their friends get kept in the dark. He released a low, doggish whimper, rubbing the back of his neck like that fact deeply upset him. And I was surprised when he kept talking, and wondered if he was actually trying to offload on me right now. Arrogant jerk. I mean, don't get me wrong. I love Darius. But I know he lies straight to my face sometimes. Whatever he and Orion are up to, it's pure sin. Seth? He looked at me, smiling as if we were best friends, and I wanted to rip his face off for it. Yes, babe? Get the hell out of my room, and don't ever come back here again. He pressed his tongue into his cheek, moving to the door and stroking the band of blue hair around his wrist. I hated him so viscerally it hurt, and he was wearing my wound, brandishing it for the entire school to see. It wasn't like I could ever reattach it, but I still wanted it back. See you soon, weakling. He headed away, and a ragged breath left my lungs as the fear inside me finally gave way to relief. I leaned against the wall for a moment, catching my breath, replaying the conversation in my mind. Perhaps I hadn't won, but I hadn't lost either. When I felt grounded again, I shut the door and headed to the bathroom. I showered quickly and then changed into my uniform, tugging on a black raincoat over the top of my navy blazer. I pulled on my boots and headed to the door. My fingers hovered over the handle. He's not out there, just move. I lifted my chin and stepped outside, walking to Diego's room and knocking. He answered a second later, and some of his dreary music carried to me from his atlas. He turned it off, seeming depressed as he stepped into the hall after me. Breakfast would be ready at the Orb by now, and I wanted to meet Tori there to tell her about the crazy couple of hours I'd had, and I seriously wanted to discuss the new theories on this tarot card. It didn't seem right that Aestrom would point us towards Darius and Orion for answers. He'd openly stated how much he disliked the two of them. My mind spun as Diego and I headed out of the tower into a sheet of rain. I pulled up my hood and Diego did the same, following me along in silence as I led the way towards Mars Laboratories. Rain splashed up from the stone path, and when we reached the track that cut through the Wailing Woods, we found it had turned into a muddy bog. I tiptoed along the edges of it while Diego slogged through, his hands stuffed into his pockets and his eyes on the ground. Are you all right? I called to him, using the jutting roots of the tree to make a careful path over the mud. My foot slipped more than once, but miraculously I didn't fall on my ass. Yeah, he said glumly. You sure? I pressed. giving him a hopeful look to see if he might open up. He huffed heavily. "It's that vampire," he growled. "Screw Orion. Who does he think he is?" My heart twisted weirdly on my chest, and I looked up at the canopy above, blinking as raindrops dotted my cheeks. "He's not all bad." "Are you serious?" he snapped. "I mean, he's a total dick, but I think it's his teaching style." "Darcy Vega, please tell me you're not standing up to the guy who just broke mi abuela's carved trinket box." He blinked, and for a moment I was sure tears were swimming in his eyes. "Oh, Diego, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that." I balanced precariously on a root as he came to a halt ankle deep in the mud at the heart of the path. He sniffed heavily, and I gave up on keeping my boots clean, dropping off the root into the mud and squelching my way towards him. He sniffed again. "Your shoes are getting ruined," he murmured. "It's okay," I said. "You can buy me a new pair," I teased, and he snorted a laugh. "You really are becoming Fae Chica." He pushed at my shoulder, and I released a small laugh. "Tell me about your, abuela. Was she the woman in the photo?" He nodded. "My grandmother," he said thickly. "She was the only person in the world who really cared about me, you know?" I frowned, rubbing his arm in the rain as it cascaded down on us through the canopy, the scent of wet, damp rising in the air. "Was?" I asked gently. "She died last year," he choked out. "Now I'm all alone." "I thought you had family," I said, gazing into his soft blue eyes. "I do. They're just not proud of me. They sent me here to prove my worth, and I feel like I'm failing them." "You're not," I promised. "We've only been here a few weeks. What more can you do?" "I don't even have my order yet," he muttered. "Neither do I." I prodded him, and he cracked a smile. "Guess you're as useless as me then, huh?" he teased. "But from the way you knocked down Orion on his ass earlier, I'd say you're gonna be just fine in this place. You belong here. I'm just a misfit." "We're all misfits," I said, as we started walking again, trudging along in the puddles. "Every freshman in this place is just trying to make it through their own way. You've got a good heart, Diego. That doesn't mean that you don't fit in here. In my opinion, this place could use a few good hearts." Diego took a hold of my hand, and my mouth opened and closed. I didn't know what to do, so I just left it there, my icy fingers cupped in the warmth of his. Okay, this is weird. As we exited the trees, I pulled my hand free, pretending to adjust my hood. An awkward silence descended as we closed in on Mars Laboratories. But the closer we got, the more my mind swung to the task at hand. Students were darting into the shelter of the orb as the rain beat down harder, and I quickened my pace towards the labs, keeping my head low until I ducked into the red brick building. The walls were painted a murky blood orange, and murals of the planet Mars were splashed across them. I quickly realized I had no idea where I was supposed to locate these ingredients, and I only had one real way of finding out. I took my atlas from my satchel while Diego started admiring the artwork on the walls. I navigated my way to the private email services and tapped out a message to Orion. "Darcy, quick question. I'm in Mars Labs. Could you give me a little clue as to where I might find certain ingredients?" I went to put my atlas away, wondering if we'd have to head to the orb for a while until he replied, but before I'd even touched my bag, a notification flashed up on it. A stupid grin bit into my cheeks as I found a message waiting from Orion, aka Lance, which I simply could not imagine ever calling him. Lance. "3rd floor, Lab 306, 6633211. Will the ends still be blue?" I reread the last line a few times, unsure why the hell he would ask me that. Why on earth he cared? I didn't have time to answer, so I stuffed the atlas in my bag and jogged over to Diego, grabbing his arm and drawing him to the stairway. We headed up to level 3, and I checked if the coast was clear through the window. Right, You keep watch, text me if anyone's headed this way, I said. If anyone asks you why you're here, just say you're waiting on someone. Okay, Diego agreed, looking miles happier than when we had left. Good luck. I nodded, my heart pounding madly as I stepped into the long corridor and walked down at a casual pace. My coat was still dripping wet, leaving a puddle behind me as I went so hurriedly. I unzipped it, stuffing it into my bag as I closed in on room 306. Will I dye the ends of my hair blue again? I hadn't thought beyond regrowing it, let alone ordering dye to the school to return it to the color of my hair. I'd had it that way to remind me of the past, to never trust anyone again. But did I really need the reminder these days? I found the lab, which was split into rows of long worktops. The door was unlocked, but the second I stepped inside, I spotted a professor at his desk. I froze, waiting for him to rebuke me, before realizing he was asleep. His head was craned back, and as he dozed in the chair, his mustache fluttered as he released a snore. My gaze locked on the metal door behind him. I could run, bolt, but I'd come this far already. Fuck it. I plucked up my nerve and moved as quietly as I could across the room. I stepped past the desk, adrenaline pumping as I approached the door. It was locked with a key code, and I silently thanked Orion as I pulled out my atlas and tapped in the number he'd given me. A low beep sounded as it opened, and I glanced over my shoulder in panic. The professor snored loudly, and I breathed a sigh of relief, hurrying into the room. Shelves and shelves of ingredients, potions, and magical items stretched out ahead of me, but luckily for me, they were alphabetized with labels under each row. I moved to the first aisle, finding several jars of Aquarius moonstones starting off the A's. They glittered like diamonds, and my heart leapt with excitement at finding exactly what I needed to implement the first stage of my revenge against Seth Capella. I grabbed one of the stones, pocketing it with a wide grin on my face. After my run-in with him this morning, I was doubly ready to exact every bit of vengeance on him. I checked the list and hunted for the first item, 3 flakes of dried pepper bark. It wasn't long before I located it. The bark came in a little tub, and I carefully wrapped a few of the flakes in a tissue before tucking them into my satchel. A thrill danced through me as I moved down a few aisles, searching for mother of pearl. I found tiny pots of it, alongside large mussel shells where the scrapings had come from. I bagged one of the pots and moved on to the next aisle, hunting for my final item, a 2-inch yellow crystal. I searched the Y section and the C, but couldn't find any sign of it. When I was on the verge of giving up, a glint caught my eye. I headed to the far end of the room where a window overlooked a dark room, but something glittered within it. A red switch beside me was labeled lights, so I flicked it and my mouth parted at the beautiful sight unfolding before me. A long, tubular room swept out ahead, and on rows of long tables seemingly glowing from various tubs, jars, and glass tubes were hundreds and hundreds of crystals. Every color under the sun twinkled back at me, segregated by their unique hues. Excitement sped through me as I opened the heavy door and stepped inside. An icy gust swept over me, and my breath puffed out as I walked down one of the aisles, hurrying towards the section of glimmering yellow crystals. They were all in jars, some in clusters, and others so big they'd been segmented into a huge glass vats of their own. A measuring rod lay at the end of the row, so I snatched it up and sought out a 2-inch crystal among the cluster of yellows. When I found one, I plucked it from its jar and turned it over in my palm, admiring its beauty. My atlas pinged loudly, and I cursed, yanking it out, expecting to find a warning from Diego, but instead it was another message from Orion. Lance, maybe green this time? Although green as a nickname isn't quite so catchy. The suspense is killing me. A laugh escaped me as I tucked my tablet away with the crystal. I put the measuring rod back and hurried back to the end of the room. I headed out the door, shutting it behind me and switching off the light. I strode toward the next door with a skip in my step, but before I reached it, it swung open. My heart lurched wildly, and I dove behind it as the professor walked into the room. He yawned, moving down an aisle and humming to himself. I caught the door before it swung closed, adrenaline surging as I rushed out of it and then broke into a run through the lab. I shoved open the door into the corridor, my eyes locking with Diego where he stood at the far end of it. I grinned, waving my satchel at him triumphantly, and I charged in his direction. After my classes, I'd head straight back to my room, brew this potion, and be myself again. My foot slid out from beneath me as I hit the puddle my coat had formed earlier, and my heart lurched into my throat as I fell backwards and my ass impacted with the ground. Ow! I groaned, pushing myself upright and finding Diego there to pull me up. You alright? He asked, starting to laugh. Yeah, I rubbed my ass, hobbling along as I shook my sore ankle, refusing to let anything dampen my mood right now. Thanks for looking out for me. No problem, he said brightly. Next time I need a lookout, I know who to ask. To be honest, Tori's probably a safer bet when it comes to this sort of thing. No way. You were doing great until you slipped over and nearly broke a leg, Diego taunted. That's the problem, I said. Whenever I try to pull something off, well, something impressive, I always end up on my ass.
Actions. But Professor Pyro didn't believe that had anything to do with my outfit and claimed it had more to do with stage fright. I might have even believed her if it weren't for the fact that I was steadily improving in all of my other lessons. To prove my point, I'd asked Darcy, Sophia, and Diego to join me in the fire arena after dinner so that I could show them the improvements I'd made and get them to confirm that I wasn't insane. Darcy had been having similar troubles with her fire magic, and I wanted her to try wielding her flames without the suit too. Maybe I was onto something. To make sure that I had time to do that, I'd headed out on my evening run early, and I ran through water territory with my headphones on and my heart rate up. I loved running here. Back in Chicago, it had been all back alleys and concrete jungle. I'd been dodging cars, pedestrians, and trash cans at every turn. In the academy grounds, I was more likely to come across a herd of Pegasus, a swooping griffin, or a shimmering waterfall. It was beyond beautiful here, and the differences between the four territories always took my breath away. I headed over a small bridge and began to circle the lake, adjusting my breathing as the hill elevated beneath my feet. A prickle ran along my spine as I reached the top of the hill, and I stumbled to a halt as a Nemean lion leapt out of the trees in front of me. My breath caught in my lungs as the huge lion roared excitedly and shook its mane before bounding into the trees on the other side of the path. The student was obviously enjoying stretching their powerful legs in their order form, and I stared after them in surprise. Shit, I don't think I'll ever get used to that. You should pay more attention to your surroundings, Darius called, and I turned to find him leaning against a tree like he had nowhere else in the world to be. He was wearing a mud-stained sports uniform with the Ignis symbol emblazoned on his chest. So I guessed he'd been at pitball training, but that didn't explain his sudden appearance here. This wasn't the first time I'd seen him while I was out running, and I was starting to get the feeling that he was following me. His reasons for doing so couldn't be anything good, so I changed up my routine every night this week, but I still kept bumping into him regardless. I glanced about in case the other heirs were going to spring a trap at any moment, but there was no sign of them. I pointed to my ears, shrugging like the heavy bass of the music in my head and my headphones prevented me from hearing him, then ran on. He didn't make any move to follow me, but I upped my pace regardless. Turning from the main path and heading back towards the orb, the last thing I needed was to go to head-to-head with an heir right now. I was all for bringing them down covertly, but I wasn't ready to confront them directly. Not yet. I made it back to the orb and slowed as I used my water magic to clean the sweat and spattered mud from my skin and clothes. Professor Washer had taught us how to do it last week, and even though his description of reaching every little nook and cranny had made me vomit in my mouth, I had to admit that it was a damn handy bit of magic. One of my favorite tracks came on over the headphones, and I smiled to myself as I walked into the orb, giving my attention to the song as All the Small Things by Blink-182 blasted in my ears. I stepped through the door without really looking where I was going and crashed straight into a hard body. Sorry, I muttered, stepping back and glancing up to find Professor Orion looking down at me with a super unamused expression on his face. He was wearing a sports uniform splattered with mud, too, and I vaguely remembered that he was the pitball coach. And there was me thinking that Blue was the clumsy twin, he said dryly. Just thought I'd mix it up a bit, I replied with a shrug, lifting one of my headphones off of my ear so that I could hear him properly. Well, I think I'd prefer it when you're predictably different to each other, he said, making a move to walk away from me. His sleeves were pushed back, and my gaze fell on the red symbol for Leo that was raised on his forearm. It didn't really look like a tattoo. It was more like a brand. Isn't Darius a Leo? I asked quickly, snagging his attention before he could walk away. My mouth always did run away from me. Apparently, even Mr. Grumpy's best death stare wasn't enough to make me back down. But if their connection could help us figure out what Astrom's message had meant, then it was worth annoying him over. Why would I have any interest in discussing Mr. A. Crux's star sign with you in my free time? He asked dismissively. Because you're a Libra, I said, and you've got a matching best friends forever tattoos. I just thought it was a bit strange. Orion's bored expression dipped into a scowl, which warned me in no uncertain terms to back off, but I raised my chin as I waited for his response. I may have just stepped into the arena with a pit bull, but I couldn't back down now. Perhaps if you spend as much time studying as you do inspecting other people's bodies, then you might not have so much trouble keeping up in my class, he suggested. Before I could reply, he turned and walked away. I watched him leave through narrowed eyes. Something weird was going on between him and Darius, and I had the feeling it involved me and my sister. Your Majesty, we've brought a selection of meals for the table for you to choose from, Angelica called. I turned as another enthusiastic ass member waved me over to our table in the center of the room, and moved to greet all of them while firmly reminding them to drop the royal titles. Again. I smiled as I spotted Sophia, Diego, and Darcy chatting together on their way towards the food, too. And I slipped between the crowd to join them before we dropped into our chairs in the middle of the ass club. Did you have a good run? Darcy asked. Yeah, you should all join me next time, I said. Ew, Sophia commented. I prefer to exercise in my order form or not at all. Yeah, I'm not really built for running or any kind of physical activities, Diego added, tugging his beanie hat a little lower like he was imagining it blowing away. I rolled my eyes at them. Your loss. Geraldine appeared and took the seat beside me. I smiled warmly at her as she offered me a slice of pizza from her plate. She was wearing a pitball uniform, too, with the symbol of Earth emblazoned on her chest, but she'd taken the time to remove the dirt from hers. I relaxed back into my chair as I took a bite of cheesy goodness. I overheard you talking to Orion about his tattoo, she said as she began to eat, too. And I followed him like a dandy in a dagger hole, but to take a closer peek, out of interest. Look at you, Geraldine. I'm beginning to think I'm totally corrupting you, I teased. She blushed and went on. Did I hear you say that Darius A. Crux has one that matches? He does, I agreed. And I've seen the two of them hanging out. I shrugged. It hardly sounded like conspiracy, or the conspiracy theory of the year, but I knew in my gut that they were up to something. Darcy overheard our conversation and leaned in to join our discussion too. Do you know something? She asked, obviously noticing the fact that Geraldine looked about fit to burst. By golly, I think I do. From the looks of that tattoo and what you've told me, gooey oatcakes, I can't believe I'm even thinking this, but, I urged. Well, it looks like they've undergone the guardian bond, she said dramatically, looking around at us with wide eyes, like she'd just informed me she was pregnant with 14 kittens. Sorry, Geraldine, but we need a bit more explanation there, I said, and Darcy laughed. Oh, of course. So a guardian bond is an ancient piece of magic which links two souls together. In generations past, members of my family were selected to be guardians for members of yours, she added proudly. Oh, wow, Darcy said, as that was clearly the response Geraldine wanted. I shifted in my seat. My soul was perfectly content in not being bound to anyone else's, thank you very much. Geraldine leaned forward conspiratorially to continue her explanation, and I was glad she wasn't making a suggestion to bond herself to us. In effect, magic is used to fuse the two of them together by linking their souls. Its purpose is to protect the life of an important person, aka the ward, in this case Darius, by making sure that the guardian, Orion, will always place themselves between him and danger. So, in effect, if Darius were to come under attack, Orion would feel it and be duty-bound to come to his aid. It was said that guardians could even feel the pain of their wards if they were injured, and would give every last drop of their magic to protect and heal them. So a guardian would die for their ward? Darcy asked, her voice dropping into a whisper. Absolutely, if it was necessary to save their ward's life. Apparently, the bond does more than just make the guardian protective, though. It also draws the two of them together, their souls aching for each other's company if they spend too much time apart. It's supposed to be a very intense. It's quite outdated practice, though. Years ago, the powerful families used to force people to be their guardians against their will, so laws were put into place to stop that from happening. Now, a guardian must volunteer to take up the position and complete various assessments and trials before they can be bonded to their ward. Orion must care very deeply for Darius to have agreed to such a role. It's not something that can be undone once the magic is cast. Being a guardian is for life. Only death can release either of them from that bond. So Darius is bound by this just as much as Orion is? Darcy asked in an undertone. Geraldine nodded seriously. Oh, holy moly, Pop-Tarts, speak of the devil, she muttered, looking over my shoulder. I turned to see Darius striding into the room with Seth, Max, and Caleb at his side. They were still in their dirty pitbull uniforms, which seemed to be drawing even more attention to them than usual, and I couldn't deny how good they looked in them. Caleb's shirt had even been torn on one shoulder, and my gaze lingered on the toned muscles of his chest, which were exposed. Several girls called out to try and snag their focus, a few more of them waving and whistling. The airs absorbed the attention, like they were owed it, and I tried not to stare along with everyone else. I swallowed thickly, hoping not to draw their attention. Max's eyes shifted over to us, and I stilled as he pointed our way. Oh, crap, Darcy breathed, as the others followed his gaze, and the four of them cut straight through the crowded room towards us. Students scrambled aside as they moved, a few even leaping out of their chairs to give them room to approach. The ass bristled around us, some of them standing, others raising their hands like they might cast magic. I should have felt reassured by their show of solidarity, but I knew it hadn't really meant anything. Fae had to fight for their own position. If the heirs came against us, even one-on-one, no one would intervene. Hey, little Vegas, Max said as the four of them came to stand over us. I'd hardly seen him since he'd song-spelled me, and I'd begun to hope that he was avoiding me because I knew a secret. Apparently not. What do you want? I asked coldly. Just checking in with our favorite twins, Seth cooed, reaching out to stroke my hair. I slapped his hand away from me and glared at him. Maybe I should make myself a Tory bracelet, too. Silence had fallen all around the orb as everyone waited to see what was going to happen. My gaze slid to Caleb, and he smiled lightly, which wasn't all that reassuring, as I didn't trust him one bit. Perhaps we weren't clear enough the other night at the dance, Max snarled, prowling to the front of the group. But that was a gentle warning for you to leave this place. Maybe you should take it before things escalate. Escalate? Darcy demanded. How could they possibly escalate? Oh, I'm sure the two of you have more fears that you'd like to share with the group, he purred, and I could feel the pull of his magic as he used his siren powers against us. A pool of warmth and trust grew in my gut. A soft smile pulled at my lips. Max was kind. He was a good listener. Why wouldn't I want to let him help me deal with my fears? Max grinned triumphantly and grabbed a chair, turning it so that he could sit on it backwards as he leaned close to me. Tell me about your boyfriend, the one who left you to drown in that car, he urged, reaching out to touch my cheek. Did you give him your V card, too? A flicker of fear shuddered through me as I remembered sinking to the bottom of that river. But he'd been wrong about the V card guess. I'd given my virginity to a wholly different asshole. No, I breathed. I didn't. You want to tell the group who did, then? Max asked with a grin, his power wrapping me in thick cords and refusing to let go. In place of the fear that had been pulling at me, I felt lust building in my veins, and my flesh heated at the memory of a dark room, roaming hands. Oh, hell no, you psychotic asshole. I shoved all of my will into fighting off and then pulled fighting off the pull of his gift, and my fist snapped out with every inch of rage I was harboring against this douchebag. My knuckles collided directly with the center of his throat. Max fell back off the chair with a cry of pain and hit the floor with the chair on top of him. The siren spell was broken, and I was on my feet half a second later, flames springing to life in my hands. I spared half a glance at the other heirs, but they only looked on in surprise. This was between me and Max, and they weren't going to get involved for once. You crazy bitch! Max wheezed, his voice strangled with pain. I am a crazy bitch, I agreed, glaring down at him. And if you try that screwed up siren shit on me ever again, you'll find out just how much of a bitch I can be. He hissed a curse and raised a palm, throwing a wave of water at me, and I unleashed the fire in my hands, hurling a torrent of power into the blow, and the two elements collided in the space between us, canceling each other out with a hiss of steam. Max scrambled backwards, preparing for a second blow, and adrenaline shot through my limbs. I was outmatched here, and he knew it. I may not have been able to fight him with magic, but I'd grown up in the shittiest part of town, and I sure as hell knew how to brawl like a cornered alley cat. Before he could cast another spell at me, I aimed a kick at his balls. Max grunted a curse as he doubled in on himself, clutching his manhood, and I leaned down to speak to him in a low tone. I'd think long and hard about trying to pull any more secrets from my lips, I hissed. Because one of the ones I'm keeping aren't my own. His eyes widened in surprise as he looked up at me. If you tell anyone what I said when you were song-spelled, then I interrupted him before he could threaten me with anything, my voice low and cold. It won't matter what you do to me after. Your secret will be out there. So I think you were just about to agree to keeping your leech powers to yourself. Max scowled as he propped himself up on one arm, the pain in his balls obviously easing off. Fine, he spat, as if he were going to get up. But I wanted to really make sure he got the point. I lifted my palms at Max, and Darcy cried out in encouragement before I sent a wave of air crashing into him. It caught him in its grip, and sent him flying into the air, tumbling away from me across the room. I didn't wait for him to recover and come see me again. I caught Darcy's arm, and we turned and headed for the exit. Diego, Sophia, Geraldine, Angelica, and the rest of Ass got to their feet and swarmed around us while we walked away. Darcy linked her arm with mine, and she grinned triumphantly as we made it outside. "That is another point to us," she said in a low voice. And man, did it feel good. Before I could get very far, Caleb shot out through the crowd and came to a halt in front of me. He dropped his pitball bag on the floor beside us and pushed a hand through his curls in a way that drew attention to his flexing bicep. And it didn't seem to be entirely accidental. "Can I have a word, sweetheart?" he asked casually, like I hadn't just gone head-to-head with one of his friends and come out on top. "Why?" I asked, my tone unfriendly. "You're breaking my heart with this Ice Queen act," he teased, stepping into my personal space. "If you're going to bite me, then just get on with it. Toying with your food is so unattractive." "No biting. Just come and talk to me," he said, his eyes turning puppy dog on me. And damn, if Caleb Altair didn't look cute as hell when he was begging. I glanced at Darcy and was surprised to find her eyes sparkling with excitement. "It's fine," she said. "We could wait for you here if you want some privacy." I almost asked her why the hell she'd think I'd want privacy with one of the assholes who tormented us, but her gaze slipped from mine to Caleb's pitbull bag on the ground. And for the most fleeting of seconds, I realized this just might be the opportunity we'd be waiting for. To get some revenge on the Terra heir, and I could be the distraction. "Fine," I said, sighing in a defeated way. Caleb smiled like I'd just made his day, and caught my hand, pulling me after him as he led me around the side of the orb, leaving his bag on the ground. He drew me along until we were alone at the rear of the building, the light of the setting sun blazing orange across its golden surface. As soon as he was sure we couldn't be seen, he caught my waist and pushed me against the bronze structure. Thanks to my run, I was wearing leggings and a sports bra, so his hands were warm against the bare skin on my stomach. "What are you doing?" I asked before he could move any closer. "Hoping to convince you to kiss me again," he murmured. And my pulse hitched at the confidence in his tone. "Not likely," I said dismissively. Caleb groaned like I was torturing him, and I couldn't help but smile. "I can't believe you just sucker-punched Max," he said. "Of course I did. He was being a dick. And I'm not going to give him the details of my sex life to jerk off over." "You're a straight badass, Tori," Caleb joked, drawing a little closer to me. "Were you worried that people might have found out what I did with you in that classroom?" He reached out to touch my cheek, but I fought off the temptation to be sucked in by his rugged looks. "Well, it would be pretty embarrassing if anyone found out I had such terrible taste in men," I replied. Caleb chuckled darkly, and a shiver ran down my spine, but I refused to acknowledge it. "Are you going to tell me Max's secret, then?" he asked, changing the subject. I frowned at him. I'd thought that part of my interaction with Max had stayed private because of the noise the crowd was making. But Caleb had obviously used his vampire hearing to listen in. "Oh, you know, he gets a hard-on for Pegasus, just like you," I teased, and a thrill of satisfaction ran through me as I saw anger flashing in Caleb's navy eyes at that taunt. "That rumor is a load of shit," he snapped, and my smile widened. "Touchy," I teased. Caleb released a breath before flashing me a dazzling smile, which said he didn't give a shit, but I could see through it. "So you're not going to tell me what Max's secret was?" he pressed. "I could coerce it from you, you know." "I'm sure you could. Or you could just ask him yourself," I shrugged. I wasn't entirely sure why I was keeping Max a secret, apart from the fact that I'd seen the honesty in him when he'd said that revealing it could hurt Solaria as a whole. And as much as I didn't want to take on the responsibility of ruling this kingdom, I didn't want to give the nymphs an advantage against it either. Caleb seemed to consider that, and I guessed his loyalty to his friend won out over curiosity because he dropped the subject. "So, how did you enjoy being song-spelled?" he asked mischievously. Being forced out of my bed in the middle of the night to spend time with one of my least favorite people. I've had better evenings, I said dryly. Yeah, but you did get to make out with him, he said with a grin. I rolled my eyes and didn't dignify that with a response. So are you going to tell me who's the better kisser? He pushed, leaning in so close that his breath mingled with mine. I bit my lip as I made a show of considering it, and the hunger lighting Caleb's eyes made my pulse hitch. Neither of you really stood out, so it's hard to say. Caleb pushed his tongue into his cheek as he tried to stop me from baiting him. Maybe you need a reminder, then. He leaned in, but I turned away so that his mouth would hit my cheek instead of my lips. You're really going to make me work for this, aren't you? He growled as his mouth shifted to my neck and my skin lit up beneath him. But I wasn't ready to let him off the hook for everything he and his friends had put us through. He needed to be punished, and I hoped that I'd given Darcy enough time to advance our plans against him. I cleared my throat to cover the racing of my heart and pushed him back. I actually have things to do tonight, so if you're done with your questions and you're not going to bite me, then I'm going to leave. Caleb stared at me in surprise as I slipped out of his grip. I turned away from him and headed back around the orb to find my friends again. You're killing me, you know that, right? He called after me. I'm sure you can find a nice piece of Pegasus girl to help you work through some of that frustration, I replied without bothering to look back at him. As I returned to Darcy and the others, she grinned at me conspiratorially. Caleb's bag was exactly where he'd left it, as if nothing had happened in his absence. We walked away, and I glanced back at him as he retrieved it. His gaze was fixed on me, and I smirked at him as he watched me leave. I knew I was playing with fire when it came to him, but I just couldn't help myself. Once we were far enough from him to be sure that he couldn't overhear, I turned to Darcy expectantly. So? I got his atlas. Caleb Altair just joined a lot of Pegasus appreciation groups on Facebook, she said with a grin. And he also sent a few suggestive messages to some Pegasus girls on campus. An excited laugh fell from my lips, and I high-fived my sister. Those assholes won't know what hit them when we're through. It was pretty late by the time I made it back to my room, but the satisfied smirk hadn't left my lips since I'd sucker-punched Max in the throat. I amused myself by sorting through my latest online shopping orders while listening to some seriously cheery music, which I selected from a playlist I'd found on my atlas. I was intermittently dancing and singing along. I couldn't help my smug-ass smile from finding my face as it did. I was guessing a Pegasus had put the playlist together, and it suited my mood just fine, because I was every shade of happy after beating down Max Riegel in front of all of his friends. Of course, I was sure I'd suffer the consequences of that interaction soon enough, but it was worth whatever he'd thrown at me, just to know that I'd, well and truly, humiliated him for once. The weather was having mood swings again, and it had swung back to stupidly humid tonight. I'd thrown my pillow open and dressed in a tiny pair of shorts and a thin cami, but I still felt hotter than a polar bear at the beach. I was waiting for Sophia to join me for a study session, but she was running late. I was happy enough to sort through my latest online shopping purchases, though. Darcy seemed to think I had an addiction as I rifled through a box of lacy underwear, and I was beginning to think she might have a point. But I didn't care. I'd never had disposable income before, and the stipend we'd been given was stupidly generous. I didn't mind flexing my plastic muscles to their limit as a hobby. A loud knock sounded at my door just as Taylor Swift's Shake It Off started, and I upped my dance moves as I called for Sophia to come in. You're just in time, I said as I grabbed a red bra from the box. Diego would go nuts over you in this. I turned to face her, and my mouth fell open as I found brooding dragon asshole in my doorway instead of my friend. Weirdly, he was smiling at me like I amused him instead of scowling like I just pissed on his grandma. But I wasn't going to trust this strangely friendly visage. I stopped dancing instantly and tossed the bra back in the box. Don't stop dancing on my account, Darius urged, his eyes dripping over my shorts in a way that made my blood heat. What do you want? I demanded. I had no idea you were such a huge Taylor Swift fan, he said, leaning against the doorframe like he owned the damn place. Which I guess he thought he did, as the almighty house captain. Taylor belted out another chorus, and I tilted my head as I regarded him. She makes some very good points, which I happen to agree with. It suits you, he said. What does? I asked, smiling. I scowled at him. It's hardly surprising, since you haven't seen it very often. I tapped my atlas and killed the music and then folded my arms. Back to my original question, though. What do you want? Darius released a breath, and the amusement left his eyes as he adjusted to the new tone in the room. I have an invitation for you and your sister to come to a party at my family's house to meet the Celestial Council, he said. I raised an eyebrow at him, waiting for the punchline as he offered me a thick envelope stamped with a swirling golden script. No thanks, I replied, not taking it, and swinging the door shut in his face. His boot landed over the threshold and the door bounced off of it. Why did these assholes think that was okay? It's not the kind of invitation you can refuse, he said through gritted teeth. I beg to disagree, I said dryly. A night at his house sounded like a very specific flavor of hell, and I had no interest in tasting it. What makes you think that you can say no? He growled. It's next Saturday night. I'll come get you at 6. Wear something nice. He eyed my shorts and tight shirt with disapproval, and I raised an eyebrow at him as he turned to walk away, tossing the invite at my feet. He hadn't seemed to hate my outfit so much when he'd been watching my dance moves. Yeah, that's not going to work for me, I called, leaving the invite on the floor. But feel free to rock up here at any time you like next weekend. I won't be here anyway. I swung the door shut and headed to my bed, flopping down and tapping my atlas back on, so the cheery beat of my music resumed. I plugged my headphones in and slapped them on, selecting some old-school Eminem to suit my new mood and smirking at the change in pace. I laid back on the soft mattress for half a second before the door flew open and Darius stalked in again, all testosterone and flexing muscles. But I wasn't afraid of him for once. This was an argument he couldn't win, and I wasn't going to do his stupid party no matter what he did to me. I pretended not to notice him and cranked up the volume as he began laying into me. His voice was lost to Eminem rapping The Real Slim Shady. My heart was pounding a little harder, but I ignored it as I forcefully ignored him. After about 5 seconds of me pretending that there wasn't a 6.5-foot lump of muscle standing over me with a scowl deep enough to get lost in, a torrent of water slammed into me. I flinched back and cried out as Darius ripped my headphones off and tossed them aside. You're walking on a damn thin ice with me, Roxy, he growled. If you keep pushing me, you're seriously going to regret it. Fuck you, I spat. You treat me like shit every day of the week, so what difference does it make if you threaten to do it more? You want me to go to your stupid party? Then you're going to have to find me and drag me there kicking and screaming, and I'll spend the entire night embarrassing the shit out of you just for the hell of it. It's not like I give a fuck what Mommy and Daddy A-Crux think of me anyway. Darius snatched my wrist into his grasp and dragged me upright so that he could snarl in my face. This is your last warning. Warn away, asshole, I hissed. You can't do any more to me than you already have. And I noticed you haven't tried to drown me again since your little pal Orion gave you a dressing down, so I'm guessing you aren't actually allowed to kill me. His grip on my arm tightened painfully, and I couldn't rein in my flinch quickly enough to stop him noticing. He released me suddenly, and I drew my arm against my chest, fighting the urge to massage the pain away. Of course I'm not going to kill you, he muttered, and I scoffed. So he had one line that he wouldn't cross, and that was murder. Great to know. Darius let out a sigh before continuing in a softer tone. What will it take to get you to come willingly? I narrowed my eyes at him. To quote you, when I came into your room needing something from you, if you want me to help you, you'll have to make me. And I'm sure you can't control my smart mouth or preference for crop tops and leather jackets. So I doubt you'll be able to force my cooperation at this level. Well, a level which you find acceptable, so I suggest you give up. Darius eyed me curiously for a moment, and the difference it made to his features was almost breathtaking. I wasn't sure he ever really looked at me with anything other than a scowl in place before. He really was devastatingly good-looking. Every inch of his face looked like it had been carved from stone, all strong lines and perfect angles. My heart thumped unevenly for a moment, and I swallowed down the traitorous glimmer of attraction I felt to him, holding myself firmly in denial over it. "Oh, about a trade, then," he suggested, lowering his voice, and leaning closer to me like we were sharing a secret. "I'll tutor you, like I said, if you and your sister come to this party willingly, make nice with my father, wear a pretty dress, and make some attempt to behave like you're civilized." I was so shocked by his suggestion that for several seconds I could only stare at him. "And I'll promise to be nice to you," he added, reading my silence as hesitation instead of surprise. "For that night only." "I doubt you know how," I replied flatly, plucking at my wet shirt, which was plastered to me. I was going to have to impose on Darcy tonight if I wanted to sleep in a dry bed. Darius pursed his lips and reached out towards me. I took a step back, expecting him to turn angry again, but instead his fingers skimmed against the soaked material which clung to my stomach, and he drew the water back out of my shirt. My heart fluttered in response to his touch, and I cursed my terrible taste in men for the millionth time. I watched him in silence as every drop of water was removed from my clothes, hair, and bed until a ball of liquid hung in the air between us. Darius directed it into my bathroom, and I watched as it dropped into the basin and disappeared down the drain. "See, I can be nice," he said, as if he'd just done me a favor, even though we both knew that he'd been the one to drench me in the first place. He withdrew his hand from my waist, and I ignored the ache I felt as the point of contact between us was broken. "You must really care about impressing Daddy Acrux," I muttered, twisting my long hair between my fingers just to give myself something to do. Darius gave a noncommittal noise, and I realized my guess was far off the mark. "Or you're really that afraid of disappointing him," I added. Darius's eyes flashed with some deep emotion for half a second before he squashed it back down. "You don't know anything about my family," he growled, that anger rising in him just as quickly as it had disappeared. "Well, if they're anything like you, then they're obviously a bunch of assholes." A wave of heated power slammed into me, knocking me back against the wall as Darius surged forward, leaning down to glare right into my eyes. "Say that again," he challenged, and the threat in his voice was clear. My heart pounded with fear, but I knew I'd been right before. He couldn't kill me, and I was sick of feeling like I just had to roll over and take his bullshit. If he was determined to torment me, then fine. There was nothing I could do about it, but I wasn't going to let him break me. "Well, at least now I know where you get it from," I breathed. His eyes flashed with the reptilian slits of his dragon form, the irises turning golden for a moment as he glared at me. "Fuck you." He was gone as quickly as he had arrived, his powers releasing me so that I was left slumped against the wall, while he stalked from my room. For a few seconds I couldn't move. My heart raced, and fear trickled through me through my veins, but I forced myself to follow him to the doorway. He had almost made it to the end of the corridor when I called out to stop him. "I'll meet you in the fire arena after dinner tomorrow. If you can stick to your word and help me harness my magic, then I'll come to your stupid party, and I'll even wear a pretty dress, like I'm a nice girl." Darius stopped and looked over his shoulder at me in surprise. "Just like that?" I shrugged. "Maybe I want to see how the other half live," I teased. And for a second, he actually seemed amused. But I must have been imagining it. "I'll have the dresses sent over for you." Darius walked away before I could tell him that I was perfectly capable of dressing myself, and I rolled my eyes before I shut the door. "Looks like we will be having dinner with the devil the next Saturday night, then." Chapter 13, Darcy. I woke to the sound of wind chimes jingling on my atlas, and joy beamed through me as I shot out of bed. Today is the day. My heart jumped excitedly as I raced across my room to the bottle which sat in the light of the morning sun before the window. The yellow crystal emitted a bright glow where it floated at the bottom of the liquid. It had turned entirely clear, just like the instructions had said it would. Yay! I used the star chart on my atlas to angle myself towards the North Star, then sat down on the floor with the bottle. Taking a steady breath, I prayed with all my heart that this would work as I unscrewed the top and the scent of something heavenly sweet reached my nose. Here goes nothing. I tipped it into my mouth and was delighted by the delicious taste, swallowing a small mouthful before stopping. I didn't want to risk the chance that I'd gotten the recipe wrong and was about to accidentally poison myself. I reached up to touch my hair, hope burning through me like a shining star. Come on, please grow. My eyes watered as I waited, tugging at my locks, begging it to extend. Grow out, damn it! I skimmed my fingers over the bald patch at the back of my head, and the tears burned more keenly, threatening to fall. Soft, luscious hair pushed into my palm, and a squeal of excitement escaped me as an inch grew all over my head. Yes! I stood up, tipping the bottle into my mouth and pouring it all down my throat. I ran to the bathroom, whipping the door open and hurrying to the basin to look in the mirror. It was already longer, down to my chin, then my neck, then my shoulders. I whooped my delight, jogging on the spot as I ran my fingers through the dark, silky locks. They tumbled all the way down my back, perhaps even a little longer than it had been before. I wound it around my fingers and reached beneath it to check for bald patches. Nothing. I was whole again, and I felt stronger than I ever had. I hurried back to my room with the fire roaring in my heart. I snatched my atlas, tapping on my horoscope with a wide smile on my face. I had to endure detention with Orion today, whilst stuck in the company of the heirs, but even that wasn't capable of dousing my mood. Good morning, Gemini. The stars have spoken about your day. You'll find yourself at the mercy of a Libra today, but take heart. Libras tend to offer fairness in everything they do. If you follow the natural push and pull of your signs, the day will grow much more smoothly. Beware, though, as Mercury moves closer to retrograde in the coming weeks, the stars are feeling a little more volatile. A simple flip of a coin could change your day for the better or for much worse. Your actions will decide which way the wind blows. Okay, so that sounded fairly positive. The smile on my face was still stamped, and I was going to ensure the stars kept it there for the remainder of the day. I didn't have long before I had to meet Orion in Jupiter Hall to commence my detention. Please don't be a beating. So I hurried to the orb to grab some breakfast beforehand. Campus was peacefully quiet. The only sound was the chirping dawn chorus and the rustle of leaves in the wind. Shadows shifted overhead, and I cupped my hand over my eyes, gazing up to spot a group of harpies sailing under the light of dawn. I hadn't seen any of them in their shifted form before, and I marveled at their beauty. Apart from the bird-like characteristics, they still looked mostly fae. Their wings ranged in color from silvery hue, which flashed pink in the rising sun, to shadowy black, rich brown russets, and more besides their bodies. They were plated with a metallic armor. Laughter carried down from them as they cartwheeled and twisted through the air, and for a moment I was captivated watching them. My mother had belonged to their order, and the sight of them playing in the sky made me hope that I might emerge as one of them too. Her blood ran in my veins, but so did my father's. A hydra. I shuddered at the idea of it. I certainly didn't want to be a 50-headed giant beast roaming around campus like an extra in Jurassic Park. No thanks. When I walked into the orb, I found the place predictably empty. Not even Geraldine was up this early to put on her usual breakfast feast for us. Though that was probably because she finally figured out that Tori didn't show her face for anyone before 9 a.m. on the weekends. And even that was a rarity.
I headed to the pristine buffet of shining pastries and vats of cereal, which were ready and waiting as always. I never saw a single member of staff in the academy outside of the faculty, so I wondered if this kind of work was done by magic. I helped myself to a croissant and a cup of coffee, glancing around the large room and wondering where to sit. My eyes fell on the heir's curved red sofa as I took a large bite out of my pastry. I can't sit there. Can I? Feeling high on the buzz that invaded me, I weaved through the tables and found myself standing before it. I glanced around to double check I was alone, then dropped down at the heart of it, placing my coffee on the table. I felt the same rush I imagined Goldilocks had felt in the Three Bears house, and I smirked as a few crumbs cascaded onto the seat on either side of me. My gaze kept flipping to the door. I knew I was playing with fire. The heirs had detention with me today, and they would surely grab some breakfast before it started. But it felt so good defying them for me to stop. When I swallowed the last bite of my croissant, I picked up my coffee and jerked it toward me a bit too hastily, splashing it across the plush surface. And, okay, a bit on my knees. Oh, shit. I stood up, heading back to the breakfast table to grab a few napkins when the door opened. I moved like the wind, dropping into the closest chair, my heart pounding wildly as the 4 heirs strolled in, one right after the other. I refused to look over at the coffee-stained sofa, instead focusing on finishing my drink with my head angled away from them, and my hair creating a curtain between us. "Give me a pain au chocolat, Max," Seth demanded, dropping to his seat before immediately springing back up. "Ugh! What the fuck?" "What?" Darius asked, yawning as he moved to join him. "Someone spilled coffee on my seat." "Haha, sucker." Max headed over to the breakfast table, throwing a glance my way, his scowl deepening, but thankfully he didn't utter a word. "I thought your sister was the one joining us in detention," Caleb suddenly purred in my ear, and I jolted in alarm. He leaned in close to my neck, shifting my hair away so he could gain access to my throat. His lips brushed gently over my skin, and I jerked away in horror. "I'm not Tori," I blurted, pushing him back and lurching out of my seat in the same movement. "And does he always touch my sister so freaking intimately?" Caleb stared at me with a crease on his brow. "Is that supposed to be a joke?" He grinned playfully, but I shook my head, sensing all of the heirs looking my way now. Seth rubbed the back of his damp pants, stalking towards me with his eyes narrowed. "Who helped you?" he growled, his voice void of warmth. I stood my ground, my hand clamped tightly around my coffee cup. "I helped myself. I can read a library book, Seth. It's not rocket science." His eyes narrowed to even sharper slits as he glowered at my full head of hair. I slowly brought the coffee to my lips and took a sip, desperately trying not to show how intimidated I felt. But that feeling wasn't as powerful as the song spilling from my heart in response to his expression. Because I'd won. And that trail of blue hair around his wrist didn't mean as much as it had yesterday. His gaze fell to the coffee cup in my hand, and my heart juddered. A dark grin pulled at his mouth, and he folded his arms. "Hey guys, it looks like this Vago is trying out our throne this morning." He stepped closer, and the shadows of the heirs drew in. My mouth dried up as my eyes flicked between them, fear slithering through my body. "Did you sit on our couch?" Max asked, like I'd done a whole lot worse. "You don't own it," I blurted out before I could stop myself. The group closed in tighter, and the hairs raised on the back of my neck. Shit. I should not have pissed off the bear family. Goldilocks is definitely going to get eaten in the original version of that story. "Actually, sweetheart, we do own it," Caleb said. "This place would be nothing without the Celestial families funding it. So, apologies," Max whispered close to my ear. But he didn't use his siren powers against me. I pressed my lips together, refusing to say it. If I did, I'd be giving in, bowing to their display of power. And even if suffering the consequences of it, I had to stand my ground. "Just please don't take my hair again." Darius toyed with a small sphere of flame in his palm. Why did Orion give you detention, Gwendolina? I glowered at the name, watching as the magic in his hand twisted and writhed. That's between me and him. Ooh, secrets with Orion, Seth taunted. You always did give him the fuck me eyes. Are you in trouble for trying to spread your legs for a teacher, babe? Guess the students aren't so interested. You had to look elsewhere. I'll make sure to ask him for the details later. The poison in his words slid into my veins, and I dug deep for my courage, hunting a response to his vicious question. I guess that's the difference between us, Seth. I spent the rest of my afternoon vomiting if anyone gave me the details about your sex life, but you seem awfully interested in mine. My heart thumped an erratic tune as I latched onto the one insult that I knew had gotten under his skin. The beating Tyler had taken for suggesting Seth was interested in me was a clear indicator of how much it bothered him. And though I knew I wasn't going to come out of this altercation unscathed, I also knew that standing my ground was the only way to survive in this academy. Besides, after reuniting with my hair, I was still determined to stay on top of the world, no matter what. Maybe that's why she's here, Max chided, and I turned to him with that questioning frown. So Ryan can spread them again. Fuck you, I hissed, blood thumping every inch of my skin. Back off, Darius said, surprising me. Orion wouldn't lay a hand on the daughter of the Savage King. He's got more class than that. Caleb knocked his shoulder into Darius. I forgot you two are little buddies. We're not little buddies, Darius said flatly, but broke out with a smile when Caleb turned away. No, we're definitely not, Mr. Acrux. Orion's voice cut across the room, and the group split apart to look for him. He stood in the doorway in a t-shirt and jeans, looking like one of us with his casual clothes and youthful appearance. I wondered how much older than us he actually was. It couldn't have been more than a few years. Especially since you all left me waiting for you in Jupiter Hall. You've all just added an extra 2 hours to your day, which means the sun will be long gone by the time you head to eat whatever scraps are left for dinner this evening. Oh, for fuck's sake, Max huffed, and my heart sank. Damn it, why was this day trying to ruin my mood? Darius checked his watch, frowning at Orion. You picked today to be on time for the first time in your life? Yep, Orion said, grinning darkly. I have plenty in store for you, and I can't wait to get started. He looked to me with a frown. Where's your sister? He asked sharply. Here? I said. His frown deepened. I pushed a hand into my hair. I'm Darcy, sir. Oh, he exhaled, his throat bobbing. Well, follow me. He headed out of the door with a twisted smile that made my stomach knot. Max shouldered roughly past me, followed by Seth shoving into my other shoulder. Douchebags. I left a few feet between us as I followed, leaving my coffee cup down on a table as I went, wondering whether I was really going to get away with the couch incident. Orion strode off at a brisk pace ahead of the group, making the beeline for the Wailing Woods. From the carefree aura hanging around the airs, I assumed we weren't about to be beaten and left to die in the forest. I relaxed a little as we headed into the trees, and the airs paid me no mind. Orion cut a path all the way through the howling meadow, and I frowned as he halted in front of a set of shovels. He turned to face us, his eyes sparkling with one of those grins that said he was about to do something wicked. The first half of your detention will be spent digging an 8-foot deep hole in the meadow. My heart clenched uncomfortably. Was he for real? I wasn't exactly built for hard labor with my puny arms and small stature. Caleb snatched up a shovel, and Orion caught a hold of it by the end before the earth heir walked off. You will be digging the hole as a team, Altair. Caleb groaned. You know our order works better alone. So do the dragons, and I don't hear Darius complaining. Now, get to work and no magic. Orion folded his arms, his expression staying the same for the time. His expression saying the time for questions was over. I arched a brow at the way he casually called Darius by his first name. And and when he passed him a shovel, Darius even thanked him. It seemed like Geraldine's theory about them was spot on. They were a lot more than little buddies. They were bonded by those marks on their arms. Darius stalked off with the other guys, and I moved to collect my shovel. Orion scooped it up, holding it out for me before I took it. He caught my hand, brushing his thumb across my palm and sending a shiver through me. He repeated the process on the other hand and then pressed his index finger to his lips. "That'll stop your skin from chafing," he muttered. I stared at him in complete surprise as he passed me the shovel and moved aside. "Thank you," I said, confused. I stepped past him, making my way through the high grass and colorful array of meadow flowers as I walked towards the heirs. The four of them had formed a circle and were already getting to work digging the hole. My chest compressed as I drew closer, expecting them to look up and hurl abuse at me at any moment. It wasn't abuse that got hurled, though. A shovel of mud threw my way and slapped me right in the face. "Ah!" I yelped, spitting out mud as they all roared with laughter. "Assholes!" "Drop and give me 50, Seth Capella," Orion boomed, and I wiped the mud away from my eyes, spotting him climbing up on a high chair that looked more fitting for a lifeguard than a vampire in a field. Who the hell put that there? Seth was already halfway through his set of push-ups when I joined the circle, pulling back my new hair, which was now speckled with mud, as I took a band from my wrist and tied it up in a knot. I placed myself between Caleb and Darius, wanting to be as far from the other two as possible. Not that Darius and Caleb were much of an improvement, but neither of them was the guy who'd cut off my hair or the one who'd drawn out my deepest fear for my lips. Darius worked like a machine, throwing his weight into the shovel and slamming his boots down on the rim to dig it. I tried to mimic his style, forcing the shovel as deep in the earth as I could before tossing the earth behind me into a pile. My pile was noticeably smaller than the others as they worked together, taking a deep slice out of the earth already. I soon had to catch my breath, desperate for water as I wiped sweat and mud from my elbow. "Vega!" Orion beckoned me, and I was grateful to put the shovel down. I was a little dizzy as I walked up to his high metal chair where he sat just a few feet above my head. He now had a large umbrella set up over it and a flask of coffee in his hand, which he'd apparently brought with him. His atlas was propped up on his knee, and he looked like he was thoroughly enjoying his morning as he gazed down at my mud-stained skin with a bright smile. Thanks to his magic, at least, I didn't have any blisters on my hands. "Water." Orion waved his hand, and water gathered in the air before me, circling into a glistening sphere. Orion tossed me a cup, and I caught it at the last second. The water dropped straight into it with a splash, and I guzzled it down greedily. "That's favoritism, sir," Caleb called. "You're right. How rude of me," Orion shouted back, lifting up a hand, and a torrential waterfall poured down on the heirs. Max crowed like a rooster, pounding his chest, seeming spurred on by the downpour. The others didn't seem quite as happy as the water continued to fall down on them. A laugh rushed from my throat, and Orion threw me a wink. "So I'm having a little trouble, Miss Vega." "With what, sir?" "Telling you apart from your sister," he said in a low voice that I imagined only I could hear through the torrential storm he was still casting over the airs. "And you never did answer my question. Blue or green?" A smile twisted at my lips, and I shrugged, deciding to leave him in continued suspense over that question, walking back up to join the group. "I want an answer by sundown," he called after me, and my grin grew even wider. "Never gonna happen, Professor Two Personalities." I headed into Orion's downpour as it eased to a localized rain shower, sighing as it cooled my heated skin and washed away the mud coating my clothes. I stooped down to pick up my shovel, but Darius got there first, whipping it up and tossing it to Seth. Seth threw it to Max, and then he threw it to Caleb. I darted forward to take it, and Caleb launched it over my head back to Darius with a bark of laughter. "Oh, for God's sake," I huffed, not buying into their games as I folded my arms. Darius held it out to me, and I moved to take it. I wrapped my fingers around the end, but he tugged sharply to draw me towards him. My foot slipped in the mud, and someone's foot shot out in front of me to finish me off. I landed on my back with a loud splat, and laughter rang out around me. "Give me 50, Altair," Orion bellowed, so I guessed Caleb had been the one to trip me. I got to my feet with a grimace, wiping my muddy hands down my jeans. "He's gone full pitball coach. It was only a bit of fun, Caleb muttered, stepping out of the rain and dropping down to do a set. I couldn't help but notice the swell of his muscular arms as he moved up and down at a fierce pace. I turned away, internally berating myself as I dug my shovel into the ground. The water had made the mud easier to shift, and I threw a huge scoop over my head with relief. "Ah!" Caleb cried, and I gasped as I realized I'd thrown the load all over him. He jumped to his feet, his mouth skewing into a grin, and my heart slowed a fraction as I mirrored a smile. "Better watch it, Vega," he said as he passed me, but he didn't hold any of the nastiness that the other heirs kept flinging my way. Seth started singing "Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head" by Burt Bacharach. Anyway, full pelt. His white shirt had turned entirely transparent to reveal his muscular body and water dripping in from him in streams. "Shut the fuck up!" Orion shouted. "I'm trying to concentrate here." "Watching porn again, sir?" Seth shot back at him with a smirk. "Yeah, your mom's really improved since the last edition," he answered, without missing a beat, and Seth's face dropped into a scowl while a laugh tore through my throat. "Do you know who is always watching porn?" Max chipped in. "You?" The other three guys answered in unison. They all burst out laughing, and I fought the urge to join in. "Hilarious," Max said dryly. "I meant Washer. He snuck off in class the other day to rub one out." "Liar," Darius laughed, while I wrinkled my nose. "Pfft," Caleb waved down towards Darius. "I don't even have water magic, but every time I go into water territory, I hear Washers watching porn. That guy's got a lust addiction, I swear." "I believe that," I said to myself. But everyone turned to me, brows raised, as if they couldn't believe I dared to join in on their conversation. I tucked a loose lock of my hair behind my ear, feeling awkward under their scrutiny. "Oh yeah? How come?" Caleb asked, giving me a bemused look. "He's taken over my tarot class," I said, feeling a little uncomfortable with them looking at me. "But we're not even reading cards. He made us do palmistry so he can paw at everyone." "No way!" Caleb laughed. "Sucks for the girls." "It's not just them, bro," Darius said. "Have you seen the outfits the guys have to wear for water elemental class? That creep wants to see my junk every time I show up there." "I know. And the bathing suits for the girls, could they be any lower cut?" I said, rolling my eyes. "Don't say that in front of him or he'll find a way to make it happen," Darius joked with me, and I laughed along nervously. Holy shit, the dragon's actually talking to me like an equal for once. I noticed Seth watching over our interaction with the growl. He flipped a glance at Orion and then continued working. The sight of the braid of hair on his wrist setting me on edge again. It was midday by the time the hole was dug, and we stood at the bottom of an 8-foot pit, ankle deep in mud, soaked to the bone, and tired as hell. Well, I was, anyway. The past few hours I'd lost my footing so many times I was covered in filth. But I'd done my bit. My aching arms were a testament to that. "Right, I hope you all enjoyed your morning as much as I did," Orion called down to us. "Up you get." Caleb created a slim platform of earth which spiraled up beneath him so that he could jump out at the top. Max propelled him up with a blast of air from his palms, and Darius scorched a path into the wall of the pit with fire, creating a passage up to the top. Seth propelled himself out with air too, and I rubbed my fingers together, my mouth dry as all 5 of them stared down at me, waiting expectantly. I knew I could have just used Darius's path, but I wanted to do it myself and prove my confidence. Max sniggered, elbowing Darius beside him, who broke into a grin. I was getting better and better at controlling my air power, and I shut my eyes to block out the 4 mocking faces as I angled my way. I felt for the pressure of air in my body, pushing it out of my hands. I shot up to the top at high speed, and triumph soared through me. I realized a heartbeat too late that I'd forgotten to aim, and crashed into Seth full force, taking him to the ground. He stared up at me in shock as I scrambled off of him, with my cheeks flaming. Someone held out a hand for me, and I looked up, finding Darius there. "Poor effort," he said with a smirk, and I reluctantly took his hand, letting him drag me upright. Orion gazed at us with a flicker of amusement in his eyes, and then pointed at Caleb. "Altair, fill that hole!" Caleb stepped forward, wielding the mounds of dirt around him and forcing it all down to the hole that we'd wasted the entire morning digging. Although, as I glanced between our group and thought about the way a couple of the heirs had treated me like an actual human being a few times today, I wondered if it wasn't wasted at all. Orion led us back to the center of the campus, all the way up to Jupiter Hall. We headed inside and followed him across the atrium to a stairwell beyond a large marble archway. He climbed up several floors at a brisk pace, and we jogged after him, soon arriving in a long corridor and stopping beneath a hatch in the ceiling.
Orion jumped up, catching hold of the tab, his shirt riding up as he did and giving me a glimpse of his tightened abs. My cheeks flushed hot as desire unfurled within me, and I noticed Seth's gaze lingering on him too. As I turned away from Orion to hide my blush, I spotted a row of metal trowels and a large black gloves laid across a cushioned window seat. I frowned as I tried to work out what we were about to do. Orion pulled down a ladder, and I stared up at the clouds above, the sound of the wind whipping overhead. "Up," he instructed as we stared at him. He passed up the trowels and thick gloves to the heirs as they went ahead and disappeared onto the roof. "You're all wet," he pointed out, his eyes breaking down my body. I nodded in answer, unable to make my tongue work as he passed me a trowel and a pair of gloves. "Have they not taught you how to dry yourself in the air elemental class yet?" "No, sir." He looked so inviting, his expression tugging in me and his eyes lighting a blaze that swirled in my chest. "Useless. Well, up you go then," he said. I moved towards the ladder, taking hold of the first rung. Orion stepped up close behind me. His fingers brushed my waist, barely perceptible, but I felt it everywhere. Magic scored a line of goosebumps across my neck, and a heavenly shiver fluttered up my spine. Heated air pushed under my clothes, drying them almost instantly. "Thank you," I whispered, for the second time today. "What's gotten into him?" He took hold of the ladder, either side of my hands. "Up," he breathed against my cheek, and hot wax seemed to pour down each of my legs, making it almost impossible to move. But somehow I managed it. I climbed up to the hatch, my breath stalling as I arrived on top of Jupiter Hall. The roof was covered with red tiles, dropping into a gentle slope on either side of me, and reaching toward a sheer drop below. Orion jumped up beside me and turned me around to face the other end of the roof, where the heirs were grouped together, looking grim. Coating the tiles was a thick, gray substance which resembled cement. "A griffin, who shall not be named, came up here the other day," Orion announced, drunk and in his order form. "Apparently, whatever he'd just eaten didn't agree with him." "Oh my God," I breathed, realizing what the mess was. "Griffin shit is seriously nasty," Orion continued brightly. "It dries as hard as a rock and can give you a burning blotchy purple rash for days if you get it on your skin." The heirs immediately started pulling on their gloves, all except Max, who folded his arm and shook his head. "I'm not doing that. I've got sensitive skin. I'll get 10 times more of a rash than anyone else who touches that shit." My ears pricked up. That sounds like something I'd love to see. His friend started laughing, and Orion gave him a weary look. If you refuse, you can forget about playing in the match against Starlight Academy next week. But sir, my dad's coming to watch that game, Max complained. So get to cleaning. Orion growled, and his tones sent a quiver through me. When he wasn't directing his harsh tone at me, it was super hot. Max pulled on the gloves, muttering curse words under his breath as he kneeled near a pile of the griffin excrement and started chipping away at it. The second he worked a lump free, the sickly smell rose into the air like rotting cabbage. Caleb bent over and retched, and Orion wrinkled his nose. Downwind, Altair, Orion encouraged, covering his face as he walked to the other end of the roof. Caleb pulled up his shirt over his nose and changed position so the wind was blowing away from him. I moved to kneel down beside my own pile of poo and released a sigh as I started scraping off the tiles with my trowel. I soon had to lift my own shirt up and cover my nose. The stench was becoming more and more potent as the stuff was broken away. When no one was looking, I pocketed a lump of it, hoping Tori and I might be able to use it in revenge against Max. I imagine if we could get it all over him somehow, his beautiful face would be splotchy and purple. Orion moved some large buckets, and I shared one with Caleb as we filled it, while Max took on the role of carting it back and forth to dump it into the wailing wood. As the sun sank lower into the sky and I started to daydream about food and a hot shower, I noticed Darius was slacking off, sitting on the far right edge of the roof with Orion. Their backs were to us, and they chatted in low voices. Occasionally, their laughter drifted our way. Caleb and Seth would look up and glare at them and then get back to work. Max reappeared from his last trip to the woods, floating up from the ground using the power of air and hovering above us as he wasted some time gliding along. Orion was too engrossed chatting to Darius to notice that the other heirs took it as a signal to stop working. I concentrated on my work, turning my back on them and hoping Orion would call time on this detention soon. The sun seemed to be taking longer than ever to reach the horizon today. Hey, Peaches, Max said, dropping the bucket near me and making me jump. What's the reason you got detention again? She didn't say, Caleb replied for me, dropping down beside me. Max rested his hand on my shoulder and I jerked away in alarm, lifting a palm to defend myself before the magic even tingled my fingertips. His influence took over me, sending a flood of trust and calm right through my bones. So, Max pressed. I stole stardust from Orion's office, I breathed, and I spotted Seth moving closer. His interest clearly piqued. He tied his hair up into a knot on top of his head, which highlighted the razor-sharp angles of his cheekbones. Stardust? Seth questioned. What for? We were going to go home, the words escaped my lips, and a small internal voice screamed at me for revealing that. The three of them shared a look, and calculating expression crept onto Seth's face. He raised a palm, painting lines in the air, and a strange trickling sensation swept over me. Max grinned, glancing at Orion and Darius, who were still facing away from us as they sat on the roof's edge. Hey, Professor Dick shit, Max shouted, and my mind reeled when neither Orion nor Darius responded, clearly unable to hear him. Perfect, Seth said coldly. Let her go, Max. Dude, Orion is right there, Caleb hissed, shaking his head as Max released me. The pressure of his power slowly ebbed from my chest, and fear found me instead. Seth yanked me to my feet, drawing me into the cage his body created. Get your hands off me, I snarled, drawing magic to my fingertips. Fire flared, and I grabbed his arm in a moment of pure adrenaline, searing his flesh. Seth gritted his teeth, hauling me toward the edge of the roof and refusing to let go. Why didn't you leave? He demanded, his earthy brown eyes flashing with something that looked like fear. Stop it, I snapped as Max's laughter hit my ears. Caleb looked between everyone, his jaw set, and a dark frown took on his face. The scent of singed flesh carried to my nose, but Seth was wild, his eyes flaring as he refused to release me. Why? He shoved me into Max's arms, and the second he touched me, I was putty in their hands again. Why? Max repeated in my ear as his power coiled around my tongue and made me give the answer they wanted. Because this feels like our home, like we belong here. I knew it. Seth threw an accusing finger at me. They do want the throne. All three heirs suddenly went flying backwards through the air, and I gasped in surprise as they were thrown over the edge of the roof. Instead of falling, they were flipped upside down, dangling as if they were held by their ankles above the sheer drop below. Orion stormed past me, his sleeves rolled up, an expression of a fiery pit of rage. You cast a fucking silencing spell behind my back? Are you asking to get expelled? He roared. Darius moved to my side, tucking his hands into his pocket as he gazed up at his friends with a tight-lipped expression. Answer me, Orion bellowed, and I spotted students down on campus pointing at the heirs dangling above the pathway below. No, sir, they spoke in unison. Seth's hair had come free from his man bun and was flying around him in the breeze. He tried to hold it back, but I was pretty sure Orion increased the wind pressure to place him in an even stormier gust. Is that the celestial heirs? A voice carried from below. Then laughter and gasps followed. I imagined Fae Book was blowing up right about now, and satisfaction filled my chest, replacing my anxiety at their threatening behavior. Max stared down at the ground angrily as the students started taking photographs. You made your point, Professor. Let us down. Fine, Orion growled, waving his hand, and magic released them. I gasped in shock as they plummeted toward the ground, running to the edge of the roof with my heart hammering like crazy. Seth flipped himself upside down, landing lightly on his feet with all the grace of an angel, while Max spun through the air, making a show for the onlookers on a magical breeze. Caleb caught himself on a pillar of land, creating steps to descend downward to the pathway, and taking a bow for the students standing there. I pursed my lips as their fan base fell about them, clapping and giggling. Damn, Orion muttered, moving to my side. I hoped at least one of them would go splat. I didn't know whether he was joking or not, but Darius barked a laugh, so apparently he was. They're untouchable, I whispered, unable to take my eyes off the group below as my hands curled into fists. No one's untouchable, Orion said in a rumbling tone that struck a deep chord in my heart. You just have to find the right buttons to push, Blue. He lowered his voice to a secret whisper, leaning in close. Or is it green? Thanks for listening, friends. I will have a new one out as soon as possible, and I appreciate you waiting. I have moved house and, oh man, a whole bunch of stuff. Moved house, been engaged, trying to plan a wedding, all that crazy stuff. So, until next time, friends.
Hey friends, I'm a little bit under the weather, but we are going to continue reading with chapter 14. So, if I sound a little crazy, that is why. Chapter 14. I ran through South Air territory, with the long grass trailing around my knees as I carved a path through the overgrown meadows towards the fire arena where I was due to meet Darius once he'd finished up detention with Orion. I'd reached the last section of my playlist, and the beat had urged me into a spirit, my long hair blowing behind me in the wind as I raced downhill, the end in sight. I was close to a new PB. I just had to keep up this pace and I'd smash my 10-kilometer record. I wondered if Darius was really going to show. He seemed pretty damn set on me and Darcy attending his fancy party. But he'd also lied about meeting me enough times, and I didn't trust his word for shit. I crossed into fire territory, and the ground evened out, getting harder beneath my sneakers. I upped my pace, and a final time as I sprinted for the fire arena and skidded to a halt on the gravel outside of it with 17 seconds to spare. I whooped in triumph, smiling to myself at my win, and then took a moment to use my water magic to clean the sweat and dirt from my body as my heart rate slowed. A blur of motion shot towards me, and I gasped as Caleb Altair appeared beside me, running his hand through his golden curls and grinning at me like I was his best buddy. You still couldn't beat me, though, could you?
Caleb asked casually, jamming his hands into his pocket jeans. I could if you didn't use your bloodsucker powers, I replied. But why wouldn't I use my powers? If I have them at my disposal, he teased. I cracked a smile despite myself. Caleb had a charm about him that was difficult to resist, even if he was a parasitic jackass. Let me guess. You've come to bite me. I'd enjoy the few days of freedom from his teeth, but I'd known it wouldn't last. He might have felt a little guilty over what had happened to me in the pool the night of the party, but he wasn't going to let me off the hook forever. Nope. I've been taking advantage of the other heirs in payment for my participation in your misery the other night, so I'm still pretty full on Seth's power at the minute, he said. And I couldn't quite hide my surprise at that. If you want punishment, then shouldn't I be the one to dole it out? I asked, cocking an eyebrow at him. No need to mention the fact that it just so happened we'd already started our plans for him. Caleb smiled darkly. Depends on what you have in mind, sweetheart. Maybe I'd like your brand of punishment. I stepped closer, breathing in the sweet scent of him as I tilted my mouth close to his and lowered my voice. But if you like it, it's not going to teach you a lesson, is it? I stepped around him and started heading towards the arena. Red flowers blossomed to life all around me as I walked, and I bit my lip to stop myself from smiling at his display of magic. I'm not really a flowers kind of girl, I said without looking back at him, though I couldn't resist the urge to taunt him too. Perhaps a Pegasus would like them better. I don't want a fucking Pegasus, he said with enough grit in his voice to let me know how much that had pissed him off. I laughed and kept walking. Tell me what you do like then, he called after me. Oil and engine fumes, I replied. I glanced back just before I headed into the arena and found him grinning at me like I was a challenge he wanted to rise to. You still need to pay, though, I warned. Whatever you desire, sweetheart. He flashed me a dazzling smile, complete with dimples, before shooting away from me with the speed of his order. I rolled my eyes as I headed inside the arena for my meeting with the fire heir. I got the feeling that this interaction would be a lot less amusing than the one I had been. I strolled straight through the locker rooms without getting changed and made my way out into the wide, sandy arena. To my surprise, Darius was already there. A herd of fiery horses galloping around him in a circle as he wielded his magic and a display which had drawn a group of fans clamoring around him. I wandered closer, eyeing the 5 horses with interest and noticing the differences between each of them. I knew how much more difficult it was to maintain individual details when shaping magic like that, and I couldn't help but be impressed. I couldn't even form 2 different basic shapes at once, though I was hoping that would be easier with him to help me take control of my power. If I could figure it out, then Pyro wanted me to pass on what I had learned to Darcy too. So it was doubtably important I got the most out of this lesson. Darius spotted me approaching, and he flicked a hand in my direction, sending the horses galloping towards me. I flinched as they didn't slow, throwing a crude shield of water in front of me to protect myself at the last moment. The horses smashed against the shield, sizzling out of existence as Darius released his hold on them and let the magic disperse. The crowd of students watching him applauded excitedly. Aren't you going to get changed? He asked as he strode towards me, eyeing my leggings and sports bra combo. I shook my head. That suit makes my fire magic go all haywire. I have better control over it like this, I said, refusing to back down on this point. Darius shrugged. You're the one risking your skin if you lose control, he warned. He was wearing his skin-tight gray outfit provided for the class, and I tried not to look at the way it clung to his muscular frame. My magic won't hurt me, I countered. Whatever you say. Don't expect me to heal you if it does. Oh no, I'd fully expect you to let me burn to death, I assured him, my tone flat. Darius frowned at me like he didn't much like the assessment of him, and had nothing to challenge my assumption. Are you ready to start? I nodded, although I really didn't have any idea what this would entail. He cast a look at the gathered students who were still watching him like he was the most interesting thing in the world. Come on, Darius beckoned me to follow him, and I fell into step with him as he crossed to the far side of the arena, where there wasn't anyone else practicing. The other students seemed to get the hint and dispersed, though I noticed a small group of girls slowly trailing behind us. Must be nice being Mr. Popular, I commented. Darius grunted in a way that didn't really give me any insight on his feelings. You and your sister get your own share of attention. Well, we're the shiny new toys on campus, I reasoned. No doubt everyone will get bored. Well, soon enough. My general persona is pretty off-putting to most people. I'd noticed, Darius replied, but his tone was more teasing than outright hostile, so I let it slide. How are your magic reserves? He asked, coming to a halt. Am I going to have my hands full with you, or are you running low? Oh, I'm always a handful, I said, challenging. His gaze swept over me like he wasn't sure what to say to that. Let's find out if that's true, shall we? Darius held out his hand to me, and I eyed it suspiciously for a moment. Professor Pyra had explained to me that we had to maintain physical contact if we wanted to combine our power, but I had more than a few reservations about it. I slowly reached out to take hold of his hand, my palm fitting right inside his before he curled his fingers around my hand, encasing it completely. I bit my lip against the sensation of his skin against mine as I waited for him to tell me what to do next. Just concentrate on the well of your power, he murmured. Imagine it's a pool inside your chest, and I'm going to push my magic to join with it. When you feel it, squeeze my hand. Okay, I agreed. If it helps, close your eyes, he added. I shot him a suspicious look, but he followed his own advice and had shut his own eyes, so he didn't see it. For a moment I couldn't resist the urge to study his face while unobserved, and I only realized I was staring when I felt a strange tingling in my chest, which had nothing to do with my own magic. I snapped my eyes shut and squeezed his fingers while I focused on the new sensation. I could feel his magic brushing up against mine, and it set something burning with satisfaction deep within my core. Try to let me in, he said. I can force it if you can't, but will work better if our magic is in harmony. How do I do that? I asked. I could feel his magic as a separate entity to my own. Our powers were dancing around each other, but they weren't merging. You have to trust me, he said softly. I cleared my throat, not bothering to justify that with a response. I'd sooner trust a fox in a chicken coop. We stood like that for a few more moments, and I tried to find a way to let his magic join with mine, but it was no good. You'll have to force it then, I said eventually, because I can't even pretend to trust you. Try not to fight back at least, he muttered, seeming annoyed by the fact that I couldn't do it. But what did he expect? I was hardly going to greet his magic with open arms after everything he'd done to me. The touch of his magic grew more and more powerful alongside mine until it was cloying, overwhelming, working to smother my own. In response, my own power grew stronger, burning brighter within me as it fought against the confines he was trying to place on it. I realized that this was the way Professor Pyro had guided my power, with brute force, which meant that Darius had tried to do it differently on purpose, like he cared about making it more pleasant. But the idea of that was so ridiculous, I quickly pushed it aside. No doubt he just wanted to gain full control over my magic so he could use it to humiliate me or something. Stop fighting me, he ordered, his grip tightening on my hand. This feels like going against my nature, I muttered. Power sharing is the most natural thing in the world when you trust somebody, he countered. But it's an intimate thing to do. It always feels strange with someone new, especially if you don't particularly care for them. I snorted at that statement. Yeah, I didn't particularly care for Darius Acrux. That's exactly how I'd put it. Are you gonna stop fighting me, or am I gonna have to kick the doors down? He asked, as the strength of his power increased. I frowned in concentration. I tried to soften the shields around my magic. It was harder than I would have thought. My power was clearly not wanting to open itself up, but I finally managed it.
Darius's raw power slid into my own, and I gasped as his raw energy filled me. My muscles tensed and my back arched involuntarily. When Pyro had pressed her power against mine, I'd barely even noticed the brush of it in comparison to my own magic. But Darius's power was like a living beast crawling beneath my skin and nuzzling against my own inner creature. There was no chance of me being unaware of its presence within me. My breathing grew heavier as I adjusted to it, energy racing down my spine and my grip on Darius's hand tightening. My eyes fluttered open, and I couldn't help but look up at him. The point of contact between us felt like it was too much and not enough all at the same time. He shifted his thumb across the back of my hand, and electricity darted up my arm. Is it supposed to feel like that? I breathed. Darius's lips parted, and his eyes roamed over me for a moment before he spoke. We're both incredibly powerful, he hedged. Power craves power. I wanted to say something in reply, but the magic inside me flared with a desperate need for an outlet, and I gasped as it pushed against the confines of my skin. Darius's gaze darkened as he looked up at me, his eyes dropping to my mouth for a moment before he cleared his throat. Try and conjure a ball of fire, he said. I did so instantly, the relief of using some of this magic making my arm tremble for a moment before I managed to get control of it. Darius's magic swam with mine, and I could feel his will lending me strength as I urged the flames into the shape of a perfect sphere. I glanced at Darius, expecting some praise, but I instantly realized that was a stupid expectation to have with him. Bigger, he commanded, not looking at me. I obeyed, growing the sphere to the size of a small car. Smaller. I did again as I was told. Square, triangle, rectangle, smaller, bigger. Every time he made a command, I focused on it, and the fire did as I wanted. I bit my lip to stop myself from grinning as I completed more and more challenges, and our combined magic bled from me in a trail of flaming ecstasy. It was the most intense rush I'd ever gotten from wielding my power, and I knew it was because it was combined with his. When I'd created countless shapes in varying sizes, he got me to create more than one at once, then to change their shape, make them move, merge them together, and peel them back apart. My head was spinning with the orders he barked my way, but I managed to keep up through the pure force of will. My limbs were practically trembling with the energy I was channeling, and he suddenly called a halt, releasing my hand. My skin felt oddly cold without his, and I folded my arms just to give my hand something else to do. Darius looked over me without making any comment on my performance. Do you feel drained? He asked. Do you need to stop? I reached out to the well of power within me, but I couldn't sense any difference in it than before. Nope, I'm good, I said with a shrug. Darius narrowed his eyes at me. You don't need to lie if you're running low, he said. I'm not going to take advantage of the fact that your power is depleted if you admit it. I rolled my eyes at him and cast a huge fireball into existence a few feet away from us. The flames warmed my skin and I smiled at them. Still good, I assured him. Fine, I need to top up though, he muttered irritably before turning and stalking away from me. Did I burn you out? I teased as I followed him, despite the fact that he hadn't invited me to. No, but I can feel my power waning. It's harder to lend magic than wielding it anyway, he said dismissively. Oh, that explains it then, I said, my tone holding just enough falseness to make sure that he caught on to my mockery. Darius reached a sports bag that was waiting at the edge of the arena and sat down beside it. He scooped handfuls of gold coins into his lap and leaned against the wall as he took a long drink from a water bottle.
I took a seat beside him and he looked at me from the corner of his eye without saying anything else. So you managed to save your pirate gold from the fire? I asked innocently as he ran a few coins through his fingers. Unfortunately not. I had to go home for more, he muttered. Oh, handy that you have piles to spare then, I said, reaching out to snag a gold coin from his lap. His hand snapped out and snatched my wrist, a deep growl emanating from within his chest. A sliver of fear raced through me, but I refused to acknowledge it as I raised an eyebrow at him. Did you just growl at me? Why do you insist on baiting me? He said, his voice low, his grip on me unrelenting. Why do you make it so easy? I flicked the coin back into his lap and he released me. His posture relaxed as I returned it, and a small smile tugged at my lips as I realized something. That treasure means a lot to you, huh? It must have really sucked to have lost so much of it. Accidents happen, he shrugged, refusing to rise to the bait this time. How exactly? Did you leave your scented candles burning too close to your silk pajamas? I asked. I knew I was treading the lines of stupidity by asking him about the fire, but I really wanted to hear just how much the whole thing had gotten to him firsthand. And with the right amount of prodding, I might be able to get him to open up. It was actually my curling iron too close to my bondage gear. The oil makes those suckers flammable as hell. I wasn't fast enough to stop myself from laughing at that, and his mouth twitched in amusement too. I schooled my expression quickly, returning to my point. Well, at least all of your poncy asshole clothes burned up. This is a good chance for you to purchase a new wardrobe that makes you look like less of a douchebag. Every cloud, he said calmly. This line of taunting clearly wasn't going to get a rise from him, so I decided to drop it. Infuriatingly, it sounded like he really was putting the fire down to an accident. And if that was the case, then it was all too easy for him to move on from it. My mind whirled with ways that I could make him suffer more over this. Maybe I could use the treasure against him somehow? He was clearly possessive over it. If he realized that some of it had been stolen, I was sure it would drive him insane. A plan was beginning to form in the depths of my mind, but I kept it there to work on later so that he didn't see any guilt written across my face. Ready to go again? He asked as he swept the gold back into the sports bag. It wasn't me we were waiting on, I reminded him as he shot to his feet. He offered me his hand, and for half a second I thought he was being polite as he pulled me to my feet, but he didn't release me. And I felt the brush of his magic flooding inside me a moment later. A gasp of surprise escaped my lips, and he didn't even offer me a warning. And his eyes flashed excitedly for a moment, too. If it wasn't an absolute insane idea, I almost would have thought he was enjoying this. And I had to admit, it was kind of a rush. You've got a handle on basic shapes and control, so now I want you to make something more complicated, he instructed. I got the feeling he liked bossing me around. Like what? Something you're familiar with, an animal or an object you know well, as well as your own face. Something you'd recognize in the dark, he suggested. Okay, I said hesitantly, trying to picture something in my mind's eye. At first, I scrambled for what to create, but when the idea struck me, it was an obvious choice. I'm ready, I confirmed. I held my free hand out in front of me and tried to conjure what I needed to create my illusion. Pieces of it started to come together, but they fell apart when I tried to merge them. Again, Darius commanded. I did as I was told, but after 3 more attempts, I was ready to give up. I just couldn't manipulate the magic the way I needed it to. Darius suddenly released his grip on my hand and moved behind me, catching my waist between his palms. The feeling of his skin against mine sent a jolt of electricity racing through me, and I tensed, trying to tug it out of his hold. What are you doing? I hissed, shifting again, but he didn't let go, the pressures of his fingers increasing on my waist. You need to do both hands. You need to use both hands to perform magic properly, he said, his tone suggesting he was amused, though I couldn't see his face or to read his expression. Don't flatter yourself. My heart pounded faster as he shifted his hands on my skin, his fingers pressing against my hip bones and skimming the waistband of my leggings. For a moment, my brain went completely scrambled, and the only thing I could think about was the way he was touching me. I threw every inch of my focus into the magic and tried with all my might to ignore the feeling of his hands on my body. Damn that super hot asshole. He knows exactly what he's doing. I released a long breath and conjured the flames to life in my hands again. I focused on their form, imagining the way I wanted them to look. Darius's magic danced alongside my own as I channeled it, and with his help, I managed to mold the fire into what I wanted. The ball became a wheel, which split into two to create a second, then a chassis, saddle, handlebars. All sprung to life until a super sleek bike sat in my palms. I stared at it for a moment, a breath of laughter escaping me as I took in exactly what I'd managed to do. Can you ride one of those? Darius asked curiously as he looked over my shoulder at my work. I snorted a laugh. That's an understatement. If you really want to get rid of me, then you'll just have to give me a bike and an open road and I'll be gone. That's interesting. He didn't add any further comment, and I reminded myself that I didn't care what he thought anyway. With a nudge of my power, I sent the bike flying out of my hands and racing through the air in front of me. Darius's grip on my waist tightened as I drew more power from him, but I didn't try to hold back. Our magic was burning through me, aching for this release, and I was smiling like a damn idiot as I did it. As I turned the bike in a sharp circle over our heads, Darius shifted forward, his hands sliding across my stomach and down a few inches, so the tips of his fingers brushed beneath my waistband. I inhaled sharply as a spike of energy ripped right through my core and my concentration was shattered, tearing the bike apart so literal flames tumbled out of the sky around us. You need to focus on your work, Roxy, Darius teased, maintaining the new position of his hands. I almost jerked out of his grip, but I knew that was something he wanted. He was winding me up, trying to get a rise out of me by abusing the situation. But if he thought he could throw off my magic with his touch, then two could play at that game. Maybe I should try something bigger, I suggested, not giving him the satisfaction of mentioning the way he was touching me or the fact that he kept moving his fingers instead of just staying still. His touch danced across the delicate skin beneath my waistband, sending a flood of heat to my core and making a sultry, amorous part of me ache for him to shift lower still. And I had to bite my tongue to distract myself from it. I refused to give any recognition to the fact that my skin was coming alive at the brush of his fingers, desire unfurling in me like he'd woken a sleeping beast. If you think you can manage it, he said in a tone that suggested I couldn't. I'm pretty sure I can handle more than you think, I replied dismissively. I conjured a much bigger ball of fire this time, shaping it into the beginnings of a huge bird, while drawing on at least 4 times as much energy through the bond that connected us as I had last time. Darius tried to cover up his sharp intake of breath as I tugged on his power and took a step backward so that I was pressed against him, his arms tightening around me. The movement of his hands stilled as my body pushed against his, the lines of his muscular build molding to my curves, my ass pushing towards his crotch. I refused to play the game. I refused to let the game that I was playing with him distract me as I spun the ball of fire into a huge falcon. It took more effort than a bike because I wasn't familiar with the shape, and it was so much bigger. In turn, I had to use Darius more to control it, and as I yanked on his magic, I shifted my hips so that my ass would ground against him. Two can play at this game. A deep growl resounded in his chest, and I smirked in satisfaction as I made the falcon soar overhead. From the corner of my eye, I could see members of his little fan club staring at us and hearing them whisper, but I ignored them. Darius was the one who'd started this game, and I wasn't going to let him beat me. Darius recovered from his surprise fairly quickly, holding me firmly as his fingers pushed down a little further, brushing against the top of my underwear. Heat pooled in my core and my nipples tightened. My heart thundered like a jackhammer in my ears, but I worked to hide the reactions of my body to his. I conjured up a second falcon and sent it up to fly with the first, frowning at the effort it took to maintain the two creations. I could only make them fly in circles, their movements mirroring each other, but it was much more than I'd ever managed before, and that made me want to jump up and down with excitement. With a wicked grin, I did just that, bouncing on the balls of my feet and clapping excitedly as my ass rubbed up and down against Darius's crotch. "Fuck," he muttered, and I felt the evidence of his arousal pressing against me as his grip on my waist tightened. Shit, he was big. His concentration broke, and the falcon shattered above us. My skin flared with heat and energy racing through my body, aching for him to move his hands again. I wanted to turn and claim his mouth with mine. I wanted him to give up the torment he'd started on my flesh and give my body over to his mercy. I gave myself half a second to indulge in the fantasy of making use of Darius Acrux's perfect physical attributes, and I turned my head to the left so that I could look up at him. His endless dark eyes found mine, and for a moment no words passed between us, just heat and need and aching desire. "Darius?" I breathed, biting down on my bottom lip. His eyes dropped to my mouth, and he pulled me against him even more firmly. I could feel every inch of his desire for me pressing against my ass, and I couldn't deny the fact that certain parts of my body wanted to do more than indulge in his fantasy. But the fact that he was disgustingly attractive didn't change any of the things about him that made him utterly repulsive. He leaned closer to me, our breath mingling as nothing more than a breath separated our lips. I hung in that moment with him, reaching up to brush my fingertips across the dark stubble which lined his jaw. A dark thrill ran through me as I toyed with this beast. The danger in him calling to me in a way it really shouldn't have if I had better sense. Don't flatter yourself. I pushed out of his hold and walked away from him across the fire arena. I didn't look back, but I could feel his eyes on me the whole time I went, urging me to. I wondered if he'd had much experience with rejection before now, and somehow I really doubted it. The idea of that made me want to do a happy dance all the way to the dinner table. "I'll come and get you and your sister from your room at 6 on Saturday before the party with my father and the other counselors," he called. "Your dresses will arrive that morning." "Whatever you say," I replied without looking back. I walked straight outside and started heading for the Orb, where I was meeting Darcy and others for our late dinner. I wasn't really sure what I'd say to them about how my training session with Darius had gone, but the shit-eating grin on my face probably said it all. If you enjoyed my reading of Ruthless Fae, please don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you guys so much for watching, and I hope that you guys have a great new year. See you later.